Rounder Lyndon James brought up his sixth first-class half
Okay,
century.
that all
James
sounds
is
about. I mean, I have to say, I'm not, in terms of what the jiggery pokery in the studio, I'm not the best. So, but if you've done what it says, I'm sure that's
And he was sharing
fine.
the stage here with his captain, Mullaney, who was taking the attack to Sussex's young attack. Mullaney and James.
Yes, so I don't need to hear the output. And the only time you need to lift the fader so that I can hear is on the update, which is on the half hour. So half 11, half 12, half 1.
And Sussex would almost get Mullaney too. Tom Alsop premeditating a slip, only to see the ball fly to precisely where it was.
Yes, because the commentary is coming from here, so we don't want to hear the programme in the headphone. But if that all makes sense, then that sounds great.
Slowly subsided. Mullaney continued to show his class and was ably assisted by Tom Moores, who between them added another 50 runs and took Nottinghamshire to the close on 214 for 5. Still 161 behind, but a far better position than the visiting side had found themselves in earlier in the day. It was another fantastic day at Hove that had started with Clarke's maiden 100 and ended with veterans Mullaney and Finn dominating the show. Clarke's maiden ton the highlights before Notts fight back. Fans at a cold and windy First Central County ground, Hove, had been treated to an excellent day's play on day one, with a young Sussex side just ahead of the game on 302 for 6 against Division 2 title favourites Nottinghamshire. And a wonderful moment to start the day, as 21-year-old Tom Clarke brought up his maiden first-class century of 185 balls. A risky single, but well worth the reward. But it all came to an end 2 balls later, as Clarke was bowled by Lyndon James for a round 100. Sussex 332 for 6. The new signing Stephen Finn was next in, and he contributed 10 vital runs as Sussex continued to tick the scoreboard over. But he would eventually fall to Patterson White, who claimed his 4th wicket of the innings. Archie Lennon fell soon after for an understated but important 24, caught on the boundary off the bowling of last season's leading wicket taker, Luke Fletcher. Patterson White would claim a well-deserved 5-wicket haul as he took the last wicket of the Sussex innings. Henry Crocombe was LBW. That was the final act of the morning session, as Sussex finished on 375 all out. Clarke without doubt the standout, but vital contributions also coming from Ali Orr, Tom Haines and Delray Rawlins, with Patterson White's figures of 5 for 84 of 45 overs comfortably the best of the Nottinghamshire bowlers. And a perfect start for the hosts after lunch, as Henry Crocombe clean bowled Ben Slater for an innings was brought to an end by Stephen Finn, who claimed his first wicket for Sussex. Whilst Ben Duckett looked to take the attack to the Sussex lineup, he would lose another partner as Finn would strike again, this time Joe Clarke edging behind for 6, Notts 39 for 3 and Sussex now well on top. And the good got even better for the South Coast side, Ben Duckett edging to Tom Alsop for 31 to end a dangerous looking innings. Delray Rawlins in particular looking pleased to see the end of the Notts opener. The fall of the 4th wicket saw skipper Stephen Mullaney come to the crease, and the addition of a calm head allowed Notts to fight their way back into the match. Mullaney and Lyndon James putting on an unbeaten partnership of 50 that lasted through to the tea break. At the interval, Notts were 104 for 4, with James on 32 and Mullaney 25. After the break, 23-year-old all-rounder Lyndon James brought up his 6th first-class half-century. James is incredibly well thought of in Nottinghamshire, with Stuart Broad tipping him as a player with the qualities to go right to the very top. And he was sharing the stage here with his captain, Mullaney, who was taking the attack to the Sussex's young attack. Mullaney and James sharing a century stand for the 5th wicket. But James's innings would come to an end not long after, getting a top edge on an attempted pull off the bowling of Finn to be dismissed for 63. And Sussex would almost get Mullaney too, Tom Alsop premeditating at slip, only to see the ball fly to precisely where he was. To add salt into the Sussex wound, the run would also bring up Mullaney's 50. Unfortunately for Sussex, their control on the game slowly subsided, as Mullaney continued to show his class and was ably assisted by Tom Moores, who between them added another 50 runs and took Nottinghamshire to the close on 214 for 5. Still 161 behind, but a far better position than the visiting side had found themselves in earlier in the day. It was another fantastic day at Hove that had started with Clarke's maiden 100 and ended with veterans Mullaney and Finn dominating the show. Mullaney's unbeaten 79, the innings of Notts showing so far, and Finn ripping through the top order on debut for Sussex. An excellent day 3 awaits.
fine leg and picks up the first run of the day. He's going to pinch the bowling, will Tom Moores. End of the opening over, 215 for 5 on Nottinghamshire, trailing by 160. If you'd like to get in touch with us, and we'd certainly like to hear from you throughout the day, you can email us sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet at Brace Cricket or at Adrian Harms, or a third option at BBC Sussex Sport. So all sorts of ways you can contact Dave and myself, and thank you everybody who has, because it certainly makes the commentary more interesting with all the comments that you get, and lots of nice comments as well coming in. Yesterday we had John Philby, the new Sussex chairman, on the microphone yesterday, and John outlining his vision for the next couple of years when he will be the chairman of Sussex County Cricket Club. Finn Hudson Prentice the day before came and had a natter, and we'll see if we can find somebody who can come and have a natter to us today as well. I need to just check the commentaries going out around the ground, and a couple of waves coming in there from the ground. And thank you, Julian, doffing his cap. He's got his T-shirt on today. Hope he's got his sun cream up there. I mean, the first 2 days it's been, about 5 jumpers, hats, gloves. In fact, that's how Julian was dressed yesterday. But today, T-shirt order, which is lovely to see. Henry Crocombe running away from us, coming into bowl to Tom Moores. Let's that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So effectively Sussex are bowler down, as they have been throughout this innings, with Daniel Ibrahim, who would have probably been something like second change, bowling as medium pacers. Tom Clark took over that role very effectively yesterday and bowled a very tight spell, just as Nottinghamshire were looking to get away after tea. So we'll try and find out what the problem is with Dan, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Moores plays this nicely through the covers. They've taken one, they'll pick up 2. James Coles is a good fielder, and he's in very quickly and gets in the throw. England under 19s, he was out there with Dan Ibrahim for the World Cup recently. Gets in the throw, and there is a couple of runs to Tom Moores, who goes to 26. These two coming together when Lyndon James was out on 160, so this partnership now worth 57. And we have to remember that Stephen Mullaney was dropped. A difficult chance to Tom Alsop when he was on 49. At that stage, Nottinghamshire were 164 for 5, so had Mullaney gone then, it might have been a different story. Yeah. But Alsop couldn't hang on, who just plays this deftly onto the leg side, picks up a single through mid-wicket. He's on his way. He goes to 80. End of the second over of the day. Nottinghamshire 219 for 5. Mullaney is on 80. Tom Moores on 27. Henry Crocombe 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 42. And just in case you didn't know, you can listen to our commentary, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Bracegirdle. If you want to watch the live stream, which has been really well set up by Sussex Cricket Club this season, they've got the cameras at both ends with a view right across the ground. You'll see what a beautiful day it is. Log on to the Sussex website or the Notts website. You'll find us there, and get your messages in Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
So Mullaney on strike. He's moved on to 80. They'll be facing Stephen Finn. Very kind of Lyndon James to come across and join me for a bit of a natter last night on BBC Radio Nottingham at close of play. Nice of the club to organise that. 1 or 2 nice lines from him as Finn comes in and bowls, and Mullaney's pulled this one away. We saw him hit a couple of sixes yesterday, and he's got hold of that one. Only the second ball he's faced this morning, and he's hit that one away for 6, and he's moved on to 86. Not the response that Stephen Finn was looking for as he banged that in short. And that brings me to one of the things that Lyndon was saying, because he was dismissed going after a Stephen Finn short ball, and he'd said he'd seen Stephen Mullaney play him like that and went after it himself, and the ball just ballooned up in the air, caught by the wicket keeper, and off he went. Said normally he's a bit of a bat thrower, need to leave me alone for 20 minutes when I get out like that. There's Finn in again, and Mullaney pushes it into the offside. No run. First time he's played here. Lyndon James. Most of the bowlers coming here for the first time said huge disparity between what it takes to run up the hill into the wind and what it takes to come down the slope with it at your back. So here's Finn again. bowling to Mullaney, his third six. This one goes through to the keeper, Carter. 220. Let's have a look. 225 for 5. $86. Moore's 27. At 65 for this 6th wicket. Here comes Stephen Finn. Bowls wide of the off peg. Two slips. Sussex have got a third man in as well. 3 others patrolling the offside, and on the leg side, 2 out on the fence and a mid on. In from the Cromwell Road end, past umpire Rob Bailey, bowls and driven into the offside. Decent stop, preventing any runs. Who's that down on the ground? Is that Ali Orr? I think it is. Did have a great deal of confusion on my part yesterday with a lot of the Sussex players swapping sweaters. Wasn't exactly a I'll wear your clothes and you wear mine, but whenever a bowler came on, instead of taking the sweaters off or handing them to the umpire or whatever, it was so cold they were just popping each other's extra sweaters on. Finn in again. Bowls. Mullaney beaten, I think, by that one. Goes through to the keeper and couldn't take it cleanly. Carter. End of the over. Just the towering 6 from Stephen Mullaney behind square. 225 for 5 in Nottinghamshire. So they need one more run to save the follow-on. That's not something we've really talked about, but I guess when they were 52 for 4 might have come into the equation had Sussex continued.
Yes, Sussex, certainly Steve Finn with that very good opening spell, supported by Crocombe and Atkins, both who picked up a wicket. And it is going to be Henry Crocombe, who picked up the wicket of Ben Slater, the first wicket to go down yesterday. Coming in from the C end of the ground, is bowling with the 1 slip. Crocombe is in, bowls and Moore's shoulders, arms. Lets that one go through to Ollie Carter. And there is no run. 3 men saving one on the offside from backward point to cover to mid-off. A sweeper on the cover boundary, who's James Coles, who we know is on the field for Daniel Ibrahim, and we'll hopefully get an update shortly as to why Daniel hasn't been on the field. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg as Crocombe turns in the glorious Hove sunshine, runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and Moores plays deftly onto the offside, fielded at backward point by, I think that's Tom Clark in there. Yes, it is, who we spoke to last night. One of 4 brothers is Tom, and he was explaining how he's the youngest. And his brothers used to bowl sort of to him, and he was, so he said, when you've got 3 older brothers and you're playing cricket, you have it pretty tough, really, because they're not going to let little brother get away with too much. Crocombe in and bowls, and flicked by Moores. Nice looking shot through mid-wicket. They've taken one. As a good bit of fielding by Tom Haynes, actually. Sliding stop prevents anything more than a single. Moores goes to 28, 226 for 5, and the reason for his celebration, and we thought it as he pointed his bat to people sitting in the southwest stand, was that his mum and dad were there. They got there just in time to see Tom making his 100. So it was a lovely moment for him, and he was, very grateful to parents, as people are for all the running around that was done down the years. And it was really good to talk to Tom last night. In comes Crocombe, bowls short and ducks underneath that as Mullaney through to keeper Ollie Carter.
Follow on saved by that single from Moores.
Yeah, and I certainly think with, we were talking about this yesterday, even when Notts were in a good deal of trouble, that the chances of Sussex enforcing it, I think, would have been pretty small, even without being a bowler down, which they are at the moment with Ibrahim not on the field. In comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and again another short delivery Doesn't bother Mullaney, taken down the leg side by Castle. The one thing that did surprise me a little, and they may have been a very good reason for it, was that Archie Lenham didn't bowl much yesterday, just bowled a couple of overs. In fact, he only bowled one over. We thought he was going to come on and bowl the penultimate over, but he didn't do that. But maybe Sussex think there could be a little bit more in this pitch as the game wears on. There was certainly a bit of help for Liam Patterson White, who took a fifer in the Sussex innings. In comes Crocombe bowls and Mullaney with a textbook. If you were looking for a forward defensive shot, how it to be played properly, that was it. Foot to the pitch of the ball, head still, full face of the bat, and just stroke the ball to mid-off where there is no run. End of the over. 226 for 5. Mullaney within 14 of a century. Moores on 28. And the list of Centurions in this first round of county championship matches, could grow even more.
I think it's 10 so far, but interestingly, only one 5-foot up and down the country, and that's gone to Liam Patterson White, the spinner, which I don't think anybody would have necessarily predicted. David Revel says, I'm back with you on the COVID sofa. Looks a glorious day beside the seaside. Wish I was there, enjoying the live feed. It's Finn to bowl to Moores. He'll push it square of the wicket on the offside. There's no run. Tomorrow morning, it's the is it the Brighton Marathon, the Brighton and Hove Marathon, whatever the title of it is.
I think they call it the Brighton Marathon.
We're all told that if there's going to be any car movement, it's got to be done and completed by 9 o'clock because all the roads are being sealed off by then. So need to get out of the hotel and get here. Ball driven by Moores. Don't know if Finn got a fingertip to it or not, but it was along the ground and hit straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Not entirely sure what happens if the match will finish sometime tomorrow before 5 o'clock. Whether we'll be able to get out and about, but we'll have to see. I mean,
I'm not sure what time it gets underway tomorrow, probably 9 or 10 o'clock. I mean, runners who are taking, the slower runners you'd have thought would be done by sort of 4-ish. I mean, take me all of that, I probably wouldn't even get round.
226 for 5. Next one goes through to the keeper.
Do they have a Nottingham Marathon? Do they?
Yes, I think so.
Well, I mean, most big cities do have to have seem to have a. I mean, probably. I mean, no one's had a marathon for the last couple of years. I mean, there hasn't been the Brighton Marathon because of COVID. But I think
you're asking the wrong person. I think it's the Robin Hood Marathon they call
it.
Right. But somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. Usually am. 226 for 5. Again, round the wicket bowls. Lovely looking shot from Moores, but as it left the bat, it was difficult from here to see just how his timing was, how much power was in it, and in the end, it just dobbed it into a gap and took the single to move on to 29. 227 for 5, Nottinghamshire, trailing by 148. Mullaney 86 not out, back on strike. Terrific knock this from the Nottinghamshire captain. Finn in to bowl to him. Eases this on the offside, and there's no run.
I mean, the great thing, Dave, as we start day 3, is that literally all 3 results are still possible in this game. It's only going to need a few wickets to start tumbling either way, or Notts to get a lead, and Sussex grabbed a few wickets here, and you don't know. This game is, but Notts have certainly fought their way back in. No question about that.
In again, Mullaney again with a nice looking drive down the ground. Probably will pick up a couple of runs. Yeah, that's all he's going to get. 88. Yeah, if you look at how are Sussex going to win, well, they need 15 wickets to win.
Yes.
Between now and probably 5:30, 6 o'clock tomorrow. So their bowlers have got their work cut out, but Nottinghamshire have got to get 10 wickets if they're going to win the match. But they've also got to score a lot of runs because they're still heavily in arrears. So,
what a great way of looking at the game, Dave. I like that. I mean, it seems simplistic, but you're absolutely right. will the spinners have an increasing influence? I mean, this looks a really good pitch. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers. It'd be very surprising if in April you found a wicket that did give too much help to the spinners. But certainly, Liam Patterson White got a little bit of assist. It wasn't turning square or anything like that, but it really could be an intriguing next couple of days. Henry Crocombe. 229 for 5. Crocombe over the wicket bowls, and Moore's runs here. Pass backward point. Tom Clark in hot pursuit down towards the long third man boundary. Overhauls the ball, gets in the throw. 2 more to Tom Moores, who goes to 31. 231 for 5. I spoke to Tom last night, and I did say to him, he'd been around the first team for a little while, and I think, as we said in commentary, Dave, lots of 20s and 30s. I said, I didn't want to be disrespectful, but did you feel that you needed to step on from that? And in comes Crocombe in and bowls.
This is Tom Clark.
Yeah. And there is no run through to Ollie Carter. And he was saying absolutely that was the case. He was getting frustrated getting 20s and 30s, and he always felt there was a big score in there. And so that was a huge relief to actually know that he can do it, that he's good enough to do it at this level. And I thought he batted really nicely.
T says, Dave, it is the Robin Hood Marathon, but it's only a half marathon.
Yeah.
And it's September the 25th this year. Thanks, T.
Over the wicket bowls, and nicely driven by Moores down the ground. And Steve Finn, who let's give a lot of credit to Steve Finn. He's picked up 3 wickets. I think in the field he's been excellent as well. I mean, a couple of really good stops yesterday. I mean, he's the senior pro. He's standing there now having a little natter to Tom Hames.
He's throwing himself about with all the enthusiasm of somebody who's changed counties and wants to show everybody that he's not just come along for a paycheck or just to see out a couple of years of his career. He's come here to participate, and I say he's looking full of beans.
Crocombe in bowls, hits Tom Moores on the pads. There was a stifled appeal from Crocombe, but there is no run. And no doubt we'll get to speak to Steve at some stage during that. And certainly that was, there were 1 or 2 who were saying exactly that. Dave, well, Middlesex don't want him anymore, and he's not going to play for England again, and he's had a few injuries, and he's had a cushy couple of years down on the south coast. But his experience of yesterday was anything but. He looks very motivated. And in comes Crocombe running in over the wicket bowls, and Moores is surprised by our delivery. He was looking to flick that away on the leg side. He got a leading edge. The ball didn't balloon in the air, but it's prompted Stephen Mullaney to come down and have a little natter to Tom Moores. I don't know if that stopped on him a little, or
yeah, it seemed to. Yeah,
he was a little surprised. Moores on 31, 231 for 5. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself, Adrian Harms, and Dave Bracegirdle. On commentary, in comes Crocombe bowls, and left alone by Tom Moores outside of the off stump. Through to keeper Carter, end of the over, 231 for 8, Mullaney 88, Moores 31. Crocombe 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45. I just wonder how much more of we're going to see, because this new ball is now just 10 overs away. Yep. You'd think absolutely no reason why Tom Haines wouldn't take it immediately. But is Steve going to bowl?
Yes, he's going to have another one.
Oh, no, it's going to be Tom Haines, I think. Or is Tom Haines just taking off his jumper? I think Tom Haines is going to have a bowl.
Yeah.
So a little bit of medium pace. Tom is waving to the dressing room, so he clearly wants something brought out. So they've given Steve Finn a little run down the hill this morning, 3 overs this morning without success. I think that's probably a reasonable tactic, but you can't bowl him all day. Sure, Tom would have loved to have sort of Ollie Robinson in the side today with a bit of experience to partner Steve Finn, but they haven't got that, so Jamie Atkins and Henry Crocombe will have to undertake the seam bowling duties. Supplemented by Tom Clark, and I'm sure we're going to see a good deal of spin as well. But the new ball's going to be important for Sussex. They're going to need to pick up some wickets. Without saying so, Tom Haines is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end.
Taking quite some organising here. The field. Ollie Carter, the wicketkeeper, playing an active role in the field placing on the offside. Here is Haynes then to bowl to Mullaney on 88. Drops this one down on the leg side. There's no run. Stephen Mullaney has 15 first-class centuries. In fact, he has 15 of them for Nottinghamshire. Had one for Lancashire. Remember, he started his career up with the Red Rose, just played half a dozen matches right at the start of his career. Haynes bowls, Mullaney pushes this back to him. Really gone for him here at Hove before. Best of 22 with the bat before this innings. And his batting partner at the moment, Tom Moores, of course, playing his first-class match here, although it's a ground he knows very well from his younger years. Mullaney deflects this away on the leg side, out to Orr, in front of the members' pavilion, takes a single. Mullaney on to 89, so a good deal of swappage taking place as they all move positions for the left-handed Moores.
Nice message from Rosemary Cunningham. Good morning, Rosemary, that I'll read out in a moment, which is something I hadn't noticed yesterday, actually, and I don't quite know the reason why, and I'll try and find out the answer.
Haynes to bowl to Moores. Again, he'll push it out into the offside to the left of Delray Rawlins. He leaves it alone. And a single takes Moores to 32, so he's third top scorer in the innings now. He's gone past Ben Duckett, who made 31. Lyndon James made 63, of course, and Mullaney's 89 not out. What have we got?
Well, Rosemary says she was lucky enough to be at Hove yesterday. A great day, but I was a little startled at break-off.
Next one sees Mullaney push it into the offside. A little startled to see Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, a little startled to see that the public aren't allowed on the field at lunchtime. She says, I used to love watching everyone having a go. Some were talented, some less so, but all enthusiastic. Good wishes to all the commentators, said Rosemary. It's a very good point. I mean, I hadn't noticed that yesterday, and certainly at most grounds, people like to have a wander on the outfield, stretch the legs, have a look at the wicket.
Haynes into Mullaney, he blocks it. Yeah, love to see that, but you're absolutely right. We didn't notice it, did we? Because when the players go for their lunch, we go and join the queue at the back here in the concourse, and we've not really taken notice of what's going on the field during the interval. But yeah, I do like to see people out there with bat and ball.
And also, people are pretty curious, and you go to a ground, you wander around and have a look at the wicket. I mean, you've got no idea what it means, but you look at it, you think, well, we've been out and had a look at the wicket, and you can tell your mate, I've had a look.
Stretch your legs as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You sat there for 2 hours, and you get a bit of the old cramp or a bit of the old stiffness. Just sat there.
Now, why that is, I don't know, but I think we'll put a message in, or if the lads are listening in the club this morning, perhaps they could let us know why spectators aren't allowed on the outfield. Because certainly after T20s here, people come rushing on with the bats and the balls, and everyone's having a great time. But so I don't quite know why that's the case. We'll find out for you, Rosemary, and thank you for your message.
Bowling change.
Yeah, and it's going to be Tom Clark who's going to come into the attack, who bowled a very, very economic spell. Did a good job for Tom Haynes yesterday, and Sussex are just getting themselves the new ball here as in comes Moores and bowls. In comes Clark and bowls to Moores. Was short, and Tom Moores was looking to hammer that one away over mid-wicket, and he got struck somewhere rather painful, I think. Yes, he did. Moores remains on 32. Clark 6 overs yesterday, only cost 5 runs, and it was a good tidy spell. Just bought Tom Haynes a little bit of time as flowing from the other end. Here comes Clark again, clipped away by Moores down to deep mid-wicket. Archie Lenham comes running in and gets in the throw, returns to his fielding position. I think that's James Kirtley who's just wandering around the outfield underneath the grandstand there, perhaps having a little chat to Archie. Moores to 33, 234 for 5. No real alarms for Nottinghamshire here this morning. They've added 22 runs in, well, not quick time, but they're just pushing the ones and twos, and still with a lot of work to do to get themselves, a lead in this game. But Mullaney and Moore's doing a good job as in comes Clark and bowls. And Mullaney hammers that one away. That's got a really good bit of fielding by Archie Lenham out on the cover boundary. That is an excellent piece of fielding. It was a wide delivery by Tom Clark. It was belted away by Stephen Mullaney, and racing around the boundary was Archie Lenham. Collected the ball, got in the throw, and prevented anything more than a single. That really was a terrific piece of fielding by the young 17-year-old. As I've been saying, one of 3 teenagers in this Sussex side, the others being Daniel Ibrahim and Jamie Atkins. In comes Clark, bowls, and he hits Moores round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces out on the offside, and there is no run. 2:35 for 5. We're going for an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. Dave has gone next door to give his update to the listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham in the commentary box next door to me. As in comes Clark over the wicket, bowls and pulled away by Moores, and this time that will be 4 runs. And as well as Tom Clark bowled yesterday, he won't be pleased with this over. That was a short delivery down the leg side, and just very much help yourself to Tom Moores, who just clubbed the ball away down towards fine leg or deep backward square for 4 runs. That was almost a freebie. 37 to Moores, 2:39 for 5. These two coming together when Lyndon James is out on 160, so a partnership of 79 between these two. In comes Clark again, bowls to Moores, and the ball balloons off the pad rather. There might have been a bit of inside edge on that, because there was a cry of catch it, but no one was in a position to do that. And it's the end of Tom Clark's over, an over that cost 6 runs, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 11 for Tom Clark. A bit of a heavier cloud around Hove now, and a bit of more breeze as well. So those clouds that are great big cotton wool clouds just blowing across the ground. As in comes Tom Haynes to bowl to the right-handed Stephen Mullaney. Mullaney tucks that one down to fine legs. The runs coming fairly freely here for Nottinghamshire this morning. 240 for 5. Mullaney 291. Sussex have another 8 overs to go, or 7 after this one, until the new ball is available, and you get the feeling that Notts are quite keen to make hay here. While Sussex get through these 8 overs, the new ball could be really important in terms of how this game is going to pan out over the next couple of days. In comes Haynes, bowls, Moores solidly forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. There is no run. Just the one slip in place. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary. The leg side field, a fine leg, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Haynes over the wicket, bowls. Yes, welcome to Hove, Marnie, on a lovely sunny morning, though having said that, the sun has momentarily gone behind one of the big clouds that's just moving across the ground at Hove. No breakthrough so far this morning for Sussex. Nottinghamshire have moved on to 240 for 5. Stephen Mullaney, their skipper, is on 91. Tom Moores is on 37. The arrears now for Nottinghamshire, just 135. Meanwhile at Edgbaston, it's been a really good morning for Surrey, who made 428 for 8 yesterday. In reply, Warwickshire in real trouble. The county champions are 51 for 4. 3 wickets there for the West Indian, Kemar Roach. And just as I was giving that update to the listeners there on BBC Radio Sussex, another boundary to Tom Moores, just working that delivery down to 3rd man. Moores moves on to 41, 244 for 5 as Tom Haynes moves in from the Cromwell Road end, bowls, and Moores solidly forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So the arrears now 131. These two coming together on 160, so a partnership of 84 between this pairing. And Mullaney, Tom Haynes, Sun momentarily has gone in bowls. Oh, no, that was a deliberate surprise, Tom Moores. He was looking to play that one away through backward point, and he gives us he's almost turned his back on the ball. C end of the ground. The ground now sort of half in sunshine, half in shade. The half that's in sunshine is the grandstand. As in comes Clark and bowls, and Mullaney hammers that one away, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's too short from Tom Clark, too wide, and Stephen Mullaney is in no mood to hang around here. He just smashed that one away through backward point down towards third man for 4 runs. He goes to 95, 248 for 5. And Mullaney, who's been really positive throughout this innings, came in when his side were in real trouble on 52 for 4. A real captain's innings, if ever there was one. He's also hit 3 sixes, so there's nothing to say. He may not do his century with a 6 with the bowling from this end, but you never know. As in comes Tom Clark over the wicket, bowls and let go by Steve Mullaney through to keeper Ollie Carter, and there is no run. 248 for 5. I'm actually going to pass the baton here to Dave, because you never know with Stephen Mullaney. He may well go to his century with a 6. He's hit 3 of them. So, Dave, I'm going to let you do the honours while Stephen's on strike.
You're trying to jinx it. I know exactly what you're trying to do. He's played very nicely indeed, Stephen Mullaney. It's been a good morning for Nottinghamshire. They've added 34 runs in about 34 minutes. This partnership worth 88. As we've said, Stephen Mullaney has made healthy progress. 79 not out overnight. So he's contributed 16. Clark into Mullaney. He'll cut that out onto the offside to Lenham. And he'll now within a boundary of 3-figure score. Made just 1 century last year for Nottinghamshire. 657 runs last year, averaging just a whisker under 30, 29.8. His career average about 33. Of course, he does such a good job with the ball and skippers the side as well, proper all-rounder. Next one is to Tom Moores. He pushes it up to mid-off to the second Tom Clark out there. I say that because we've got 2 number 27s in my eye line at the moment.
Yes, that's Steve Finn, I think, who's got Tom Clark's jumper on. All very confusing.
Yeah, we ought to check on that, because I was told that the umpires were going to start holding sweaters again, but it hasn't happened, has it, in this particular game? Next one's pushed again to Tom Clark, number 2, a.k.a. Stephen Finn.
Steve Ox has been in touch. Hello, Steve. He says, and I was talking about the wicket and the pitch, and Steve has corrected me, so thank you, Steve. He says the wicket is just the stumps, hence out-hit wicket. It's the pitch that people used to go and have a look at, and me included when I was mobile. Mr. Benno will be turning in his grave for the wrong use of wicket, says Steve.
This one is turned away. That's an important run for Nottinghamshire, because it's the 250th of the innings, so it gets them a second batting bonus point. Takes Tom Moores to 42, 250 for 5 at the end of that over, and Moores will keep strike. Ellie's been in touch. This is something I was just discussing before we came on air with Adrian. She says, I wonder, Dave, what you think about Ben Compton going to Kent. Ben Compton, who didn't really get that many opportunities at Trent Bridge, was allowed to go during the winter. He's moved to Kent. She says he's in the runs already with Trigo retiring, potential England call-ups, perhaps could have done a decent job this year. I know he was 47 not out overnight for Kent against Essex, and he's just reached his half century, so well done, Ben. You always looked at him and thought, there's something there, but opportunities were in fairly short supply. But let's wish him well and hope he builds on a good start for Kent.
Talking about wishing well, just before it looks like Delray Rawlings has come on, getting word that Daniel Ibrahim will take no further part in the match. We understand he's gone for a scan. He hurt his shoulder. I didn't see this happen yesterday, but he left the field. Apparently, he'd hurt his shoulder. He's going for a scan. As in comes Delray Rawlings, bowls to Tom Walls, who pulls it away on the leg side. Takes a single fielded by James Coles, which brings Stephen Mullaney on strike on 96. I'll hand back to Dave. So that's news hot off the press. No Dan Ibrahim for the rest of the game. Shoulder injury. He's going for a scan, and fingers crossed for Dan Ibrahim. That's a huge blow for the young 17-year-old. We wish him well, but that will not help Sussex's cause, needless to say, in this game.
No. Echo that. Wish him well. Hope it's nothing that's going to keep him out of the game for too long. Rawlings then to bowl. Stephen Mullaney on 96 gets behind the first delivery from the slow left-arm spinner. Plays it out onto the leg side, fielded by Tom Haynes. That's 251 for 5. Mullaney on 96 drives into the offside. We'll get one run. Slight misfield there in the covers. That's Tom Clark. Still Tom Moore's back on strike.
Annoyed with himself, wasn't he, Tom Clark? He was banging his fist on the floor. Rawlings
now to the lefty. And they're claiming a catch here at the wicket. Tom Moores hasn't gone anywhere.
No.
Sussex are starting to celebrate, but
it was.
I presume there was a very clear and instant call of not out from Rob Bailey, because any premature celebrations were stifled straight away. Rawlings in again. Moores pushes out again to Haynes.
Interesting, this change in bowling. So I noticed Stephen go and have a word to Tom Haynes, and Tom was getting ready to bowl. So maybe just the experience of Stephen important there for Sussex.
252 for 5. Next one through to the keeper.
Yep. End of another over. Mullaney on 97, 252 for 5. So, just reiterate that news on Dan Ibrahim. Won't take any further part in the match. So we wish him well. We've had an email in from Martin. From Switzerland. He says, good morning, Adrian. Great to be able to enjoy the pictures from sunny Sussex on a rainy Saturday here in Switzerland. And great to see the Martlets giving the pre-season Division 2 favourites a run for their money. Agree it was a little odd to see so little of Lelem yesterday, but I also wondered why he ended up with two part-timers bowling the last few overs of the day. I'll read more of that email in a moment. Thank you for it, Martin. But Stephen Mullaney is on the verge of a century.
Clark to bowl to the Nottinghamshire captain. 97, just keeps this one out. Kept him quiet yesterday, Clark. Bowling to Stephen Mullaney. Adrian was talking about it earlier. Just a succession of dot balls to him, and then that streak was broken by an edge that very nearly resulted in his wicket. Tom Alsop flying through the air, got a hand to it at slip, but couldn't hang on, and the ball ran away, and Mullaney almost sheepishly accepted his 50th run. He'll play this into the offside, immediate yell of no.
He goes on to say it would have made such a difference to have got one of this pair out and be able to have a crack at the lower order batsman first thing in the morning. Do you think it was just the bowlers' batteries were low by that point, or was there a cunning plan that I missed? Says Martin. I think maybe Dan Ibrahim's absence perhaps explains part of that. Martin.
Here comes Clark. Past umpire Saggers, bowls to Mullaney. He'll cut this one away behind square. Can Lenham cut it off? He can. Slight misfield, and Mullaney's going to come back for 2. That was good, putting pressure on the young man out there. A bit of a bobble. It was a good stop, in truth. As it left the bat, I thought it was going for 4. It was good from Lenham to quickly get to the ball, but a little bit of a bobble. It didn't go cleanly into the hand, and Mullaney seized on the opportunity to come back, and we saw role reversal yesterday when Tom Clark was on 99. Knott's brought everybody in on the one, and Sussex are doing the same here too. Mullaney push this into the gap, and it's a path, of course, he's trodden plenty of times before, 16 times before, so I don't think he'll be too flustered about being on 99. Ball's gone in this over. I think eyeing up the bigger picture, it's nice to get an individual contribution, of course, but he'll want to lead his side to first innings parity at least, I'm sure, as he pushes this back to Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the availability of the new ball is now just 4 overs away, and these two will be determined to be there to try and see off that new ball, and if they do, Notts could find themselves in a very healthy position.
Yeah, everybody will be mindful of what happened yesterday. Tom Clark getting 100 and then getting out straight away. Next ball to Mullaney on his pads, and he'll tickle that away, and a great roar from the balcony, the far end of the ground, to celebrate Stephen Mullaney's 17th first-class 100. And what a way to start the season for the Nottinghamshire skipper. That really is a high-quality knock from Stephen Mullaney, and the Sussex players, many of them out there congratulating him as well, which is nice to see. And that's Mullaney on to 3 figures from the final ball of that Clark over. And very nicely played, timely knock from Stephen Mullaney.
Well batted. And if you're talking about a captain's innings, when you're coming in, the opposition made 375 and you're 52 for 4. Everyone's looking at the skipper. There was a lot of a pressure around when he came in yesterday afternoon. And Stephen Mullaney has batted beautifully, and he's batted his side, not only that, but he's batted his side into a position where they're now just trail by 120. And I concur with Dave completely, as in comes Rawlings bowls, and Mullaney turns that to short fine leg fielded by Lelham, and there is no run. And it was really good to see the Sussex boys applauding. I really do like to see that. I know a lot of people think, oh, it's a tough game, why are you applauding the opposition? But I like to see it. Yeah. Rawlings in bowls to Mullaney, and Mullaney eases that through the covers, fielded by James Coles, who is on the field for Daniel Ibrahim. 256 or 5. Martin's email finishes off by thanking us for the job we do, Dave, in sharing the Hove experience with those of us tuning in from afar. In comes Rawlings, bowls, and Moores plays onto the onside, slightly across the line, and there is no run. And Martin's surname, and I'm going to probably make a complete Horlicks of announcing this, as in comes Rawlings and bowls, forward comes Moores, and there is no run, for which I do apologise, Martin, but it's Martin Magdalicion, Delichon. I'm not entirely sure how that's pronounced, Martin, but thank you for your email, as Rawlings is in bowls and Moores is forward to ball of good length, plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And if you'd like to follow Martin and send us an email, we'd love to receive one. In bowls, played on the onside, there is no run. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. That's the end of Delray Rawlings over. Tidy over, in which he conceded just the 1 run. And Nottinghamshire 256 for 5, Mullaney on 101, Moores on 43. This partnership between these two is now worth 96. Another important statistic on the scoreboard is that they are 77 overs gone, so 3 overs until the new ball is available. It's just, I don't want to bang on about the new ball, but it is a fact, isn't it? With these balls that we use in the Championship these days, that the first 25, 30 overs, coaches talk about being so important, and then the ball gets softer and it becomes easier to bat. And Sussex will be desperate to get a breakthrough once that new ball is taken, and I'm pretty certain that it will be taken immediately by Tom Haynes. I'd be very surprised it is. And Paul Sadler's been in touch. In comes Tom Clark running in over the wicket, bowls to Mullaney, who plays it into the offside. There is no run. Paul says, morning gents, can I please help you? Morning gents, can I please help? Morning gents, can I please have your help? The wife is at... Right, I get it now. Morning gents, can I please have your help? The wife is at work all day and left me a list of chores to do around the house. I can see where this is going. In comes Clark bowls and Mullaney drives handsomely to mid-off. Good, well fielded by a tumbling Tom Haines. There's no run. But because of the live stream and commentary, I'm struggling to get any done. Please say hello to my daughters, Gracie and Alice. Thank you, Paul in Hucknall in Nottingham. Thank you, Paul, for your email. Sorry to have made a mess of reading it out, but I'm going to say it again. Hello to your daughters, Gracie and Alice. I hope they're having a good morning. In comes Clark and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Mullaney, and there is no run.
Get a nice meal on for your good lady when she gets home, and she'll think you've been slaving away all day.
Yeah, maybe a nice bunch of flowers on the table, or cook the tea, have it all ready.
Nice little message here, which I'll read in just a moment if I can.
Clark. Sun's back with us, runs in over the wicket, bowls to Mullaney. Again, lets it go outside the off stump. There is no run.
Stu Scott's been in touch. He's a big mate of Stephen Mullaney, and I know Stu as well. But Stu says, Dave, Mull will dedicate this century to one of his favourite fans, 15-year-old Riley Ketley from Beverley, sadly passed away a year ago today. What a fitting tribute, sending love to his family and friends. I got back to Stu and said, is it all right to mention it? And he said, yes, of course.
Clark bowls to Mullaney, plays bowls to mid-off. That's a lovely message.
So that's very nice. Riley Ketley from Beverley, and Stephen knew him a year ago today, so feels he'll dedicate that to Riley and to his family and friends. So well done, Skip, and thanks for letting us share that, Stu.
Yes, that's very kind. In comes Tom Clark bowls and Mullaney lets that go outside of Austin, taken by keeper Carr. So there is a run. Actually, when Stephen Mullaney did get that 100th run, he did sort of look up. So that was on Stephen's mind. We shall see.
Charlie says, well battered Mull, captain's innings. If we can get parity or above, Liam could be in for an even more devastating time in Sussex's second innings. Youngish, inexperienced batting line-up.
Well, yes, and -1 because Dan Ibrahim is not going to take any part in the game. So Sussex with only 10 batsmen. So that's going to be a factor. And also Sussex, if Nottinghamshire get a lead, the scoreboard pressure can do funny things, can't it? In comes Delray Rawlings. He'll be hoping to pick up a wicket. Comes in and bowls to Tom Moores, and he does pick up a wicket. Call it slip by Tom Alsop, and Rawlings gets the breakthrough, and that's just what Sussex needed with the new ball just around the corner. Just propping forward was Tom Moores, outside edge, snaffled by Alsop at slip, and this very good partnership of 96 between Mullaney and Moores comes to an end. Tom Moores out for 43 of 93 deliveries. Well caught low down at first slip by Tom Alsop off the bowling of Delray Rawlings.
Yeah, second bowling bonus point for Sussex, but as you say, perhaps more important than that, they really needed to stem the flow of runs and get a breakthrough in this partnership. Ideally, they'd have liked Mullaney, but they've got Moores, who's a player very capable of scoring runs quickly, nicely set on 43. He'll be disappointed there, pushing at that one from the spinner, and a nick through to Alsop at slip. And 256 for 6 means 119 is the difference between the two sides, as Liam Patterson White makes his way out just to try and follow on from his terrific time in the field with Notts. He got 5 wickets, he got a catch, he threw down the stumps for a run out as well. See if he can contribute with the bat.
Yeah, and actually, I wonder if a bit of that credit for that wicket might be taken by Steve Finn, actually, because I'm not sure Delray Rawlings was going to bowl this spell. Tom Haines, the skipper, was all set to bowl the previous over from the top end of the ground, and I just saw Steve Finn come have a word to Tom Haines. There seems to be a change of plan. They've brought Delray on. He's picked up a wicket. Now, we're all saying he's going to take the new ball, but when you get a wicket in the penultimate over before it's available, I wonder whether the skipper started to think, I don't know, I wonder if he's doing a little bit. Shall we change the ball? We shall see. Anyway, in comes Rawlings to bowl to the left-handed Patterson White, who is off the mark very confidently, strokes the ball to deep backward point fielded there by Alistair Orr. In fact, he's always deep point. I'm not sure if he's backward. It's difficult to see from exactly where we are. Nonetheless, Patterson White on his way with a single. 257 for 6. Rawlins in again, bowls, and Mullaney flicks that one down towards backward square leg where it's fielded by Archie Lenham. And there is no run. Stephen Mullaney on 101. He waits as Rawlins is in and bowls, and Mullaney forward, stretching forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Haynes. Eagles crying away in the background. Lovely sunshine across Hove, a lot of cloud around as well, but it looks like it's pretty high cotton wool cloud, not rain bearing, we hope, as in comes Rawlins. There's a quicker delivery, and Mullaney was alert to that and just rocked back and played the ball defensively to Steve Finn, who's fielding in there at short extra cover. In again, bowls, and this time Mullaney eases that around the corner down to Orr, who's very quickly in from deep square leg to field. Good throw over the top to Ollie Carter. End of the over. 258 for 6, a wicket taking over. So well done, Delray Rawlings, and applause from the Sussex supporters who are enjoying the sunshine. 14 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42 to Delray Rawlings. 258 for 6, so the arrears now, Dave, crumbs, my math just gets worse and worse, is 117, is that right?
Something like that, yeah.
117. New ball available in 1 over. I can see Tom Haynes now in a really deep conversation with Steve Finn, which is probably about, shall we take the new ball, or which end are you going to bowl? Well, I bet you'll bowl down the hill. That's where he's taking all his wickets from.
Here's Clark to bowl to the Notts captain, and Mullaney cries, pushes it out into the offside, so Liam Patterson White can the bulk of this over if he wants. On strike, Patterson White, 23 years of age. This is his 21st first-class game. 662 first-class runs at 27.5. 1 century made at Taunton last year against Somerset. Last year in the county championship, he averaged 31.7 with the bat, so he's certainly no mug, and very decent player to come in at number 8, and he'll very much relish the opportunity. He has played here, I think, for England under 19s in the past, so he knows a little bit about Hove, and of course he had such a terrific time with the ball on the first day, and yesterday morning plays this one onto the leg side from Tom Clark. And there's no run.
Nice message from Martin Mahoney, who's in High Wycombe. Martin says, a great comeback by Notts, this from a Sussex fan. And the imminent new ball could be a factor in where this match will go.
There's Clark to bowl to Patterson White, who holds his shape. I'm not entirely convinced whether he played at that one or not. Only, I guess he will know, but he didn't make contact as it goes through to the keeper, and perhaps a bit of a giveaway in that he goes down, and so does Mullaney to the far end to do a bit of gardening.
And Martin says, I'm just off to see Holmer Green development team play Buckingham Athletic development team in the Hellenic Division 2 Cup later. Well, I'll have my earbud in.
Next ball forced into the offside. That's still football, I take it.
Yes, that will. The Hellenic League is a football league.
Where are we? I guess we're still a little early for any league cricket. There might be a few friendlies going on around.
Yeah, and this is and this looks like it's in the Hellenic Division 2 Cup. Is that game? So I don't know how many people go to watch a game between those two sides, but I'm sure we'll enjoy it, Martin. And thank you for your comments. We're enjoying the commentary.
Next ball. It's him on the pad.
Ooh, I wonder if he got a little nick on that.
Not given anyway. The bowler put his hands on his head straight away as he was appealing. Finn's loosening up. Not there yet, are we? Well, we've got a little...
one more ball to go, and I think that tells us what we need to know, that Sussex are going to take this new ball immediately, despite that wicket. He does look very trim, Steve Finn. I have to say,
he does.
You know, he looks really fit and ready for the season.
This ball driven by Patterson White up to the trim Stephen Finn. That's the end of the 80th over, and Nottinghamshire have manufactured 2 batting points so far. Sussex 2 bowling points, 259 for 6. So there are still 30 overs to go in which to add to that tally if either side is good enough to do so.
And it is going to be Steve Finn.
Yeah.
We'll see whether he has a loosener with the old ball. In fact, the last ball of the over was played to Steve Finn, so he's got the old ball in his hand. But we'll wait to see whether he has a loosener or whether he'll come charging straight in with that new ball. Let's wait.
Scorers hate that, don't they?
Yeah. Let's see whether I don't think he's taken the new ball yet. I think he's still got that old ball in his hand. We shall see. Martin has been back in touch in Switzerland, and he's given me the pronunciation of his surname. Thank you, Martin, and I'll try and do it. He sent it to me phonetically, so hopefully I'm not going to make a mess of pronouncing it. Over in rainy Switzerland today. In comes Stephen Finn, running in down the hill, comes in and bowls to Stephen Mullaney. Mullaney drives down the ground. Finn fields off his own bowling.
There didn't seem to be a great deal of love and attention being given to the ball as it was tossed round, and Finn bowled a few looseners and whatever. And I just had the binoculars on that delivery. Normally there's a little bit of a giveaway glint of gold, isn't there?
I agree.
As you see the embossing on the ball, I think it's still the old one.
Yeah, that was more of a loosener, that first delivery, wasn't it? In comes Finn again, bowls, and Mullaney up on his toes, and he steers that to deep backward point and picks up a single to Steve Mullaney. So new batsman in. I would imagine he's had a couple of looseners, and maybe now he takes the new ball to bowl to the new batsman. Yeah, here we go. It's come out the umpire's pocket. The old ball is returned to the umpire, and the new ball has been taken. There we are. Umpire Bailey at the far end waves the ball in the air. So the new ball has been taken. And well done who's in control of the scoreboard at Sussex this week, because quite often the new ball is taken and no one's got the faintest idea, unless you're watching the umpire, that the new ball has been taken. So that's really excellent communication. A picture on the scoreboard, new ball taken, everybody knows what's happening, and that's excellent. Well done, Sussex. In comes Finn around the wicket. New ball in hand, bowl, short delivery. Patterson White ducks underneath it through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So Martin says his surname is Macdelicon. Macdelicon, that's how you pronounce it. So thank you for getting in touch, Martin, from a rainy Switzerland. I don't know whereabouts in Switzerland you are. I was lucky enough to go to Switzerland a couple of years ago and see some friends over there. We've got a place over near a town called Sion. Another lovely time. In comes Finn around the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Patterson White, plays into the offside, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. And Martin goes on to say what a bonus wicket that was, just before the new ball. That Notts pair were going along very nicely, which indeed they were. A very fine partnership of 96 between Tom Moores and Stephen Mullaney, and the previous partnership was 108 between Lyndon James and Stephen Mullaney. The common denominator in both of those partnerships, Stephen Mullaney, who's still there, 104 off 163 deliveries, as Steve Finn comes racing down the hill, bowls to Liam Patterson White, and that was a little judge shot. It was late. It was short from Stephen Finn. Patterson White took on the hook shot. I'm not really sure he was quite in position to pay the shot when the ball whistled past the outside edge and into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and it's prompted Steve Finn to post a deep backward square. There's already a fine leg out on the leg side. Tom Haynes, the only fielder in front of square on the leg side. He's saving one. I'll give you the offside field in a minute as Finn is in, bowls, and Patterson White. I think that came off of the thigh pad. Ollie Carter runs to his right from behind the stumps, and it's a leg by, and the total advances by 1 to 260 for 6. A couple more emails have come in from Julian. Up there in the sunshine, topping up his suntan at the top of the grandstand. He says, good morning, Adrian and Dave. It's that time of year when the cricket and football seasons collide. Yes, we had Martin Mahoney who's off to see a game in the Hellenic League later today. And that was the end of the over. 261 for 6, Mullaney 104, Patterson White on 1. It's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to share the new ball honours, figures of 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 45. Julian goes on to say, memories of watching the cricket until 2:30, then running to the Goldstone to watch the Albion, followed by a run back to the county ground for the final hour or so. That's brilliant, Julian. I love that. Perhaps you should get your trainers on then. That's Brighton Marathon coming up tomorrow. That's a sight to see. Julian running from the county ground to the Goldstone to watch the Albion. It's a little trot from here to the Albion's current ground as in comes Crocombe, bowls, and he hits Patterson White. A loud appeal. The ball runs to Rawlins. There's a backward point. There is no run. Crucial stage of the game, you feel this is. Nottinghamshire still trailing by 114. 4 wickets in hand. Notts will feel if they can negotiate this new ball, if Mullaney is still there, maybe they can push on and get themselves a lead. In distinct contrast, Sussex will feel if they can get a couple of wickets here with the new ball, that they're in a good position in this match as Crocombe is in, bowls, and Patterson White plays forward to a good length delivery from Henry Crocombe. Just 20 years of age, Henry Crocombe. Sharing the new ball. Clive Jacobs has been in touch. He says, thanks for the coverage of the first game of the season. It's good to see Sussex post a respectable first innings score. And hearing Tom Clark made his first century was a nice piece of commentary, which I enjoyed hearing. Sussex did dig in to get a decent score. I'll read the rest of that in a moment as in comes Crocombe. In and bowls. Patterson White drives. That's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Nothing anyone could do about that. Not even Steve Finn, who's been excellent in the field for Sussex. He's fielding at mid-off. It was driven beautifully down the ground by Patterson White for 4 runs. What I would say about Henry Crocombe, and what I like about Henry Crocombe, is that he does pitch the ball up. He does give the ball a chance. And certainly with the new ball, you think he might let it nip around a bit. So, whilst it was a lovely shot by Patterson White for 4, at least it was a ball that was well pitched up. And I like that with a new ball. I think too often new ball bowlers, the batsmen don't have to play, Make the batsman play. 2 slips are waiting to gobble up any edges that might come their way. Crocombe on his way again, in and bowls. Patterson White lets that one go outside of the off stump. Taken by Carter, almost in front of Allsop at first slip. So I just finished your email, Clive. He says, Sussex digging to post a decent score and the attack seems to be okay on their first outing. And to make inroads into a good Notts batting lineup may suggest that with Finn looking settled, Sussex may have a cutting edge to the attack in the face of so many injuries. Which is certainly true, and not helped as well by Daniel Ibrahim, who's going to play no further part in this match. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and Moores. Not Moores at all, it's Patterson White. Looks to play that one off the hip, but he gets struck in the thigh pad. The ball bounces down. And there's no run. He said, I think Sussex do need another breakthrough quickly, which they got with that wicket of Tom Moores. Finishes by saying, I hope Sussex this year we do not get to witness another third innings hash of things, which have been a hallmark of recent years. Certainly, if Nottinghamshire do get a lead in this game, Sussex will be battering under a little bit of pressure, but that's a little way off yet.
Yeah, still more than 100.
114. In comes Crocombe, bowls. Patterson White drives down the ground. It's going to be more runs, and I think that's going to be a boundary as well. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit, but once the ball beats the infield here at Hove and the outfield is quick, it's very, very difficult for the fielder to catch up the ball, and really Haynes had no chance at all. So Henry Crocombe conceding a couple of boundaries in his opening over with the new ball. Patterson White's come in and played 2 lovely straight drives. He goes to 9, Notts to 269 for 6, Mullaney on 104, Patterson White on 9.
Yeah, he's going to bat 8 in this batting lineup, Liam Patterson White, but he's a proper batsman. There's no doubt about that. And pitch it up to him yet, he's going to drive you. Joey Everson's no mean player either to be coming in at number 9. So a bit of work for Sussex to do just yet. Mullaney, well, now he's got very capable players to rely on at the other end, but I want to carry on in the same vein. It's 104 not out. Stephen Finn to bowl to him. Sunshine here at Hove, and Mullaney cross with himself there. He rattled his knuckles on the face of his bat as he tried to cut one outside the off stump. Beeping sound as if there's a vehicle reversing on one of the concourses, or maybe the car park behind us here in the media centre. So 106 adrift at 269 for 6. Finn bowls. Mullaney will take Notts to 270 for 6 with a single.
Haven't had the best of luck with early season injuries, with Dan Ibrahim going off in this game. Finn Hudson-Prentice was expected to start the season, has got a back issue, and Finn came and spoke to us. He's going to be out for several weeks. George Garton has had problems with COVID and breathing difficulties, which you hope get resolved. Jack Carson out with a knee injury.
Finn now to the left-handed Patterson White. Blocks this one.
So the Sussex resources are getting stretched, and we'll wait to hear from news on Daniel Ibrahim, but he's gone for a scan. I must admit, I didn't see him leave the field yesterday, no. Dave. That I think that escaped the pair of us, but my understanding is he was clutching his shoulder as he left the field. So we'll just have to wait and see. But certainly Sussex getting a little thin on resource.
270 for 6. As Finn bowls, Patterson White plays it to mid-on. There's no run. Yeah, you were sort of pondering yesterday if Pujara and Rizwan are here for the next game, who would be the two that would lose their places. Well, I guess neither are like for Ibrahim. Yes.
Absolutely. Interestingly, I was looking at Sussex posted a little 7 or 8 second video of Pujara yesterday, who has arrived.
There's Finn down the slope again, bowling to Patterson White. We'll cut this away for 4. It's his 3rd boundary.
Dismissive.
Yep.
Just belted that, didn't he, through the covers? Lovely shot. But I did notice that I went on to Pujara's Twitter feed and noticed that he has 2.7 million followers.
Oh, yeah.
And the tweet that Sussex put up yesterday was liked something like 1,500 times, and that was yesterday evening. So there's a massive following of Pujara on social media.
Yeah, you'll get a few followers, Adrian, if you keep putting his name when he's playing.
Yeah.
There's a tweet from Thrillo. He's included as both in it, but it's probably more. I don't have to watch a football match down here, but. In a second, Finn in again. Patterson White drives again through the offside, and this time it'll be cut off by Lenham. But he's hitting the ball hard. He's timing it nicely. He's made a fine start. Liam Patterson White, he's on 14, and Notts are 100 behind at 275 for 6. Thrillo says very much enjoying the commentary and the live stream of Sussex against Notts. Then I'm heading off to Faversham, hoping to see Hastings United clinch the Isthmian South League title.
Yeah, I think they could have done that last week if results had on their way, but I think it's a matter of time. So, and I believe Hastings United play at a ground called the Pilot Field.
That's a good name.
Yeah, I did go there many, many years ago, but I think it's the Pilot. If they're still playing the same ground, it'd be quite nice to know. But good luck. I actually went again a few years ago. Hastings United got through to the 3rd round of the FA Cup. And they played away at Middlesbrough, which was a pretty long haul, but going up there to see the game, which they did lose, but they did score a goal. I think they lost 3-1 from memory. I'm sure our correspondent will correct me. Someone else going to watch some football, but up in your neck of the woods, David, is Martin Hollandowski, I think is how you pronounce your name, Martin. I'll read your mail in a minute. As in comes Henry Crocombe around the wicket, bowls to Patterson White, who pulls that away. That's going to be 6 runs. That's gone many a mile. That's gone into the top tier of the grandstand. It drops down and nearly hits someone in the front row of the seats. Too short from Henry Crocombe. What's this lad doing batting at number 8?
Yeah.
That was short, and he just pulled it over square leg for 6 runs. He goes to 20 of 21 balls to 81 for 6.
You can't say I didn't mark your card on him, though. I've been saying all along he's a proper batsman who, under normal circumstances, would be much higher in the order. Give him one to hit, he'll hit it.
Well, that went many a mile, and in fact it's prompted now a real discussion between Tom Haynes and Steve Finn in terms of how the field is going to be. Sussex won't want to go on the defensive too early here, because this is their chance to get back in the game. Well, I'm talking nonsense. They're in a good position in the game, but they'll want to make use of this new ball. 2 slips, Crocombe around the wicket, in and bowls, and Patterson White's 4 placed firmly into the covers, fielded by Rawlings. There is no run.
What you are saying is this lead that Sussex have got, which is now 94, will quickly be eroded if Patterson White, Mullaney and Everson are allowed to play shots like that. They
Absolutely.
need to just try and tighten things up again.
Summed up beautifully. So Martin, I'll explain where he's going after this delivery from Henry Crocombe. 2 slips go down. He's in around the wicket bowls, and there's a thickish outside. Yeah. James Coles didn't see where that had gone. Where it has gone, he's gone for 4 runs. Yeah. Down through backward point, 4 more to Patterson White, who's 24 off 23 deliveries, 285 for 6.
Is Martin going off to the world famous City Ground?
He is. He said, "I'm watching." He says, "I'm watching and explaining the cricket on the live stream to my 9-year-old grandson Oscar here in West Bridgford. We'll be wandering out past Trent Bridge to the City Ground at some point after 2 o'clock. So first of all, a very good morning to 9-year-old Oscar. I hope you're having a good day with your granddad Martin. Hope you're having a good day, and I hope you enjoy the City Ground today. Forest playing Birmingham, I think you were saying."
Yes, Forest home to Birmingham, Mansfield away at Scunthorpe in League 2, and the other side in our region, of course, Notts County. They're away at Torquay, long old drive down there.
Yeah. In comes Crocombe and bowls. Patterson White again plays firmly into the offside, picks up a single to Coles, who's sweeping on the cover boundary. 286 for 6. Patterson White to 25. I was listening on the radio going home last night, and there was I know some of our listeners don't like talking too much about football, so this is very brief, but they were talking about football on the way home on the radio last night, and the presenter was a Forest fan, and he was speculating it's not, the Forest could go into the top 6 and in the playoffs, and who knows? Maybe have they ever been in the Premier League, Nottingham Forest? They probably haven't.
Of course they have.
In the Premier League?
Of course they have.
Have they? I know they've been in the First Division.
Good grief.
Where were they?
Good grief, Mr. Harms.
Where were they in the Premier League?
Not this century, admittedly.
In comes Crocombe, running in over the wicket bowls, and Mullaney's forward plays into the offside. There is no run. Yeah. But they've been out the top flight for a good while.
Yeah, 97, 98.
And of course, the manager who's much revered in this part of the world, Chris Hughton, who was in charge of Brighton when they got promoted, went to Forest earlier this season, well, at the tail end of last season, but I don't think that worked too well for Chris.
The very first Premier League Super Sunday live match was Forest beating Liverpool 1-0, a Teddy Sheringham goal.
Great. In comes Crocombe bowls. Short Mullaney ducks underneath through to Ollie Carter. There is no run. So the 2 overs that Henry Crocombe has bowled with the new ball have cost 19 runs. Yeah. And I was singing his praises because I do like the way Henry does attack the stumps. But you can go for a few, and that's what's happened. 286 for 6. Mullaney 105. Patterson White 25 off 24 deliveries, and the arrears now, Dave, are 14 plus 75, which I think is 89.
Something of that ilk. Charlie says, I love how Liam counter-attacks, punchy, aggressive, purposeful. That Taunton innings last year lingers long in the memory. Turned that match round. Fingers crossed that he can do it again. Nice, Charlie. He's a good player. He's on strike now, and certainly won't be phased or daunted by the prospect of facing Stephen Finn, but could be a good battle this. 2 slips, waiting for an edge. It'll come quickly, I'm sure, if it is edged in their direction. And it isn't. It's pushed out onto the offside, and Delray Rawlings will take his time, just walk in for extra cover and pick the ball up. Mullaney's almost been a spectator at the non-strikers end since
yes, he has.
Patterson White came in. He's
had a lot of the strike as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he got his 100 in the partnership with Moores, but he's only on 105, and Patterson White has monopolised this stand so far. It's Finn. In again, bowls to the lefty, who forces this out as far as Lenham. Not been with us for the first couple of days. I can only apologise. I've had the old the dreaded one about 3 weeks ago, and like a lot of people, they say, it came and it went, and grateful we've all had our jabs and whatever, but it's just left a lingering tickly cough, which must be annoying for listeners. It's certainly annoying from my end as well. Just can't get rid of it. You know, we've tried everything that's been recommended, and.
Well, we've got the jelly beans, we've got the Haribo sweets.
I don't think they were on the They're for you.
Well, we've made inroads into it.
I was going to say, and you are doing your level best. Yeah, to be fair. There's Finn down the slope to Mullaney, who drives it back past. I was going to say past Stephen Finn, but it wasn't because he got a hand to it, and perhaps saved 4 runs.
Message from Twitter from Thrillo, who says, you are indeed correct, Hastings United still play at the Pilot Field.
Nice name. Mark Barker says, well done Dave for putting your colleague right, exclamation mark. Quite a few of the Notts lads are Reds. Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
In keeps it in. Yeah. Luke Fletcher, big massive Forest fan. Samet, of course, another one who no longer plays red ball cricket. One or two of the other lads. Lyndon James, who was with me last night, I know he said we wouldn't talk about football for long, but whilst we were waiting just to go on air, he was listening to Colin Cooper interview for Forest, and his booing and hissing and whatever. I'm a Sheffield United fan, he says. Down the slope comes Stephen Finn, who's quickly made himself at home here. Mullaney forces us into the offside. He was away with the BBC, wasn't he, doing the Ashes coverage through the winter, Stephen Finn. So I don't know, was the signing announced before then or when he came back?
No, the signing was actually announced at the end of last season,
right, okay.
when Middlesex were down here, actually, because Kevin Hand was here and he said, I think blah blah blah. It was pretty much announced then. And I mean, I've not spoken to Stephen since then, so perhaps we will today.
On the realms of possibility, they're going to get a 5 for. He's 3/5 of the way there, but doesn't get a wicket from this final ball of the over as Mullaney pushes it into the offside. One more just quickly in from Rob Collins. Watching Liam Patterson White bat is surprising that he's still awaiting his T20 debut. But then again, we're not exactly short of T20 spinners, are we? Thanks, Rob. Good point.
Well, certainly the 6 that he hit was fairly effortless. The ball sailed into the upper tier of the grandstand. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from. It's a lovely sunny day here at home. I think it's pretty sunny pretty much everywhere across the country. And whatever you're doing, if you're listening to us for the rest of the day or watching the live stream from Sussex County Cricket Club, a very warm welcome. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Dave Bracegirdle, representing Radio Sussex and Radio Nottingham. Live coverage, every ball, every game, right through the season on the BBC. As Henry Crocombe, 17 overs, 1 for 64, runs away from us, comes into bowl to Liam Patterson White, who's defensively playing onto the onside. Crocombe fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Tom Haynes is desperate here to try and keep the pressure on, but mindful the Notts are starting to nibble away into this lead. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Mid-on, deep mid-wicket. A fine leg as in comes Henry Crocombe, bowls, and he looks disappointed with himself there, Patterson White. He always disdainfully played the shot to mid-off as if to say, I should have belted that for 4. He's certainly in the mood to get on with it. No question about that.
Today 3, we're getting to the stage where we start to look round some of the games and wonder which might be the first one to produce a result. At Wantage Road, second innings, Gloucestershire 34 for 4, still trailing Northants by 31.
Crocombe in bowls. That's pulled away. That's a huge blow from Patterson White. That's gone over.
That's an 8.
The old pavilion. It bounces on the roof. It's rolled down off the roof. Very nearly hit someone on the head. That's a big blow by Liam Patterson White. It's over there by the boardroom. And I'm not sure who's sitting on the balcony there, but they were in some danger. And well, we talk about T20. Wow. I mean, that would have been a terrific shot in a T20 match.
A little bit wind assisted, wasn't it? It was downwind, but he got hold of that.
Well, it was a little bit short from Crocombe, and Patterson White just smashed the ball onto the roof of the old player pavilion, the Spencama pavilion. Super shot. He's now holding his bat up. He wants another bat. That one's not good enough. He's obviously broken it. 2 6s to Patterson White, 32 of 29 balls. And Dave was making the comment a few moments ago that Notts could make some fairly serious inroads into this lead fairly quickly with the way that he's batting. Notts now 293 for 6. So the lead is now 82. There is a delay in a bat coming out, which is a little bit frustrating. Some movement up there on the Nottinghamshire balcony. I think probably, to be fair to Liam Patterson White, his colleagues were probably sort of admiring the 6 and then suddenly realise he's wanting a new bat, which is still not coming out. Yes, here we go. Whoever's on 12th man duties is bringing down a collection of bats. Tell us a little bit about this young man, because if there's a man of match award at the minute, he would be right up there. Figures of 5 for 84, and then he comes in and thumps 32 in 29 balls.
Yeah, Taddy made his debut in 2019 in extraordinary circumstances at Taunton. Where in his first game, Notts were in the field on the first morning, and they had drinks at midday, and he said, one or two of his players, I don't think I'm feeling very well, and they had a look at him collectively, called on the physio, and an hour or so later he was in hospital with quite severe tonsillitis. 24 hours of his debut match he spent in hospital. He came out of hospital to take a fifer. Extraordinary stuff, but he's a good cricketer, very talented cricketer.
Crocombe comes into bowling, he pitches then on the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 33 off 29. I noticed he was born in Sunderland, so how did Durham miss him?
Well, he was born in Sunderland, and then his mum came down to Nottingham, and
right.
He's
settled there.
He's very much
a Nottingham lad.
Yeah.
Well, he's moved very quickly. 33 off 30 deliveries, 294 for 6. Crocombe running away from us, coming into bowl to Mullaney. Bowls, and Mullaney drives out. That's a lovely shot. That's probably, there's been a couple of lovely 6s, but if you are a connoisseur of the wonderful game, to see a right-handed on drive, that's a beautiful shot. It was just over pitch by Henry Crocombe, and Mullaney just eased into the ball and drilled it down the ground for 4 runs. That was a thing of beauty. 298 for 6, Mullaney to 109. And often we talk about the new ball going around the park, and I think Henry Crocombe here has gone for 30 in the 3 overs he's had the new ball. He's pitching it up, but in he comes again over the wicket. Bowls, and Mullaney lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. He's got a few things to think about here as Tom Haynes, Mullaney 109, Patterson White on 33. These two coming together when the score was 256. So these two, Dave, have added 42 in, I reckon, about 8 overs.
Something like that, yeah.
Because Tom Walls was out in the penultimate over before the new ball was taken. So, 7 overs, actually. 7 and a little bit overs. They've added 42. So Notts rattling along here. Best part of 7 and over.
Mike Fitzgerald's been in touch from the Netherlands, saying mixing cricket and football has been a normal part of my life. Players would appear professionally in both sports back in the day. Many local clubs had football and cricket teams. You might like to know, I'm off to see Ajax tonight, 8 o'clock local time. Club cricket starting here as well this weekend, and also there's going to be a new 100 competition in the Netherlands this season. Thanks for getting in touch, Mike. Enjoy Ajax this evening. I went to the old, not the old, well, the new, is it the Amsterdam Arena?
I've never been.
I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago. There wasn't a game on, but they kind of let me in, and would you like a photo of your visit? And this photographer appeared with, and lovely, thanks, Everson. Would I be able to get a copy? Yes, they'll be for sale at the reception on your way out. And I thought, I'd better buy a couple. So a couple of photos.
Jamie Atkins in the attack.
He's replaced Finn, comes down the slope. Patterson White, I was going to say keeps him out. He doesn't. He pushes it through mid-on for another accomplished single. Anik says feeling very confident about this match all of a sudden. Nigel making the point that you made. A lot of runs coming quickly from the second new ball.
I just wonder, Steve Finn has been taken out of the attack. I just wonder whether Tom Haynes may be thinking about giving Steve Finn a couple of overs up the hill. They certainly need to stop these runs leaking. Stephen just coming over, having a word to Tom Haynes. Jamie Atkins wanted a change in the field. Sussex have still got the 2 slips in place. There's a third man, a sweeper on the cover bike boundary, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg. As in comes Atkins over the wicket bowls. Mullaney is forward. The ball played out onto the offside, fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. 19 years old Jamie Atkins. In his 12th over, figures of 1 for 59. He accounted for Ben Duckett, who was out for 31 yesterday. A smart low catch at slip by Tom Alsop. Nottinghamshire now just 1 run short of the 300 markers. In comes Atkins running down the hill, bowls. Mullaney forward, plays to the offside. There is no run. Lovely sunny afternoon here in Hove. Wherever you're listening, good afternoon. Myself, Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham on commentary duties. Tomorrow we're going to be joined by Chloe Burrows, who plays for the South East Stars. Be joining our commentary team as in comes Atkins bowls and Mullaney is forward. He was looking to club that through mid-on, but played it straight to Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Some of the scores from the other games in firstly Division 2 in just a couple of moments' time. Lords, Middlesex made 401, Derbyshire in reply 235 for 6. Atkins is in. Short pulled away by Stephen Mullaney, and that's going to be his 4th 6. That's pulled high, wide and handsome, and that's got out the ground. It's a relatively short boundary on that leg side, too short from Jamie Atkins, and Stephen Mullaney just swung the ball away over backward square leg for 6 runs. He goes to 115 and Nottinghamshire to 305 for 6, and the arrears have really whittled down. They are now just 70 runs behind. Started today on 214 for 5. So already today, in the hour and a half play that we've had, Nottinghamshire have added 91 runs. And the partnership between these two is now worth 44-49, which has come up in very rapid time, I reckon, in about 8 overs. I'm not sure they found the ball. Yes, they have. Umpire Saggers returning with the ball. Whether it's damaged or not, it went over the stands. So just checking there's no damage to that ball before it's returned. So the ball has been retrieved, and Atkins coming in again. Final ball of this, his 12th over. Runs it over the wicket bowls. Mullaney drives it through the covers. That's 4 more. Well, this is an exhibition now from Stephen Mullaney, and he's giving Tom Haynes plenty to think about. Over pitched by Jamie Atkins, and that towering 6 is followed by a glorious 4 drilled through extra cover with disdain. He goes to 119 off 178 balls. And Notts are batting themselves into a very good position here. 309 for 6. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Amani. And Nottinghamshire are batting themselves into a very good position in this match. They're 309 for 6. Stephen Mullaney, the skipper, is on 119. He's just hit the 4th 6 of his innings, and he's been joined by Patterson White, who's moved very quickly onto 34 off just 31 deliveries. Just 1 wicket so far this morning for Sussex at the wicket of Tom Moores, who was caught at slip by Tom Alsop off of the bowling of Delray Rawlins for 43. Meanwhile, up at Edgbaston, a very good morning for Surrey. They've reduced Warwickshire to 97 for 4. 3 wickets there for the West Indian, Kemar Roach. So that's our update done to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. And I did wonder whether this might happen, that Steve Finn has been switched from the top end where he was bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and he's now going to be bowling from the C end, the first time he's bowled up the hill. Just a quick message to the studio, if they were able to turn off the clean feed, that would be much appreciated. But it is going to be Steve Finn who's going to be picking up the cudgels of this Sussex attack. And Sussex almost immediately have had to go on to the defensive. There's a lot of noise coming from our effects microphone, which I'll sort out in a minute as Finn comes in and bowls. Played through the offside, fielded by James Coles. One more to Patterson White. He goes to 35 and Nottinghamshire to 310 for 6. I think what's happened here is that our batteries in our microphone have expired, so I will nip up onto the roof when Dave is back and we'll change the batteries. So apologies for that. You won't hear too many effects. I did think a couple of overs ago there was a bit of a noise in the effects microphone, so I'll get that sorted out for you in a moment's time. In fact, I think I'll turn it off because it's probably very irritating for the listener. As in comes Steve Finn, running away from us. Someone's moving behind the bowler's arm, I think. There aren't that many people. Well, something is happening behind the bowler's arm. Steve Finn is just wandering down. I think there's a lady sitting on a chair. One of the stewards, actually, who's sitting on a chair. And I think she's right behind the bowler's arm. But that's now been sorted out. And it's going to be Finn who's going to resume. 310 for 6. The arrear is now just 65 as Finn is on his way and bowls. And Mullaney plays that onto the onside. Picks up a single, followed by Atkins. And there is one more run to the total, 311 for 6. Dave comes back in, and I'm just going to let Dave commentate, because I think our effects microphone, the battery is expired. Well, I could hear it making some funny noises. So I'm going to go and do some repairs. I'm going to leave you with Dave.
Yeah, I've just said that on Radio Nottingham. I wonder if one of those sixes that's been whacked out of the ground has damaged our effects microphone. We could very much hear it next door as well. Here's Stephen Finn, as Adrian said, might get a go up the slope, and he has, bowling to Liam Patterson White, who cuts this out into the offside. What an impact he's had on this game. 312 for 6. So Notts have made good progress. Had a 98 this morning for the loss of Tom Moores. And still got about 25 minutes or so to go in this morning session. Lunch at 1. Unless Notts are 9 wickets down. In which case we'd extend the session. That's some way away though. 6 down at the moment as the captain forces this into the offside, and there's no run. Yesterday in this innings, Ben Slater out for 1, Asiba Mead 5, Joe Clark 6, and Notts with 39 for 3, and 1 or 2 grumbles starting to come in. Here they go again, but Ben Duckett just steadied the ship a little bit. Then he got out for 31. That was 52 for 4, and then a really glorious innings, an elegant innings from Lyndon James, who become accustomed to seeing his stylish method of play, very effective as well. He made 63 as Mullaney defends this one, put on a century with the skipper. Tom Moores then added 96, and now this partnership going from strength to strength. They've added, let's do the maths, 56 so far for this, the 7th wicket. Still Joey Everson to come, another recognised batsman, so they do bat deep, as they say. It's Finn to bowl, and Mullaney's pulled this away on the leg side. There's going to be runs here, and will it be cut off? It will indeed. Decent stop out there on the rope. Is that young Coles, the subfielder it is? Good work out there in front of the scoreboard away to our right. But that's 100 runs that's been scored this morning, and Mullaney now on 122. 3 to come at 9. Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher to bring up the rear. White has 36. He's on strike. Atkins to bowl to him. Walks across his stumps, then pulls it away on the leg side and goes from 36 to 40 with yet another emphatic swing of the bat. And as we've said before, watching Liam, it stays hit. Once he's got hold of it, pull away to the biggest boundary on the ground. Nicely played. And he's rattled along to 40. Played in all the games last year, Liam Patterson White, and already say, provided he stays fit, he's cemented his role in the side very emphatically during the course of this particular contest. Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner in the squad, still awaiting his first-class debut for Notts. Had some first-class experience with Oxford University. Sussex have got 3 out on the leg side fence now. Very defensive field set. In fact, they've got 5 on the boundary here, and he's pulled this one very fine. It'll be cut off by Crocombe, just a single, but how things can be transformed. We're in the 89th over, so the second new ball, fairly new, fairly fresh, and there are 5 on the boundary to Liam Patterson White. And in fact, a sign of how much he's dominating things. The field comes in a little bit for Stephen Mullaney. He was on 122. The ball to the Notts skipper, and the right-hander plays a nice looking drive, but takes his hand off the bat, and as a result there's no power in it as it goes to Rawlins at mid-wicket. Still trailing Northants by 2 runs. Mullaney pushed square of the wicket on the offside. He ambled the first 2 paces and then set off in a sprint as if there might be 2, but that was never likely. 3:21 for 6. Mullaney on to 1-2-3. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire.
Remember that, but they were absolutely convinced that he was put down. I think he was on 85, so I don't know if whether Julian's sitting up there, he's my sort of eyes and ears around the ground. I don't know whether he saw that there'd been a drop, but anyway, in comes Atkins. Bowl to Mullaney, hits him on the
boundary. Riders on the leg side, the subfield, a lot of overs. So there's been too many occasions where Notts have been given a release ball, an opportunity just to rotate the strike. Clark's bowled 3 maidens out of his 11. That was that miserly spell which nearly brought the wicket of Stephen Mullaney yesterday, just before he got his half-century. Playing for lunch here.
Well,
get on with it.
Well, we've still got the game has been really very good.
It has, yeah. There was just quite a lengthy time there set in the field.
But the lead now is just 50 runs. So it's going to be Tom Clark. Beautiful spring sunshine. It's fresh outside. Comes in and bowls to Patterson White, who drives to mid-off, fielded by Finn. There is no run. So Notts began the morning on 214 for 5. So they've added 111 runs this morning.
What did you make of the fact that Atkins bowling down the slope to Liam Patterson White with 5 on the rope?
Yeah, I think when the new ball's only 11 overs old. In comes Clark, bowls. Patterson White's on the pad. That looks close, and he's given. And Tom Clark gets the breakthrough. Well, that was much needed from a Sussex perspective. And just from where we're sitting, we haven't got a good view of an LBW decision at all, but it was just the way it looked as if he was just playing across his front pad, Liam Patterson White. And one thing that Tom Clark does do is bowl wicket to wicket. And that's an important breakthrough for Sussex on the stroke of lunch. And Patterson White is on his way at a 44, but a very good 44 indeed. LBW to Tom Clark. But he gets a good round of applause from this Hove crowd because that was an excellent innings, 44 in 45 balls. And a breakthrough that was much needed by Sussex, a partnership between the pair of 44 plus 25 is 69, which came in good time, and a partnership in which Liam Patterson White made 44 of them.
Monopolised it. We talked about him as being the leading contender as man of the match. Certainly in the all-rounder role, he's contributed both aspects of the game, but so too Tom Clark. When he came back on there, just saying how he's bowled with an element of control. He nearly got Mullaney. He's kept things quiet whenever he's come on, and now he's got a wicket to celebrate, an important one as well. Joey Everson is the new man, and the disappointing news, he might go first ball. Anybody can go first ball or for a low score, but the disappointing news for Sussex supporters is he's another one that could quite easily be batting in the top 5. Only 20 years of age, from the just outside the county border, down the A1 at Stamford, born in Peterborough. Just his 7th first-class match. Top score already of 58. England under-19 player. Got a century in pre-season. In fact, he's not been dismissed in pre-season. 103 not out versus Loughborough, 6 not out versus Warwickshire, 21 not out versus Derbyshire.
Clark in bowls to Everson, who turns that to mid-wicket, fielded there by Henry Crocombe, and there is no run.
It's funny how you get different people watching the stream. Mike Brown had just switched it on, so that's my fault, but Rob Collins says, pitched outside leg, Dave. So there we are. So we're not in line. Sussex liked it, and so did the umpire. Rob didn't.
Clark in bowls. Everson forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. I mean, certainly Patterson White was looking to play in that direction, from the direction we are, and we are to the left-handed Joe Everson. Tom Clark bowling right arm over the wicket. We're at mid-off, but a wideish mid-off. It was just the way that he played the shot, and knowing that Tom Clark has in his spells that he's bowled very straight, you felt that he may be in a little bit of trouble. Liam Patterson White. In comes Clark again, bowls. Oh, I thought Everson had chopped that on for a moment. Played forward, played into the offside. The ball just bounced behind, taken by Ollie Carter on the bounce. There is no run. Well, we got 5 minutes to go until lunch, so Sussex are a bit behind time here today.
The game has caught up a lot this morning.
It's caught up a huge amount, hasn't it? Clark in again, bowls, and Everson gets away with one. He's played that through the slips. That's going to run away for 4 runs. It wasn't a chance to Tom Alsop. He was leaning back. He was looking to run the ball to third man. He got a little too fine, did Joey Everson. Nonetheless, he picks up a boundary down to third man. And Nottinghamshire to 329 for 7. Mullaney 124, and Joey Everson on his way with a boundary. I do apologise. I kept calling him Everson, and it's Everson. Apologies for that. The scoreboard's decided to have a little break from affairs as well. So the main scoreboard. Oh, yeah, we're back again. A little more cloud around, and the sun has momentarily gone behind one of those clouds. Sorry, our effects microphone. I know you can hear the seagulls, but it's not as good as our previous one, so we will sort that out in the lunch interval.
Like the scoreboards here,
they're good.
They do the job. Could perhaps numbers could perhaps be much larger for my old eyes as Mullaney forces this onto the offside. Sometimes I have to take 2 squints, but no, fabulous. All the information's on there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very good actually. And Graham Irwin, the scorer. We had a couple of chats about the scoreboard and the sort of information that's useful for us to see. And
just the job, and they'll leave enough space at the bottom to get an advert or 2 on as well, which pays the bills. All very, very necessary, but it's all on there. Everson now on strike to face Atkins, who again has gone for a single from his first ball. Everson defends this out onto the leg side, and there's no run. May well be the final over of the session.
Yeah, I think you might be right with Jamie Atkins.
4 balls left, and it's there's only about a minute or so, isn't there, on the scoreboard clock to go. It's beginning the morning on 214 for 6. Atkins bowls again to Everson, keeps this out with a defensive push. Tom Morse fell. We made 43, a stand of 96 with Stephen Mullaney. It was 256 for 6 when he edged Delray Rawlins to Tom Alsop at slip. That was just before the second new ball was taken. Out came Liam Patterson White and played some glorious strokes. 2 big sixes. Eventually fell for 44 in the previous over to this one. LBW to Tom Clark. That was 314 for 5. Next one is driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
Yes.
No, it wasn't 314 for 5. What I've written down there. Did the last wicket fall? We'll have a check on that.
The last wicket fell at 325.
325 for 7.
Yeah. Partnership of 60. I made a note of it somewhere.
Next ball, Everson
69.
clips to mid-wicket. Yes, you can be talking through one orifice and at the same time writing something down, and they can have no correlation, really. That's what obviously happened there. Fall of wicket. I put 314 for 5, but no, it wasn't. Adrian's quite right. 325 for 7. It's smack on 1 o'clock, and I know there'll be a minute or two to go, but I still have to go and update Radio Nottingham.
Thank you, Dave. In comes Atkins down the hill bowls, driven away by Mullaney. He picks up another single down to third man, fielded down below us by Henry Crocombe, and the digital scoreboard clicks over to 1 o'clock. I think that's what the digital clock says, 1300 hours, and everybody's decided it's time for some Year's morning here at Hove. 332 for 7 that they've reached the break. Stephen Mullaney has batted beautifully, the Nottinghamshire skipper. He's on 126. And his new partner, Joey Everson, is on 5. The innings perhaps of the morning coming from Liam Patterson White, 44 in just 43 balls, really got Nottinghamshire moving. So just a quick summary as the players leave the field. 332 for 7. So by my really bad maths, and I do apologise for it, I reckon therefore 118 runs Nottinghamshire have scored this morning. As applause for Stephen Mullaney as he makes his way off the balcony over the to the far side of the ground and walking up the steps. I apologise because our effects microphone is not as good as it was earlier on, and we'll sort that out during the lunch break. So I think enough from me. Well batted Stephen Mullaney. He's got more work to do, and Notts go to lunch 332 for 7, trailing Sussex now by just 43. Thanks for listening. And Dave and I'll be back with you.
Clark's maiden ton the highlights before Notts fight back. Fans at a cold and windy First Central County ground, Hove, had been treated to an excellent day's play on day 1, with a young Sussex side just ahead of the game on 302 for 6 against Division 2 title favourites Nottinghamshire. And a wonderful moment to start the day, as 21-year-old Tom Clark brought up his maiden first-class century of 185 balls. A risky single, but well worth the reward. But it all came to an end 2 balls later, as Clark was bowled by Lyndon James for a round 100. Sussex 332 for 6. The new signing Stephen Finn was next in, and he contributed 10 vital runs as Sussex continued to tick the scoreboard over. But he would eventually fall to Patterson White, who claimed his 4th wicket of the innings. Archie Lennon fell soon after for an understated but important 24, caught on the boundary off the bowling of last season's leading wicket taker, Luke Fletcher. Patterson White would claim a well-deserved 5-wicket haul as he took the last wicket of the Sussex innings. Henry Crocombe was LBW. That was the final act of the morning session, as Sussex finished on 375 all out. Clark without doubt the standout, but vital contributions also coming from Ali Orr, Tom Haynes and Delray Rawlins, with Patterson White's figures of 5 for 84 or 45 overs comfortably the best of the Nottinghamshire bowlers. And a perfect start for the hosts after lunch, as Henry Clark's maiden ton the highlight before Knott's fight back. Fans at a cold and windy First Central County ground, Hove, had been treated to an excellent day's play on day one, with a young Sussex side just ahead of the game on 302 for 6 against Division 2 title favourites Nottinghamshire. And a wonderful moment to start the day, as 21-year-old Tom Clark brought up his maiden first-class century of 185 balls. A risky single, but well worth the reward. But it all came to an end 2 balls later, as Clark was bowled by Lyndon James for a round 100. Sussex 332 for 6. The new signing Stephen Finn was next in, and he contributed 10 vital runs as Sussex continued to tick the scoreboard over. But he would eventually fall to Patterson White, who claimed his 4th wicket of the innings. Archie Lennon fell soon after for an understated but important 24, caught on the boundary off the bowling of last season's leading wicket taker, Luke Fletcher. Patterson White would claim a well-deserved 5-wicket haul as he took the last wicket of the Sussex innings. Henry Crocombe was LBW. That was the final act of the morning session, as Sussex finished on 375 all out. Clark without doubt the standout, but vital contributions also coming from Ali Orr, Tom Haines and Delray Rawlins, with Patterson White's figures of 5 for 84 of 45 overs comfortably the best of the Nottinghamshire bowlers. And a perfect start for the hosts after lunch, as Henry Crocombe clean bowled Ben Slater for a duck. Haseeb Hameed was on show for the first time since his Ashes appearance, and despite an early flourish, his innings was brought to an end by Stephen Finn.
Familiar with the conditions, and it's a really nice place to be at.
Next week you'll be joined by Mohammed Rizwan with the likes of yourselves, Stephen Finn. We seem to be putting together a nice blend of experienced players and kind of exciting youthful prospects. What do you kind of make of the young players at Sussex?
I think it'll be pretty exciting for all the young players to gain the experience with the experienced players. I feel having the right balance of young players and some of the experienced players is important for the team's progress. So I'm ready to share my knowledge. I'll have a word with the young players, but at the same time, as a cricketer, you always keep learning. I'm still learning this game. I still want to keep improving my game. So yeah, I'm happy to share the experience, but yeah, I know there are quite a few young players, and I'm happy to share my experience with them.
And you're also here to play some Royal London 50 over games as well. What can the fans expect from you in white ball cricket?
I always love white ball cricket. Unfortunately, I haven't played a lot of white ball cricket for India, but yeah, if you look at my list record, I've done reasonably well. So it's not that I just like to play Test cricket. Yes, that is my priority for sure. But when it comes to white ball cricket, I enjoy that, and I want to keep doing well even in white ball cricket.
good batting performances. Did you manage to speak to the boys about how they got on yesterday?
Yeah, I was following the scorecard. I couldn't come at the ground yesterday, but yeah, when I had a chat with the guys today, the team is in a really good position, and yeah, the first day of the season is really important. So it's good that we have started off well, and yeah, the boys are excited. I had a chat, and everyone is looking forward to the season.
So 95 tests for India, over 6,000 runs, 18 centuries, including 3 double tons. You played county cricket in England before. You must have had quite a few offers to come back to England. What was behind your decision to choose Sussex?
I feel that playing cricket is important, and last couple of years I wanted to play county cricket as well, but unfortunately because of the COVID I couldn't play. So this year we play one of test match against England, and before that and even after that India is not playing too many test matches, and I feel that I love playing county cricket, and whenever there's some time. Last year I was part of the IPL, so I couldn't come and play county cricket. So this year I have plenty of time, and I thought that I might as well utilize this time and keep playing county cricket. So yeah, I mean, to join Sussex, I think it's a great place, great atmosphere. I've played one game against Sussex when I was playing for Norths. So yeah, I'm familiar with the conditions, and it's a really nice place to be at.
Next week you'll be joined by Mohammed Rizwan with the likes of yourselves, Stephen, Finn. We seem to be putting together a nice blend of experienced players and kind of exciting youthful prospects. What do you kind of make of the young players at Sussex?
I think it'll be pretty exciting for all the young players to gain the experience with the experienced players. I feel having the right balance of young players and some of the experienced players is important for the team's progress. So I'm ready to share my knowledge. I mean, I'll have a word with the young players, but at the same time, as a cricketer, you always keep learning. I'm still learning this game. I still want to keep improving my game. So yeah, I'm happy to share the experience, but yeah, I know there are quite a few young players, and I'm happy to share my experience with them.
And you're also here to play some Royal London 50 over games as well. What can the fans expect from you in white ball cricket?
I always love white ball cricket. Unfortunately, I haven't played a lot of white ball cricket for India, but yeah, if you look at my list record, I've done reasonably well. So it's not that I just like to play Test cricket. Yes, that is my priority for sure. But when it comes to white ball cricket, I enjoy that, and I want to keep doing well even in white ball cricket.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to the first county ground in Hove, where the players are just assembling themselves ready for the afternoon session. What a glorious morning we've had here on day 3 of Sussex versus Notts in the County Championship Division 2. Division 2, they say. Been a hard-fought contest, Sussex making 3-7-5, Notts responding very nicely indeed. 3-2 for 7 at lunch. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, 126 not out. We've seen 2 wickets go down today. Decent contributions from Tom Moore's 43, Liam Patterson White of 44. Joey Everson is the other batsman out there. Just got to the crease just a few minutes before lunch. He's 5 not out. So Notts 43 behind. We're looking certainly to try and get this game back towards parity as Clark comes in to bowl to Mullaney at the start of the afternoon session, and a glorious shot through extra cover by Mullaney for 4 runs. And well, there's your intent from the Notts skipper. And he's obviously lunched well. 126 a moment ago. Now he's on 130, and Tom Clark, who's not given too much away through the course of his previous 12 overs, goes for a boundary. First ball of the session. It's the one slip. Clark in. Mullaney leaves it alone. 3-6 for 7. Notts with 3 batting points so far, so 14 runs away from another one. Overs beginning to dwindle away. This is the 94th over, so there's a little bit of time there for both sides to garner more points. Mullaney defends this Clark delivery. 5-4 offside field set by Tom Haynes for this first over of the afternoon session. You can hear the wind just buffeting. We had a few effects microphone problems at the end of the morning session. Hopefully we've fixed it, but now you can hear the wind blowing. Mullaney's chased a wild one there, and that was one of his less glamorous strokes, but the first ball of the session was a terrific shot through extra cover for 4 by Mullaney to get Notts, well, pretty much back on the same track they were on this morning. Scored 118 runs in the session in 120 minutes. Entertaining cricket. 4 sixes in that morning session. You don't often get that too often in County Championship cricket. Next ball into Mullaney. Hit 2 of them. And this is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Clark,
who plays that to mid-on, and there is no run. 2 slips, a third man, point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, quite a bit of blue sky, a breeze blowing across the ground. You could probably hear in the effects microphone as Crocombe in bowls. That's a nice shot by Everson. That's going to be 4 runs. That's beautifully played. It was over-pitched by Henry Crocombe, and he clipped that beautifully through square leg. And he got a bit of tap when he took the new ball, did Henry Crocombe. And Everson just clipped that one nicely off the toes. The 4 runs, he goes to 9. Crocombe again bowls, and Everson is forward, just punches that to mid-off, and there is no run. 340 for 7, the area is now 35. A lot of cricket to be played today, Dave. There's another 65 overs after this. There's plenty of time left in this game. I mean, from here, I mean, all 3 results are still possible, but if Notts were to get a lead, scoreboard pressure as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Everson is forward, plays him to the covers, there is no run. But now, that being said, this looks an excellent batting surface for a opening championship match of the summer. Sussex batted well in the first innings, no reason why they can't do so again, although they are a man short, with Daniel Ibrahim with a shoulder problems, the extent of which we don't know, but we wish Daniel all the best. So it's nothing too bad as in comes Everson again bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by and there is no run. Stephen Mullaney, 130. I mean, when you talk about captain's innings, it really has been. I mean, he came in when his side were in not dire trouble, in real trouble. 52 for 4. Let's not remember they were in a bad position. In comes Crocombe bowls. Everson is forward, plays it onto the leg side and picks up a single. He goes into double figures, and Nottinghamshire to 341 for 7. It is the end of the over. Mullaney 130, Everson on 10. We were talking about the boys in the press box were convinced that Stephen Mullaney was put down in the third over this morning in the covers by Delray Rawlings. We did speak to a couple of people at lunchtime who looked a bit surprised about that. I mean, we certainly didn't pick it up. The boys in the press box thought the body language was such that it was a chance. If it was, it was. I mean, it's irrelevant now. We do know that he gave a chance on 49 when he was dropped by Tom Alsop, but still a difficult chance away to his left-hand side. In fact, Tom Alsop is just putting on an extra sweater, I think, at the far end, because although it's a lovely sunny day, if you're hanging around for too long, it is a little bit chilly in the breeze. But 341 for 7, Mullaney 130, Everson on 10.
Tom Clark to bowl. It's a little bit of, one cricket commentator calls it faffing about going on. To you, to me, you here and I'll stand there and all the rest of it. But an extra fielder has been put in on the offside. There's a man on the drive, short extra cover. There's a regulation extra cover and a man out on the fence for Clark to bowl to Joey Everson. So whether they've got some inside intelligence on Everson or not, I'm not sure. But if you bowl outside the off stump, pitch it up to him, yes, he is going to drive through the extra cover. But if you put it on his pads, he'll whip it away through that side. Defended his first ball is Clark again. Wind picking up, as you can hear. Bowls and Everson on the bounce, fielded by the bowler. Keeping half an eye on events at Chelmsford, which I shouldn't do. Should keep both eyes on what's happening here. But Ben Compton, talked about him this morning, probably jinx him by mentioning it now. He's 98 not out on his Kent debut, let go by Notts during the winter. Is he going to be another one that's going to leave Trent Bridge and go on to success elsewhere? Everson trying to drive in the V there, and he's dragged it on the leg side to the subfielder Coles. And there's no run. 341 for 7. Had 5 runs. 7 runs, haven't we, since lunch? Next ball, push back to the bowler. Give you the news from elsewhere. Kent in that match, a 214 for 2, replying to Essex's 514. Somerset in trouble at 89 for 5 in their second innings, trailing Hampshire still by 159. Gloucestershire 93 for 4, leading Northants by 28 in their second innings. Everson drives, again drags it on the leg side to mid-wicket, no run. And at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 136 for 4, replying to Surrey's 428 for 8 declared. Division 2, Durham 88 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 234. Leicestershire 128 for 6, replying to Worcestershire's 348. And at Lords, Middlesex made 401. Derbyshire 272 for 6. Ball sees Everson push to mid-on, and that's a maiden. So Clark, as he has done throughout the innings, just keeping the batsman nice and honest, not giving too much away. Went for a boundary, first ball of the session, but since then he's bowled 11 dot balls, and that means we've got Nottinghamshire 341 for 7. They're 35 behind. No, they're not. They're 34 behind. Told you, don't let me do maths. 34 behind.
Yeah, he's done a good job for his skipper as Tom Clark throughout, really. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29. He's going, a fraction over 2 and over. And He did a good job yesterday, and he's doing a good job today. He picked up the wicket of Liam Patterson White. He had LBW. One of our listeners thought perhaps it was a slightly harsh decision, but nonetheless, the umpire gave it. As in comes Crocombe running in bowls to Stephen Mullaney, who's very quick to pick up the ones. It's been a feature of his innings, actually, Dave, the way that he hasn't been hitting sixes or crunching fours. He's been very quick to pick up the single and rotate the strike.
Yep.
It's been a really good innings.
He's had good support at the other end now. He's been content to, as he is now, lean on his bat at the non-striker's end and let Tom Moores, Liam Patterson White and now Joey Everson just all the things. Really punchy knock from Patterson White.
Yeah, it was. Really got knocks moving. Crocombe in bowls. Everson is forward, plays that down the ground. There was an appeal because Henry Crocombe, diving across the pitch, got his ends of his fingers to the ball and turned the ball onto the stumps, but Stephen Mullaney was in his ground, and it was just sort of a half strangled appeal. Tom Haynes now wants another change in the field. Didn't you say that Sussex are taking a little while to bowl their overs here? They've now brought out the second slip, who's Tom Clark. He's going into extra cover, so just the one slip in place, one slip, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg as Crocombe is on his way over the wicket. Bowls, and Everson stretches forward. Better over this from Henry Crocombe, fielded by Steve Finn, and there is no run.
Not saying here and now is the right man for the job, but a little surprised, as I think you are as well, that Lenham's only had the one over.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Turns does Henry Crocombe over the wicket and bowls. Everson again covers up and plays down the track. There is no run. Yeah, I mean, it almost makes you wonder. I mean, he's been chasing around in the outfield, and you'd have thought if he had any sort of an injury, he probably wouldn't be out there. We do know that he did have a back issue during the winter months that Archie was being treated for, but I understand that's all okay now. Now there's another delay and another debate bring towards he is concerned enough to show it to umpire Saggers.
I'd forgotten about that aspect of the game, the delays we have with captains and bowlers trying to get balls changed. That's the first time in the match, isn't it?
It is, and actually
first time in the season.
And both sides have been, very, very good with their over eights throughout. But today's the first day. I mean, Sussex aren't a mile behind, but it's 5-2, so we've been going 15 minutes since lunch. And they are a bit behind the rate. Now, did he toss the ball back then? I didn't see. Yeah, he did. Yeah. So I think they said no. I mean, it was a long enough look just to say, they gave it due consideration.
Tell you what, congratulations to Ben Compton, 100 not out, didn't jinx him. 14 fours, 220 balls.
Crocombe bowls.
Everson
clips that. Sorry, Dave, clips that through mid wicket. Is that going to go for 4 runs? This is a lovely shot, actually. I mean, it was beautifully played. And here we are. This Joey Everson batting at number 9. I mean, that was a lovely shot. It was just over pitch from Henry Crocombe, and he just clipped it beautifully through mid wicket for 4. Lovely shot. 346 for 7. Everson to 14. Sorry to interrupt you, Dave.
No, I'm sorry. It was me interrupting you. Another boundary will take Notts to a 4th batting point. But yeah, Ben Compton can't really do much better than that, can you? On your Kent debut, moving counties in the winter, did something that he didn't do during his brief time with Notts, century. Stephen Mullaney knows all about that. Way back in 2010, Mullaney scored a century on his Nottinghamshire debut.
Crocombe in bowls to Everson again. They've taken one. They're looking for 2 here. That's really good running. In fact, Alistair Orr was alert to it as well. It's good cricket all round, actually. It was played down towards fine leg. Everson set off always. The old adage is run the first one quickly, which he did. He turned, but Alistair Orr was alert, and he's very quick across the ground, Ali Orr, and restricted Everson to just a single. He goes to 15. 347 for 7. And interesting point you make, Dave, because 97 overs gone in this innings, and Stephen Mullaney will undoubtedly have his eyes in the next 13 overs on, first of all, they'll want to get as many runs as they can, but at the back of his mind, he will be thinking about 5 batting bonus points here.
I don't think they'll have to go particularly hard at it to get there. If they just bat normally, there's enough opportunities. This one's played on the leg side. I was going to say, I looked up there, there's a light aeroplane just flying over the ground. You look even higher, there's a huge holiday jet of somewhere. as you can hear, the light aeroplane that's just going over the ground at the moment. Scenic and city tours of Brighton and Hove, no doubt, as Clark comes in, as the wind picks up, and nice flowing shot from Joey Everson, backward of square on the offside, cut it away forcefully, and this young man, immensely talented, brings up the 350 for Notts, 351 for 7. And they are 24 behind, but they do have the 4th batting bonus point, and like I said, start of the over, they've not really got to go and do anything too silly to get to 400. It's just about crease occupation for the next 20 minutes, half an hour, and they'll get there. This one's guided down with an open face towards third man. It's running up the hill. Will be just dragged back inside, but 2 more to Everson. He's on to 21. And Stephen Mullaney must just be so proud of these youngsters, the way they've just come in and just kept him company and kept the board ticking over. Turns 353 for 7. Bowls date on the cricket for them in a moment or two. It's Clark. It's Everson. Nudges this to mid-wicket, calls the subfielder, spears it back into the gloves of the keeper. Picking up again, isn't it? There. Some encouragement for the bowler, which is good to hear. Tom Haynes, the captain, Stephen Finn, just having a bit of a natter about the plans going forward. And that's the end of the over. I don't know if Finn is the vice captain, but he's almost assumed the role. He seems to be the sounding board for the captain, and if the captain's not asking him for advice, he's offering it anyway, which is to be expected. Hugely experienced and very well liked within the game, Stephen Finn, and he's had a good old game. 353 for 7. I will go and do that update now for Radio Nottingham.
No, absolutely, and he's nattering away there to Tom Haynes. Nottinghamshire now just 22 in arrears. Cricket to be played today. Further delay. The rate has slowed quite a bit. Mullaney's just waiting. Steve Finn, Henry Crocombe and Tom Haynes all in discussion at the far end. The wind has suddenly got up since lunch. You can probably hear it blowing hard into our effects microphone, which if you're in the ground, the effects microphone, you might be able to see it. It's literally above the media centre on the flat roof. We've got a bracket set up there, and that's where the effects mic is. We are going to get some play in a minute, so I'll describe the field when I get a chance, but needless to say, Sussex on the defensive here. And in comes Henry Crocombe running in down the hill. He's in bowls, and Mullaney drives and gets a single out to Delray Rawlings, who runs into field from sweeping in front of scoreboard. One more to the skipper Mullaney. He goes to 132. Nottinghamshire to 354 for 7. So just the one slip in place. There's a third man, a point saving one, cover now saving one. Rawlings has come in from that sweeper position. There's a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. They're all saving one. Then 2 men back on the leg side, a deep square leg and a fine leg. As in comes Crocombe, figures of 1 for 87 over the wicket bowls, and James Cole's just fielding down below us, loses his hat as he ran in, just as he thought he might need to field that ball, but in the end it was fielded by 354 for 7. The ground now completely in shade as Crocombe is on his way over the wicket and bowls, and Everson drives. He was looking to drive that through the offside, but he was rather squared up and plays it firmly to mid-wicket where Tom Haynes is fielding and there is no run, and Ollie Carter behind the stumps now pointing something else out to Tom Haynes. At the very, very low level when I captained, It's good when people do offer advice, but sometimes you don't want too many people in your ear as a captain. You tend to find as a captain you get more people in your ear when things aren't going well. When things are going well, everyone says, "Oh, well done, Skip," but when they're not, I'm sure Tom will have a very clear picture of what he wants to do here. In comes Crocombe bowls, and Everson again covers up, plays to Haynes, who feels that the wicket good over so far by Henry Crocombe, just a single coming from it. When things aren't going quite as well, everyone's got an opinion of perhaps where the field should be or who should be bowling or whatever it might be. Well, as a skipper, you welcome advice. I think there are times when you just like to have your own plan. Crocombe down the hill bowls, and Everson just guides that down towards the third man, where James Cole's literally in front of us, again loses his hat. His white floppy sun hat as he throws the ball in. Everson goes to 22. Nottinghamshire to 355 for 7, so the arrears are now down to exactly 20. On his way again, bowls, and Mullaney was he dropped? No, he always took his hand off the bat there, did Stephen Mullaney. It's played out into the covers, a casual shot. I don't know if maybe he's getting a little tired. He's been out there a long time for his 132, his 201st ball nonetheless. I think the ball did bounce in front of the fielder in the covers. There is no run. End of the over, 355 for 7, Mullaney 132, Everson on 22. So another debate going on at this CN, this time involving Steve Finn, Jamie Atkins and Tom Haynes about more field placings. And Jamie Atkins, I think for the first time, is going to bowl up the hill to the right-handed Joey Everson. He's on 22 off 35 deliveries. So just the one slip in place. There's a third man on the boundary, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a fine leg and a deep backward square. So 4 men back on the fence. And, the over 8 has slowed to a bit of a crawl, to be honest. He's taking his time to set his field. Jamie Atkins on his way. Now back in sunshine, he comes in and bowls and beats Everson outside of the off stump, a pacey delivery that goes through to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. So a defensive field with those 4 fielders on the boundary. The rest of the field, there's a sports programme. The main Sussex programme is coming from Arsenal this afternoon. That's where the Albion are playing. So we generally get the updates coming at a time we know they're going to come. So they may be a bit higgledy-piggledy this afternoon. In comes Atkins, racing in, comes in and bowls. That's a bouncer, but it's not going to bother Joey Everson down the leg side, and Ollie Carter takes. There is no run. 5 balls gone, no runs scored. So at least Sussex have stemmed the flow of runs in this over.
It is potentially, but is this going to be his first maiden? 15.5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 80.
Quite possibly.
Is this it? An over in which you called him as being hit for 4.
Hit for 4, yeah, he'll never forgive me. Here comes Jamie Atkins. Bowls, and Everson with a playing a miss outside the off stump. So it is indeed Jamie Atkins' first maiden of the match. 16 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 80. Knots 355 for 7. Mullaney 132. Joey Everson is on 12. And he's on 22. Come on, Adrian. And the arrears for Nottinghamshire are now 20.
Yeah, Charlie says, I'm enjoying watching how, shall we say, our senior all-rounder is shepherding the 3 young all-rounders, the 3 musketeers. The middle order engine room looking good for Notts. I agree with you, Charlie. I think they played really nicely today. Moore's still a young man, made 43. Patterson White 44, and Joe 90. Can't call him that anymore because he wears number 9 now. Joey Everson on 22. Played some glorious strokes. Not was this morning. 214 for 5, so they've had a very productive time of it so far. Going to get a bit of twirly-whirly, I think, from the Cromwell Road end. Delray Rawlins, another one yet to bowl a maiden. 14 overs, no maidens. 1 for 42. He got the wicket of Tom Moores this morning, caught at slip by Allsop. He's in now and bowls to Mullaney, who unfussily goes on his merry way with a push into the offside, into the gap, takes a single, gets down to the other end and says, here you go, Joey. Within 19, 356 for 7. We're in the 101st over as Everson defends this one, so Notts need 44 in 8 overs after this one to get maximum batting points. Lins tosses it up. Everson drives crisply but can't beat mid-off. All back in the hands of the Bermudan international. As far as all, no run. Back to the bowler. And on 22, Mullaney 133. Fabulous knock. Everson defends. He's definitely dropped on 49. May or may not have been dropped on, was it 88 or 89?
Yeah, yes. Obviously, in the third over of the morning, there was a suggestion he was put down by Rawlins. I have to say, neither Dave nor I saw it. But just what Sussex have done here in the last couple of overs, they've just put the brakes on a little. Just one run coming off the last couple of overs. So Atkins and Rawlins doing a bit of a job here for the skipper, but not marching towards this Sussex total. A couple of Notts backroom staff down in front of us. Yeah,
the strength and conditioning coach Liam Price with the shorts on, as they always do.
And, they do, don't they?
And Koo, the new physio, is alongside him with his bag of tricks, just in case on his walk round the boundary anybody is in need of a bit of a medical attention.
It's a bit like postmen, isn't it? It's a bit like a badge of honour with the health and with the strength and conditioning guys. They always seem to be walking around in shorts.
Yeah.
So, more delays here. The over rate really has slowed quite a bit. Now it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to come running in to bowl to the skipper Mullaney on 133, short down the leg side. Mullaney wants it sail through, and there is no run. So there's just the one slip in place. A third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, cover and a mid-off. That's the offside field. Then a mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg. Lots of people I know all of at the weekends are doing other things. Perhaps off to watch a football match, or been dragged around the shops or something, who knows. But if you want to send us an email, please do. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you. In comes Atkins, racing in bold. Mullaney up on his toes and eases that out to the covers. Picks up a comfortable single, fielded out there by young Archie Lenham. Still just bowled the one over so far.
Stage soon after the second new ball had been taken.
Thoughts from Graham Peters. When you were next door giving your update, Dave, I was talking about captaincy, and perhaps Delway will rattle through this over, so perhaps we'll discuss it at the end of the over.
Bowls to Everson. Nice looking drive. Has that been
fielded.
Stopped? It has indeed. Good work down at mid-off at the far end. Is that Crocombe?
Yeah, it was a good stop actually, wasn't it? A big bandage or some sort of strapping on his left elbow.
Back to Rawlins, and instantly he delivers the second ball of the over, which is cut away square out to is it James Coles?
Yes, it is. James Coles comes from Oxfordshire. Yep.
Single taken.
Became, I think, the second youngest player to play for Sussex at the Oval a couple of years ago.
So Everson on 24. Mullaney has drilled this one to mid-off. There's no run.
He was annoyed with himself there, wasn't he? I think he was looking to hit that over the top.
363 for 7. Not so 12 behind. Rawlins bowls. Mullaney Doesn't let any annoyance show in his defensive block to this latest delivery. To build, but still plenty of blue sky around. We didn't see any at all yesterday as this is pushed into the offside. Fielded by Clark, there's no run. The lights on for much of day 2.
Yes.
Saw Rob Andrew at lunch, didn't we?
You did?
Sussex chief exec. 63 for 7. Next ball. Sees Mullaney push it out onto the offside. Lenham. Not seen him on this side of the field very much at all, have we?
No.
But he does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 363 for 7. So Notts are 12 behind. They need 37, and they've got 7 overs in which to get it for maximum points.
Yeah, as Rob Andrew was saying, because there's a lot of building work going here with the new apartment blocks, and I said to Rob, crumbs, every time I walk past here, it looks like more work is being done, and he was saying, yeah, that's as high as they're going to go now, but they seem to be fitting insulation and various stuff on the buildings today, and some of the windows are in, so certainly they are going up quickly. Now, I was talking about captaincy, and I was saying that my experience of, I captained my local village side at a very low level. I love doing it, but I tended to find that when we were winning and things are going well, everyone was saying, oh, well done, Skip, that's fine. The minute the ball's going around the park, you've got half a dozen people saying, oh, come on, why don't you do this, and change the field. Well, Graham's experience is slightly different. He says, my experience of playing club cricket was I found when we were on top in the field, the captain got plenty of advice when he didn't need it. When the batting team had us under the cosh and the captain needed advice, not many offered it. So there we are, 2 different views. In comes Atkins, bowls, and Everson is forward, plays into the offside, fielded by Orr, and there is no run. I think it's I think the people who offer advice, if you've got a senior person in the field, that's great. I think the wicket keeper is a great sounding board for advice because he's got the best view of what's going on. Yeah. But anyone else, I think, you don't want them sort of yelling from some part of the field, oh, Skip, need another slip or whatever it might be. Here comes Atkins, bowls short, and Everson is up on his toes, plays it into the onside, and there is no run. It's down the leg side. Stephen Mullaney sort of waved his bat in the direction of the ball, but it's in one-day cricket, it's clearly a wide. In the circumstances of the game, it's not a bad delivery for Sussex because it's a dot ball, but I don't think he'd been very happy with that delivery.
Well, it's a negative ball, isn't it? They've got 2 out there in case Mullaney takes on the Hawk.
Atkins in bowls, and this time Mullaney steers that down to fine leg, picks up another single. He goes to 139, Notts to 367 for 7, to within 8 of this Sussex total. End of Jamie Atkins over, 18 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 90 for young Jamie Atkins. And Archie Lenham's warming up. Yeah, so it looks like we might be getting a spin at some stage, but for the time being, it's going to be Delray Rawlins. So I think the only 12th man out there now is James Coles.
Bowls, Mullaney, a push into the offside, gets his 140th run. Smiling because I don't know who runs the official Vitality Blast Twitter feed, but they've just put a thing out to with figures to suggest that Samit Patel is the best all-rounder that's played in the Blast here, with all his figures comparing it to everybody else. And Samit straight away, have you seen this, Dave? What do you reckon? He's had a decent career, hasn't he?
He has.
Patel.
Was that a tweet from Sussex?
No,
from the Vitality
the official
Blast.
Vitality Blast. I mean, the county championship's on, so let's focus on the county championship. But yes, Samit. All of Samit.
Yeah.
Delray Rawlins. Bowling to Everson, whips that one away on the leg side. It's going to go for 4. Nice looking shot from Joey Everson. Moves into the 30s. And Notts on to 374 for 7, so they're 1 behind.
Archie Lennon, I love him. He's just got, he's just a bundle of, he's rubbing his hands together, he's doing his warm-up, he runs in, he flicks the ball from hand to hand. He just wants to be in the game, and he's getting his chance to bowl to Stephen Mullaney, who's on 141. Not one run in arrears as in comes Lennon and bowls, and Stephen Mullaney's foot. I'll tell you what, Stephen Mullaney was thinking there about clubbing it over the top, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He had to hold himself back. The mid-on and the mid-off are up. And with the skipper looking to get towards this fourth batting bonus point, this could be quite interesting.
Could land in the sea if he gets hold of one.
In comes Lenham again, bowls, and Mullaney plays due respect and tucks that around the corner, down to deep backward square.
Level.
Nottinghamshire are level. A little bit of applause around the ground from the Notts fans as a few made their way down.
Yep.
To watch this game. 375 for 7, Mullaney to 142. A change in the field. The deep backward square has come up to backward square leg, almost a short fine leg really. He's almost on the 45. Lenham again in and bowls, and Everson clubs that one away through backward point, and that's going to go. It's not going to go for good bit of fielding out there by, I think that's Steve Finn actually. No, I hope he hasn't hurt himself. No, he hasn't. Did well, did Steve Finn. Very quickly round the boundary. But that single means that Nottinghamshire are into positive territory. They lead by 1. Effectively 1 for none as in comes Lenham and bowls. Forward comes Mullaney. Plays from the crease out into the offside. And there is no run. 376 for 7. Lenham tosses the ball from hand to hand. Is in his way, bowled and driven by Mullaney to mid-off. There is no run. Dot ball. 2 runs off the over so far.
A lot of runs scored for the last couple of wickets, Adrian. They were 160 for 5.
They were 52 for 4.
Yep.
In again, bowls and Mullaney. Where did that go? I didn't pick that up. It's gone out to the sweep on the cover boundary. I lost the flight of the ball completely. It's just got a little gloomy actually as the throw comes in. Just 3 runs off the over from Archie Lenham. How old's Stephen Mullaney? Archie Lenham's 17. I'd imagine Stephen Mullaney is probably twice the young man's age.
Is he 35 or 36? He's now 36.
Right, there we are.
Mullaney.
So Stephen Mullaney. He was what? 36. He was 19 when Archie Lenham was born.
There was a period where he was perhaps being tipped for higher honours as a white ball bowler. Did have a little spell captain in the Lions 3 or 4 years ago, Stephen Mullaney, but I think the hopes of an international swan song to his career have probably gone. But been a terrific cricketer and remains one as well. A couple of runs here to him, forcing this out on the offside. I'll have to go and do another update for Radio Nottingham at just after 2:30, 379 for 7.
So got their eyes on this 4th batting bonus point. That seemed a long way away when they were 52 for 4.
Need 21. They've got just under 4 overs. There's a single for Mullaney. Rawlins bowls. Single for Everson.
Just reading that Chris Silverwood's been appointed as the Sri Lankan head coach. I hadn't picked that up earlier today. It's round the wicket. In and bowls and clubbed away by Mullaney. To James sweeping on the cover boundary, and its total goes up to 382 for 7. The maximum batting bonus points. Rawlins in again, bowls forward comes Everson, strikes that out into covers. There's no run. Rawlins in his 18th over turns, and Everson just plays it straight back down the track. There is no run. Delray Rawlins practices his football skills. Oh, that's impressive, Delray. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, he's done about 15 or 20 keepy uppies, Delray Rawlins. Look at that, he's still going. That's amazing. Look at that. About 20 keepy uppies he did. Better get him down the road to the Amex, I think. So, regardless of Delray Rawlings' football skills, 18 overs, no maidens, 1 for 56. Notts 382 for 7. Mullaney on 147. And to lead here by 7 runs. And plenty of cricket to be played today. We've still got 53 overs to be bowled, so I reckon we're in for a late finish if, provided the light doesn't intervene. And in comes Archie Lenham. Over the wicket, bowls, and Mullaney just eases that through the covers, picks up a comfortable single. These two came together when the total was on 325 for 7, so I missed the 50 partnership, which is poor of me. So the last few wickets have added 108, 96, 69. Comes Lenham again, plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yep, just to let Henry in the studio know that I can hear him loud and clear. In comes Archie Lenham, in and bowls, and forward comes Everson, plays it back down the track. And this partnership is now worth 50. Yes, I can hear you, Henry, back in the studio. Hear you loud and clear. In comes Archie Lenham over the wicket, bowls and cut away firmly by Everson. That's going to race away, I think, for 4 runs. Yes, indeed it is. A bit too much width from Archie Lenham. And more. So, the lead becomes, just waiting to do an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Lenham on his way. He's in and bowls and swept away. In fact, that's in the air, but it's going to race away for 4 more runs, I think. Swept away by Joey Everson. He goes to 42, 391 for 7. And this partnership is now worth 66 between these two. So 9 off this over so far. Not sure if they can hear us in the studio, but we're getting the programme coming through from Arsenal. As in comes Lenham and bowls. He's really upset with himself, and he does wear his heart on his sleeve as Archie Lenham hit for a couple of boundaries, and he picks up the ball and hurls it towards the wicket keeper. End of the over, 391 for 7. So the lead is now 16 for Nottinghamshire. As I say, just to let the studio know that we can hear loud and clear here at the cricket. I might just carry on commentating if that's okay, Dave, because I think they may come to us at any moment. Yes, can you just confirm you can hear us, Henry? We can hear you loud and clear. And now they've got rid of it, so I don't know what they're doing. Delray Rawlings is going to carry on the attack from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Stephen Mullaney, who's 2 runs short of his 150. And what a super knock it's been as well. Real captain's innings. Rawlings in, bowls, and Mullaney plays this out into the offside, and there is no run. Dave, do you mind just picking up the commentary for a moment?
Of course, yes. Just getting Wendy in Grimsby saying, as Mullaney goes after this, and he's going to reach 150 with a glorious blow down the ground for 4. Well battered Stephen Mullaney. 152. Raises his bat aloft. Terrific knock from the Nottinghamshire captain here. Really has led from the front. He's had great support, particularly today from Moores, Patterson White, and now Everson. And Stephen Mullaney goes through to a terrific milestone. 5th time he's reached 150 in first-class cricket. 225 balls faced. Back to Wendy. Just a second as Rawlings bowls again. Forced to backward point, fielded by Lenham. Saying having difficulty with the live stream on YouTube. Keeps cutting out. Not, as far as I'm aware, had anybody else reporting that. Mullaney again goes after this one. There's going to be another couple of runs here on the offside. They've taken the 2. Coles will fire the ball back in. 398 for 7. So
well, they're going to comfortably get the
in
fourth
fact,
back.
397 for 7. The runs had already been put on as they were running them, so they need 3. Got 8 balls left in which to do it.
Mullaney's annoyed. He fancied doing it with that blow, I think. Well, we're now hearing the web stream seems to have gone silent, so I don't know why that is.
This ball. And Mullaney's again hoisted one. He's taken the aerial route, and the crowd are cheering. That's gone for a 6 all the way over the long on boundary, and not bring up the 400 with Mullaney's 5th 6. Soon already reached 150, then he's skipped on to 160.
Dave, I'm just going to redial. One or two people suggesting we may have an issue with the line.
Yeah.
So. Right, well, we're showing us being back on live here at Hove. Apologies for the technical issues. I'm hoping that everything is sorted out now. I'll let Dave carry on commentating just while I'm sorting out the technicals with the studio.
Okay,
That's okay,
yep.
Dave.
So we've got Archie Lenham bowling to Joey Everson. Yeah, a number of people saying there's lots of interruptions on the live stream. Hopefully it'll be sorted out. Adrian just passing it on. Next ball pushed back to Lenham. Newman says what an innings this is from Stephen Mullaney. T says yeah, the stream's been wafted since lunch.
That's interesting. Thank you. Apologies for that. I don't quite understand why that is.
Rachel.
Is it back on now, Dave?
Rachel and Soph also messages coming through all the time. Hopefully it is being attended to. So Mullaney 160, Everson 43, Notts 404 for 7, lead of 29 with power to add as the Notts skipper forces this away on the offside. He's 19 away from a career high score here, Stephen Mullaney. Time to deliver and speak to him. It'll be all about the team, all about Notts, and play down the individual element of this innings. I'm sure when we speak to him, as this is hammered away by Everson for 4, slapped through mid-wicket, shortish ball from Lenham. That was Orish delivery from Archie Lenham. Long up, and Everson moves on to 47 with that blow. Notts galloping on and almost over the horizon. 409 for 7. Still Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher to come. Next ball tossed up there, and Everson eases it into the offside, and there's no run. So Archie Lenham getting a bit of tap there. 4 overs, none for 24.
Yeah, well, it's a tough learning experience, isn't it, in the county championship, Dave? But all of a sudden, from nowhere, Nottinghamshire, and as I say, apologies yet again for the problems on the technicals. I'm told that everything is okay now, so fingers crossed we don't have any more problems. But the lead now is 34 for Nottinghamshire. Stephen Finn is back into the attack. Yes, they have, Tim. They've turned the game completely on the head. Nottinghamshire now 409 for 7. It means that they lead here now by 34 due to a wonderful innings from their captain, Stephen Mullaney. He came in when Notts were in all sorts of trouble yesterday on 52 for 4. He's still there. He's on 161 and he's receiving terrific support from young Joey Everson, who is 47 not out. Sussex striving for a breakthrough, but Notts now in the lead by 34 and there's still another 50 overs to be bowled today. So, Steve Finn is back into the attack, and I think Tom Haines is being forced here to turn to his senior bowler, Dave, because the Sussex really do need a breakthrough here.
Yeah.
Because Notts are just starting to get away. Comes running in down the hill, bowls to Stephen Mullaney, who's just in super form. He plays, chops that through backward point, picks up a single fielded by Crocombe. And these two, you know, they came together when it was 325 for 7. So this partnership, Dave, is now worth 85 between these two.
I just sense that Sussex took the foot off the accelerator when Liam Patterson White started going. And, you know, like I said, only, 9, 10, 11 overs into the second new ball. And they've got 5 on the boundary to him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, a bit defensive. But, you know, we said there's a bowler down without Ibrahim. Already the bowling resource is stretched. But now look at this field now. There's just there's 3 fielders on the leg side. I didn't see the fine leg, so we've just brought Archie Lenham across to point. So they've got 4 men out, Sussex. So Finn is in. Sorry, Dave. Played straight back down the track, and Finn feels of his own bowling. There is no run.
I don't know who's doing with half the Nottinghamshire squad that are on the balcony, the far end of the ground, and then nice to see, waves it to the Nottinghamshire supporters on that pavilion side of the ground. That's a lovely innings from Joey Everson, 77 balls faced, and just what Notts needed, having lost Patterson White, who was motoring at the time of his dismissal. He's just picked up the slack and carried on in the same vein.
Well, he has, absolutely. And you did say, Dave, and I think I asked you when it was 52 for 4, and I said, what could you tell us about the strength of this Nottinghamshire batting order? And you did say, well, they bat a long way down. And when you think of the partnerships, 108 Mullaney and Lyndon James, 96 between Mullaney and Tom Moores, 69 between Mullaney and Liam Patterson White, and now the partnership between these two, between Joey Everson and Stephen Mullaney, is worth, by my dreadful maths, 88. So from 4 wickets down, not only have they scored the runs, they scored them quickly as well. Archie Lenham is going to carry on. He comes in and bowls, and Everson turns it onto the leg side. They've taken 1. He's got to look for 2, but it isn't there because Steve Finn, the ball's falling around a bit. He's quickly to the ball.
Yeah, the lead by 39 already.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, I was just saying, there's still half a day's cricket left today. We're not even halfway through the day. Lenham in bowls to Mullaney, and Mullaney forward, plays the ball down the track, and there is no run. So from here, with the amount of time remaining in the match, we've got a day and a half to go. Notts in the ascendancy. And Mullaney plays that to backward point, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Sussex would need to score fairly quickly to bowl Notts out and leave themselves enough time. So that's perhaps the less likely result at this stage. Of course, you never know. Let him in, bowls, and Mullaney is back and steers this to backward point, fielded again by Rawlins, and there is no run. The great thing is, it looks a super pitch for batting on.
Yep.
And no reason at all why Sussex can't get themselves back in again. They batted very well in the first innings and do similarly. Lenham in, bowls. Mullaney tucks this round the corner down to fine leg. Steve Finn has to come rushing. I think that's Steve Finn. They're all wearing each other's jumpers, which is pretty confusing stuff. In fact, well, there's a 44 out here and a 44 out there, so it's very confusing. I think Steve Finn is actually at mid-off, and I think that might be Jamie Atkins out there. They're both tall men. It's not helping matters. In comes Lennon bowls, forward comes Everson. That's a nice over by Archie Lennon, who's still not happy. He picks up the ball and sort of hurls it in the direction of Ollie Carter, the keeper. 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 26 for Archie Lennon. 4-15 for 7. So the batting point securely in the bank for Nottinghamshire, and a lead of 40. And it's going to be Stephen Finn, who's definitely going to bowl the next over, because he's got 44 on the back of his shirt. He's tossed his cap to Jamie Atkins, who's got Finn's jumper on. It's all incredibly confusing. This partnership between this pair now worth 90. Around at the far end of the ground. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and Mullaney works this one down through backward point, picks up a single. He goes to 164, 4-16 for 7, which brings Everson on the strike. Sussex completely on the defensive now. No slips in place. 3 men saving one on the offside. There's a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary. Onside field in a minute, as in comes Finn and bowls, and Everson is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. The onside field, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side, a deep backward square and a fine leg. Halfway through the day, another 47 overs after this. Nottinghamshire have scored at a brisk rate throughout. They're over 3.5 and over. Finn turns. And Everson, who looks far too good a player to be a number 9. Both he and Liam Patterson White have really put bat to ball, particularly Patterson White, who's 44. Give you the stats of his innings in a moment. Very quickly indeed. Finn races in again, bowls, and good delivery, pitching on a length, and drawn forward is Joe Everson, plays it straight back down the ground, and Finn fields off his own bowling. And there is no run. We'll have a rattle around the grounds in a minute and just see what's happening in some of the other games. Yeah, Liam Patterson White, 45 balls for his 44, 2 sixes and 5 fours. Stephen Finn in bowls. Oh, well, he beats him. That's the first time the ball's beaten the bat for some time, probably even since lunch, to be honest. Just a little fiddle with that outside the off stump did Joe Everson, and the ball rattled through into the gloves of Ollie Carter behind the stumps. Cloud and blue sky now, and some angry looking cloud away to the west where the weather is coming from. Let's hope it blows across quickly. The wind is still strong. Finn bowls and Everson drives, but only into the covers, and fielded well by Tom Clark. It's a good over by Stephen Finn, and he's doing a good job here for his skipper. He's bowled 24 overs. He's beating by far the most dangerous of the Sussex bowlers. 24 overs, hasn't bowled a maiden. 3 for 71. Nottinghamshire 416 for 7. That's a lead of 41. So very quickly elsewhere around the country. Let's start with Division 2, because that's what we're interested in. Down in Cardiff, Durham 118 for 2 in their first innings, replying to Glamorgan's 234. That's a game that's been badly affected by rain. Certainly yesterday, hailstones as well. At Grace Road, Leicester 165 for 9 in reply to the Worcestershire total of 348. 93 there for Lewis Hill. Good job he got those runs as well. So that game, Worcestershire certainly in charge. Derbyshire 304 for 8 at Lords against Middlesex, who made 400 for 1. In comes Lenham and bowls, and turned around the corner by Stephen Mullaney. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll take as Jamie Atkins comes trotting into field. 1 more to Mullaney, he goes to 164. Lennam again. Over the wicket bowls, stretching forward. Oh, he beats Joey Everson with one that just turned past the outside edge. I don't know if it turned or maybe spun past the outside edge. Ollie Carter whipped off the bails. Nice bit of cricket. Yeah, Derby 304 for 8 in reply to Middlesex 401. They're the second division scores. Bowls, Everson forward. Just settling into a nice rhythm here is Archie Lennam. Tough time to come and bowl because Nottinghamshire are looking to get on with it. He's just 17 years of age. He's slight of build, but he certainly gives the ball a rip. He comes in and bowls, and that's on the leg side. Everson was looking to help it on its way, but taken by Carter down the leg side. And again, there is no run. One result in the first division. Hampshire have beaten Somerset by an innings and 113. In comes Lennam bowls, and that's clubbed away. That's going to be a big 6 straight down the ground. Yes, 6 runs. It's Joey Everson. He waited for that delivery. It was pitched away up to Lennam, and he just hammered the ball straight down the ground for 6 runs. He goes to 57, 423 for 7 as the ball is retrieved. So a good win for Hampshire. 4 wickets there for Mohammed Abbas, who's just a tremendous bowler. The Pakistani. In comes Lennam bowls, and forward comes Everson, plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, 423 for 7. Everson 57, Mullaney 165 to the lead. He's now 48 for the visitors. I remember watching Mohammed Abbas bowl up at Grace Road for Leicestershire in a wonderful contest against Luke Wells, who's now plying his trade at Lancashire, and it was a world-class bowler against a very fine batsman, and it was an excellent... I spoke to Luke Wells about it afterwards, and he was saying it was just the most difficult overs that he'd faced. He really is a wonderful bowler, and Hampshire are off to a flyer in the championship. Maximum points for them. Elsewhere, Kent 259 for 2 at Chelmsford. A century for Compton, as we were saying. Jordan Cox is 40 not out. So it looks like a good track there because Essex made 514, so maybe that game at this early stage heading for a draw. It's raining at Wantage Road, where Gloucestershire 140 for 5 in their second innings, leading Northants by 75. In comes Stephen Finn to bowl to Mullaney. Mullaney just eases that down to third man, picks up a single to Stephen Mullaney. He goes to 166. Knots 424 for 7. Ryan Higgins, we spoke a bit about yesterday, 48 not out for Gloucestershire. He really is an excellent performer in the county championship. And Warwickshire fighting back hard at the county champions. Matthew Lamb has become another century in his first round of matches for Warwickshire. They're 198 for 4. And the Piter Surrey's 428. In comes Finn and bowls, covers up as Everson plays down the ground to mid-on. Footed by Haynes, and there is no one. And worth mentioning that Warwickshire at one stage 41 for 4 in that game. Dom Sibley was out first ball yesterday. Bowled by Sussex man Reece Topley. 424 for 7 knots. Finn in his 25th over.
And he comes down the slope to bowl to Joey Everson. Forces us into the offside. So Everson now has his name alongside the other 6 hitters in the innings. Ben Duckett, a long time ago since he hit the first maximum of the innings. 5 to Stephen Mullaney, 2 for Liam Patterson White, and now Everson's cleared the ropes.
In just 1 run now till the 100 partnership, Dave.
Yep. Knots beginning the day 214 for 5, so they've had a 210 for 2 wickets, and Everson eases this into the offside. There's no run. So
yeah, I mean, these partnerships, Dave, 108, 96, 69, 99 for the last 4 wickets. It's a batting lineup that bats, well, certainly bats as far as 9. We can see that. And Sussex will be hoping it doesn't go much further. Have we got any good news for us on that, Cal?
No.
What about 10 and 11?
They've both had their moments. There's Finn bowls, Everson plays this to leg.
Well, they've added, Dave, today 210 runs. 210 in
Half a day.
Yeah, we've got remaining 45 overs. We get, come on, Adrian, 96, 51 overs, is that right? So they're rattling along at over 4 and over. They have been all day.
Here comes Finn. It's ball to Everson. He's on 57. Cuts this to backward point, fielded by Lenham. There's no run there. Headley says tremendous effort this from Moore and the youngsters. Turn things around superbly. Who knows where this game could go from now? Yep, very true, Headley. The Knight says absolute captain's innings from Mull. Concerned after the poor start, but got to say now, very well done, Notts. At Brace Cricket at Adrian Harms on the old Twittery thing, and Adrian's got the email as well, which is
Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Can't bowl from both ends. He's been very economic. Archie Lenham's bowled well the last 2 or 3 overs, but he's now been taken out of the attack, and Tom Haynes is coming into the attack. Or Sussex, but you'd have thought here the best chance not to have, I guess, of winning this game. Yeah, just score as many as they can. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Bat once now.
Just bat once, and
I thought that was fairly fanciful at the start of the day that they could get enough runs and get them quick enough to get in that sort of position. But they have scored quickly. You have to say that Moores and Patterson White and Everson, in support of the captain, have scored the runs quickly today.
Yeah, 51 overs and they've scored over 200 runs. In comes Haynes, running in, bowling to Mullaney, who flays that away through the offside, picks up a single to Archie Lenham, who's very quickly in. Applause around the ground. That's for the 100 partnership, and a very fine partnership indeed between Mullaney and Everson. Everson has outscored his senior partner. He's got 57.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, you look at his contribution.
A very fine partnership indeed between the two.
I did say when he came in, 3 big not out scores in the 3 pre-season games, including 100. So he is informed, Joey Everson.
He's facing Tom Haynes and just covers up, plays him to the offside, fielded by Alistair Orr. And there is no run.
100 against Loughborough University is 100 against Loughborough University, but it is time in the middle in the early weeks of the season, and he's now cashing in on that time in the middle. And let's face it, you talked about overseas players to come in at Sussex. It'll be the same for Notts.
In comes Haynes, bowls, clipped away by Everson to deep mid-wicket, fielded out in the deep by James Coles. One more to the total, 426 for 7. Yes,
Not entirely sure when the 2 Patos are going to be here or available. Dane Patterson, the South African, James Pattinson, the Australian, Stuart Broad as well. So it's going to be players like Joey Everson who are probably going to be the most vulnerable. They'll have to put their hand up and fight for their place.
Haynes comes in, bowls to Mullaney, who clubs that to backward point, fielded there by James Coles out there. I'm just trying to see that. So they've all been wearing each other's sweaters. That hasn't helped us any. It's not James Coles, who was fielded left-handed, and I'm not sure who that is out there at backward point. Let's see if I can.
If in doubt, say Matt or say Ali Orr. I've been.
Haynes in again, bowls, covers up, does Mullaney, plays into the offside or back to the bowler. It was
potential for us to put a bit of pressure on Sussex as Everson drives down the ground, at least a couple of runs there.
Could be 4, I think. Oh, well sorted.
It's been dragged back, and they will take the 2. Nice looking shot. So Joey Everson goes on to 60, and that takes him to his that takes him to his career best score.
Well, I'll tell you what, he looks a very good player, this Joey Everson. And I think he'll score more than 60 throughout his career as well. In comes Steve Finn, running down the hill, bowls to Everson, who just plays a model for defensive shot out into the offside. And there is no run. There's more runs in not that locker, Dave, I tell you. But actually, in terms of development of players as well, it's great to have these overseas, as you were saying. It's Stuart Broad's come back in, but I'm sure that Peter Moores is shrewd enough to know he's got some very good young cricketers here at Nottinghamshire. He'll be keen to be keeping them involved, and they'll get plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. Finn In again, bowls, and Everson right in behind that and just plays it into the covers, and there is no roll. I'm watching the way that he bats. Dave, if you came into this ground and weren't looking at the scoreboard, you could almost think to yourself that you were watching a middle order batsman here. Now something's happened here because the umpire said something to Steve Finn. I think they're not happy about the ball at Sussex. They've already been thrown it back once, and Tom Haynes has convinced Steve Finn, or vice versa, that there's no point complaining. Just a slight air of inevitability about this at the minute. You know, Sussex desperately needs something to buoy themselves.
Yeah. How are you going to get a wicket? That's the conundrum.
And very nearly picked up one there. The ball hasn't beaten the bat too often, but it did on this occasion. Finn beating Everson outside of the off stump. And he has looked, I think it's fair to say, with all due respect to the other bowlers, he's looked the one bowler likely to really take wickets.
Yeah.
He's consistently bowled a very good line. He's running hard, and any doubts that anybody had about Steve Finn and his fitness, I think can be allayed. Certainly on this performance, 26 overs, 3 for 74. It will be 26 after this delivery as he's down the hill and bowls, and inside the line, Everson plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 428 for 7, 167 Mullaney, 60 to Everson. Would you like a cup of tea, Dave?
Do you want me to go? Or
No, I'll go. I'll go. Unless you want a break with your, if your throat's a bit sore and you'd like a breather. If not, I'll go. Whatever you want to do. I'll go. I'm the host.
Okay. It's the old cough, I'm afraid. Be a bowling change. Tom Haynes is going to have another go from this, the C end. 12 overs, none for 33 for the Sussex skipper. Bowling to Stephen Mullaney, who's on 167. Mullaney drives through the offside. That's very nice from Mullaney. There's protection out there with Lenham. A couple of runs at the start of the over then for Mullaney. Goes to 169. Nottinghamshire up to 430 for 7. So the lead of 55. Haynes in again to Mullaney, short, this time pulled away on the leg side. Can the fielder cut it off? He can. James Coles does well. Right on medium pace at bowls, and Mullaney defends. End of the over for 3-2 for 7. So the first result from this round of matches, Hampshire really crushing victory over Somerset in innings and 113 runs. They're off for rain at Northampton. Wantage Road and Gloucestershire 140 for 5 second time around. The deficit of, they lead by 80. They were 65 behind on first innings. Finn keeps going. This is 27th over, bowls to Everson. A push back to the bowler. Ben Compton, former Nottsman, still going for Kent, 125 not out in their match at Chelmsford. Kent 273 for 2, replying to Essex's 514. In to Everson, push out into the deep. Everson goes to 62. Strike. In this one, ball goes to mid-on, there's no run. To Mullaney. Another lovely looking drive by Mullaney. Can James Coles cut it off? He can. They'll come back for 2. Mullaney on to 172.
To the journalist next door, and we were speculating on where this game is going. It's going to be very difficult for Sussex to win this game from here. I mean, the two likely results now, I think you would say, would be the draw, which would be the marginal favourite. But if not, get themselves a sizable lead here, they'll be able to put a bit of pressure on the Sussex batsmen.
Finn in again. Mullaney will work this to mid-wicket. A little bit of a sharp single, but they safely get home.
Throw actually by Tom Haynes, didn't miss the...
No, it's good effort.
Yeah, it was.
Mullaney had to motor, he's on to 173. End of the over, so he'll keep strike. The lead is 61 with 3 wickets left to fall.
Yeah, I mean, all sorts of permutations come in here. What have we got? 41 overs left, so there's still a lot of cricket to be played today. You would think that that's just supposing, and who knows, Sussex might take 3 wickets very quickly, and they're batting again very quickly. But if these two carry on, and certainly if they were to score the next 30 overs at 4 and over, which they have been doing, that's 120, that would give them a lead of crumbs, getting on for a couple of hundred. And maybe 10 overs or something at Sussex tonight. I mean, that's a long way off, but it's just, you never know. Sussex could take 3 quick wickets and could be batting, but either way, Sussex are going to be under a little bit of pressure when they bat second time around.
We had 2 wickets gone down all day. The notion of 3 quick wickets falling hasn't really entered into anybody's vocabulary yet, but may well do. Just Brett Upton and Luke Fletcher to come.
Tom Haynes comes in and bowls to Mullaney, who plays it well on the offside. Email in from this is from Martin in Nottingham. He says, no doubt you're aware, but the live feed on YouTube still keeps dropping out. I switched it from the BBC web feed because it was unreliable. Live feed is no better. A shame because it's an interesting game. I don't know why that is. I'm going to make some calls at tea, and as far as we're aware, the line from here, the broadcast line, is fine. In comes Haynes again, bowls, played into the offside by Mullaney, fielded by Orr, no run. And Ken Machin has been in touch. Hello, Ken. Same problem on live stream, commentary intermittent, the picture keeps freezing, no issues watching other matches. Won't have the problem next week, will be at Trent Bridge for the first 2 days, then umpiring the North Staffs and South Cheshire Premium League. Great performance by Notts today, says Ken, who's in Stoke. Haynes in again and bowls and driven by Mullaney, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautiful shot, just punches that through the covers for 4 runs. Beautifully paid. And a few Sussex heads are going down out there. I mean, the lead is 65, and they're a bowler down and a batsman who is in super form. 177 to Stephen Mullaney, 440 for 7.
Yeah, well, that boundary's taken in from 173 to 177. I was just sitting on Mark Modlang's tweet, who says if he gets to 174, can we call that a Randall? Because Derek Randall, a famous 174 in the centenary test for England.
In comes Haynes again. Mullaney, you've probably already covered this, Dave, but I don't know what Stephen Mullaney's
179, best. So he's now 1 run away as he turns this away on the leg side.
Right, we'll need you to commentate on that when it happens, when it comes to it. End of this over. I'm going to make some calls about this line as well, because I don't like it if we've got issues around the streaming and the line. It could mean that everything needs rebooting. We're going to double check the commentary line is okay. That's the first thing we'll do. As in comes Haynes again, bowls, and Everson plays it down the offside of the track. Haynes fields off his own bowling. Well, it's a tough game, Championship cricket, Dave. Sussex had the high yesterday when Notts were 52 for 4, but there's some determined characters around this Nottinghamshire side, not least the skipper, who's batted with some younger players and got Notts into a decent position. Haynes in again, bowls, driven down the ground by Everson. He won't get a single, followed by Crocombe. End of the over, 4-4-1 for 7. Mullaney 1 short of his personal best. I'm just going to make some calls, Dave, and just see if we can sort these problems out.
Joey Everson, 62 not out. Career high for him. Stephen Mullaney on the brink of doing something similar. 4-4-1 for 7. So lead is 66. Healy. It's the dressing room for reasons that I can't quite fathom out, but sure we'll be back underway in just a moment. Not sure what the hold-up is. Might be waiting for a 12th man to come on. I think we are.
Hey, sorry to bother you.
Here's Finn, we're ready. Balls to Mullaney. Simon saying he's listening on the BBC stream, all is loud and clear. I think it's those people watching on YouTube, Simon, that are having the issues. 41 for 7. Ball sees Mullaney cut it away to backward point. Now then, it's not going to go for 4, but they will come back for 2. And Stephen Mullaney has 180, and that is his highest first-class score. What a moment for Stephen Mullaney. This one's played on the leg side, and there's no run. Three for 7, that's no run. This one's steered to point by 68. In to Mullaney. Just out on the offside, so he's now I guess we can start thinking of a double 100. Had 10 centuries up and down the country before today. I don't think anybody has. Adrian perhaps spotted somebody else. I don't know. I don't think anybody's got as many as 180, but I certainly don't think there's been a double 100 yet.
No. Sharp.
Next one is driven down the ground. There may well be enough on that to go for 4. There is.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it?
So this is an excellent over for Nottinghamshire and Stephen Mullaney. Both batsmen out there with career bests. Everson 62, Mullaney 184 not out. Notts 4-4-7 for 7. And that is a lead of 72.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of Steve Finn for a while. I just saw Tom Haynes. I think he's bowled his heart out, Steve Finn. 28 overs, 3 for 84. Just to say, in terms of the coverage, I've just checked. I know the commentary around the ground is going out loud and clear, and as far as we can ascertain from my colleagues back at the BBC studios, the commentary broadcast line is fine. So I think there's an issue somewhere there's a gremlin somewhere in the systems between the commentary and the pictures, and a couple of people people have said the picture keeps freezing. So we're all working hard on it. I hope you'll just bear with us. But as far as we can ascertain, if you're listening online, not watching the stream,
that seems to be okay.
I think that is okay.
Yeah.
So I know the boys are working really hard. It's the first game of the season, so everyone's doing their very best, and we'll keep you posted on that. So sorry to have left you there for a bit, Dave.
That's all right.
Knots move inexorably forward, and
Delray Rawlins going to have a
again in the bowls, and again another single played down the ground by Mullaney. He goes to 186, the total to 451 for 7. Lunchtime score was 332 for 7. So again, you're looking here at 120 runs, best part of scored in this session, 119 so far. So Notts have scored the runs. What's been the key to this is that Notts have scored their runs quickly. If they were sort of crawling to 451 and they were there by sort of lunch tomorrow, the game would definitely be dying on its feet into a draw. But the fact they've scored so quickly means there's real life in this game.
generally do, whether they win, lose or draw, they generally score their runs at a decent lick.
Rawlins in bowls, forward comes Everson, plays to Clark is in at mid-on, a fairly close-ish mid-on.
Thanks to Stephen Field. It's so good to be able to watch cricket, even if the line does drop out a few times. You're all doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Stephen.
Yeah, that's kind of you. And was played into the offside by Everson, picks up a thing. I've just done a message from the club, actually, and the message from the club is saying that the programme that runs the streaming is having issues out of our control, but the boys are trying to find a workaround. And I would say, actually, I know it can be frustrating if you're watching the live stream and it does cut out, but here at Sussex, it is not the case at some of the other counties, but there's a pretty small band of guys who work to bring the streaming, and you do get the odd glitch and so on, but I would just sort of waving a bit of a flag for for the lads here who are working really hard to make it work. So some clubs are fortunate to have a lot of resource, where there's a lot of people working on the live stream. That's not the case here at Sussex. So bear with, and if it is annoying, I would suggest perhaps listening online via the BBC website, and then hopefully the pictures will be a bit better soon. So we're aware of the problems, and thank you for letting us know, but I'm hoping it's not distracting you too much.
Change, I think. Yeah, Crocombe is going to come back to replace Stephen Finn. All these bowlers getting a very healthy workout in this innings, which is now 122 overs
yes,
old.
Yeah,
there is Henry Crocombe from the Cromwell Road end bowls. Everson cuts to backward point, no run. What can he do? Joey Everson in this innings, 65 not out. Terrific knock so far. It's Crocombe to bowl to him again. Content to bide his time, like just push it into the offside. Wait for the scoring opportunity.
Absolutely. Too many gaps now because Sussex completely on defensive. 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg. And I thought that, Stephen, I'm not going to say they're going to play for tea and then have a little think. They'll hit the bad ball if it comes.
Next ball is just worked to mid-wicket, no run there.
Looks like a good track, doesn't it?
I
mean, the ball is coming onto the bat, and I'm sure for the grounds and Ben Gibson will be absolutely delighted with the way the pitch is played. The ball really is. It's not as if it's a slow, low track. It's a track that's got a bit of pace to it, and if you can play your shots.
That's 17 wickets go down in 2.5 days. Ball. Sees Everson just get behind it, and it might just popped a little bit on him, and he played it gently down on the leg side, no run.
Just hear the breeze there, can't you?
Corner, half a dozen overs or so away as Everson clips this to mid-on, no run. So
far from Henry Crocombe, in the context of the day, there haven't been Jamie Atkins bowled a maiden over, didn't he, earlier on? But maiden overs have been hard to come by today, so this is a good response from Crocombe.
Final ball incoming. Down the slope. He bowls, and Everson content to let him have his 6th dot of the over. 52 for 7. Stephen Mullaney, 186 not out.
Well, Notts are in control of the game now, aren't they? They're probably thinking, right, we never thought we'd be in this position, but they're leading by 77. There's 37 overs remaining in the day. There's the whole day to go tomorrow. So, discussing next door, it might well be that Notts think wrong and someone's moving behind the bowler's arm. Oi, says the umpire, Martin Saggers. Come on. That's frustrating when people do that. And Mullaney looking to flay that one through the offside. And Mullaney helps the ball into the gloves of Ollie Carter. But on bounce end, if they ever got over by Delray Rawlins, just conceding a couple of runs. 4 overs till tea, 454 for 7. So the lead is 54 plus 25, which is 79. Mullaney 187. Everson is on 66. And we don't like to talk too much about football, but there are a few Albion fans watching, and they'll be pleased. Look, Leandro Trossard has scored for Brighton at Arsenal, and the Albion, despite their recent run of really poor form, are leading by a goal to nil. So you might see Julian. There he is. He's up in the top tier. He's waving his hat. He'll probably do a little conga around the stand in a minute, I think.
Yes,
so, we were saying, we thought they'd win at Arsenal today. Not.
Simon Trafford reminded me that, of course, there's a very famous innings played here by a Nottinghamshire batsman years ago. Was it 1911? Something like that, as Everson takes a single. He's got to be quick and get home, and he is. It's his 67th run. Ted Allison, 189. It was one of the most belligerent acts of ball striking of that period. He took 34 off and over during an innings of 189 here. Sussex. So Mullaney not too far away, not quite been as belligerent as Ted Allison was, but it's been a magnificent knock this from Mullaney. Irrespective of whether he gets any more or not, he's just played this down on the leg side. Tom Alsop doing the fielding. Alsop spilled him on 49 yesterday. Balls. Mullaney pushes us to a fielder wearing Crocombe sweater at backward point.
You sort of get the feeling here, Dave, that maybe Stephen Mullaney and Joey Everson had a terrific job here, and maybe they've just sort of had a little chat. Thought, look, let's, we've done really well. Let's get to tea. Let's have a little think. Let's just have a little break, and then really, just gone a little quiet. They've done a wonderful job, the pair. They really have.
And there's Crocombe again. Mullaney will get a single to move to 188, playing it away on the leg side. The field's so deeply set, it will get scoring opportunities like that just by manipulating the ball one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many gaps. Tom Haynes is completely on the defensive here, so there's plenty of gaps to pick up the singles.
You're right. They don't really want to get caught on the boundary going for a huge 6 in this sort of scenario. Just take what's there and keep building the lead. This one goes through to the keeper. Sussex, they're immensely fit, but you talk to players. I've never done it. You talk to players who've been out there fielding for a day and a half, and they'll tell you how energy sapping it is. And especially for the top order, who've then got to go and strap the pads on and face the ball coming down at 85 plus miles an hour or whatever it might be. It's challenging as Everson plays this to backward point, and there's no run.
Good over from Henry Crocombe, just conceded a couple of runs. 456 for 7. Mullaney 188. Everson 67. And particularly it'll be a test for Tom Haynes, he's had to bowl. He's
skippering
the side. He's trying to keep his team motivated, and at some stage, as you say, he's going to have to run off. He's going to get 10 minutes, put the pads on. Tom Haynes just saying something there to umpire Bailey. Not quite sure what that was about, but doesn't look very happy, does Tom? Would that be all? He just a bit annoyed. Sort of walked away, looking a little bit unhappy. We'll see. He's maybe there's more chatter about the ball, which I don't think has been changed. Anyway, here comes Delray Rawlings. Round the wicket comes in and bowls to Mullaney, who plays that down the ground to Tom Haynes, who fields, but not before Mullaney's gone through for another single. He goes to 189.
Ted Allison, E.B. Allison.
Right.
1911.
Rawlings in, bowls. Everson plays to backward point. There is no run.
It's got 4 runs there. It was a bottom edge past the off stump. Had there been it wouldn't have been a chance, but had there been first slip there, he might have stopped it at least. It ran very quickly, no chance for the keeper.
No.
Probably second slip sort of area, and ran away for 4 runs. And Joey Everson on to 72. And Notts continue to make healthy progress. 462 for 7. In the lead. 3 wickets in hand. Everson drives to mid-on, no run. Mike Brown from Guernsey. True captain's innings this, and didn't we need it? Or 62 for 7. Comes in to bowl, and Everson has played and missed at one. I've not seen that too often today. Side the off stump, he was reaching for it, went hard at it, didn't get anything on it. That game in 2017 we've talked about, and lots of runs in that one. Sussex 565 all out, with hundreds for Michael Burgess and Chris Jordan, and then Notts came back with 477 themselves, centuries for Billy Root and Chris Reed. This one's played on the leg side, and there's no run, and then Sussex on the last day, 229 for 7. Declared at handshake time a century from Luke Wells, so 500s in the match last time Notts were here. High scoring draw. We've had 2 centuries. Tom Clark and Stephen Mullaney. Everson will pull this away in the air, and he might be caught down at long leg. He won't. The ball's gone to ground. It's a difficult one. Is that Lenham who was coming in at long leg, trying to get there, and it was one of those. You really had to go for it, throw yourself forward, risk injury a little bit, but also risk the wrath of your teammates and the spectators if you don't go for it. So he went for it, but just couldn't quite get there. I'm not entirely sure he got a hand on it before it hit the deck, but it was a brave effort. And Everson on to 73. Mullaney back on strike on 189. Now into the 190s with a push into the offside. And there's one over left before the break. Stephen Mullaney 190 not out.
Yeah, and the lead to 89. This has been another really good session. I mean, lunch came at 332 for 7. So in this session, they've added 132.
Yeah.
For the loss of no wickets. Yeah, 132. They haven't lost a wicket. And they've scored the runs very quickly.
1 over to go. We're just about on time. Tea should be at 20 to 4. I know it's a minute or 2 past that, but we're not far away.
Here comes Delray Rawlings. Round the wicket, comes in and bowls to Stephen Mullaney, who eases that down to long on, fielded by Henry Crocombe, who trots in from the boundary. Total goes to 465 for 7, makes the lead exactly 90. Milestones, aren't they? Rawlings again around the wicket, bowls, and Everson rocks back, and he's going to get runs, not where he intended. He was going to cut that one away through backward point, but in the end it sort of dribbled past the keeper. Carter down fine towards third man. He picks up a single. Everson to 74. 466 for 7, the lead 91. Rawlings again, bowls. Mullaney, comfortable single through the infield as far as Archie Lennon, one more to the total. 192. 3 balls to go until a cup of tea time. Again in the bowls, and forward comes Joe Eves. Rawlins fields off his own bowling. No run. I say again, the first time this over there hasn't been a run. Rawlins again bowls. Everson just glides that back to square on the onside. Throw comes in from Jamie Atkins, but Stephen Mullaney was comfortably home running to the danger end. So last ball before tea. And Nottinghamshire have had a very good day of it, beginning the day on 214 for 5. They've added over 250 runs today. In comes Rawlins and bowls, and Mullaney is very happy to play for tea. He plays it straight back down the track for Delray. Rawlins with a bit of football juggling, not as successful as his last one. End of the over. So he has bowled 23 overs, no maidens, 1 for 81. Knots 468 for 7. Stephen Mullaney on 192. Joey Everson on 75. This pair coming together with a total of 325. So they've added 142 by my rather poor maths to make their way off, and we'll turn up the effects microphone because I'm sure there's going to be a healthy round of applause for Stephen Mullaney, who's been out there for 277 balls. I'm glad to hear that. A good round of applause. There's a deep mid-wicket. Or was a deep square leg and a fine leg. Delray Rawlings is warming up, so it could be that Delray's going to bowl from this end. We shall see. Then on the offside, there's a mid-off, cover, point, and the onside a mid-on and a mid-wicket. So 5 men saving 1. 4 men out. Jamie Atkins down the hill from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and when he pulls that away, he's going to be caught at deep mid-wicket, and he's going to miss out on his double 100 is Stephen Mullaney, and he can't believe it. He throws his bat in the air, he twiddles it around, and a wonderful innings by Stephen Mullaney comes to an end. It was short from Jamie Atkins, it was pulled to the leg side. He's been caught on the leg side boundary. I think that's Henry Crocombe out there. Either way, it's the end of Stephen Mullaney, a wonderful knock, and let's just wait for the applause, because it's been a fabulous, fabulous innings by the Nottinghamshire skipper, who makes his way off, and applause from the Sussex public, and why not? That's a really wonderful innings, and he will be desperately, desperately disappointed. Let's listen to this. Well batted, Stephen Mullaney. We wondered whether perhaps 3 wickets would go down quickly and he'd be shared the issue of making a declaration at some stage. He makes his way up the steps. All the Notts players are there applauding. Well, he's already hit 4 big sixes, Stephen Mullaney, and that looked like it might be another one, but he didn't quite time it. It came off rather a top edge. It sailed out towards the boundary. The catch was taken. Jamie Atkins gets a wicket. And Stephen Mullaney is on his way for 192, and I doubt we'll see many finer innings at Hove this season. That was really out of the top drawer, Dave.
Yeah, terrific knock from Stephen Mullaney. A lovely round of applause. He will be absolutely devastated, I think, for a wee while to miss out on a double 100, but the flip side of that is he's had a career best 192, and he's led his side into a very strong position. Just waiting for confirmation, actually, the catch.
It was Henry Crocombe.
Thank you.
Yep. He's right over on the far side of the ground, and they've all got their caps on. So difficulty picking them out, first of all. But here comes Jamie Atkins. He's going to come in to bowl to Brett Hutton, the burly figure of Brett Hutton, who's digging that one out, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So that partnership between the two, so it was from 325 to 469.
144, something of that ilk.
Sounds about right, Dave. Yes, 144. Yeah, it was 143. Yes, 144. So thank you for that. Atkins bowls and cut away nicely by Hutton. Runs here. It could be 4 of them, actually. It scoots away across the outfield. I don't think anyone's going to catch up with that. Indeed, it doesn't. Too wide from Jamie Atkins, and Brett Hutton just leant on that. They've all sped through backward point for 4 runs.
I mentioned he could bat, didn't I?
Yeah, that won't be music to the ears of the Sussex supporters. But the last 4 wickets, in terms of partnerships, 108, 96, 69 and 144. So the middle order have done their job as far as Nottinghamshire are concerned. And the lead is now 98. Atkins down the hill, he's in on bowls, and he's going to get 4 more. 4 streaky runs. He very nearly played on. It's a big inside edge. Bad luck for Jamie Atkins. Brett Hutton won't mind. 9 off the over, but perhaps more importantly, the wicket of Stephen Mullaney. And Sports Extra with us, 5 Sports Extra with us, and a very good afternoon wherever you're listening from around the country, with the news that Stephen Mullaney, the Nottinghamshire skipper, has just been dismissed in the first over after tea. A wonderful knock of 192, a career best score for him. Came into bat with Nottinghamshire in all sorts of trouble on 52 for 4, and he's guided his side to 469 when he was out. And the lead now for Nottinghamshire is 102. And Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham sitting next to me, and an innings out of absolutely the top drawer by Stephen Mullaney.
It really was, yes. He was dropped on 49 yesterday. Of that, we know it's a very difficult one. Tom Alsop had slipped one-handed, went at it, fingertip to it. There's 1 or 2 others that Just wondering if there was another opportunity that Delray Rawlings couldn't scoop, but we in the commentary box didn't think it had quite carried. But other than that, an unblemished innings from Mullaney. Superb knock. He's played in that middle order with youngsters all around him scoring plenty of runs. There's Delray Rawlings bowling from the C end, with Nottinghamshire having just past the 100 lead. They lead by 102, and they've got 2 wickets left. Joey Everson is 76 not out, 20-year-old. Just his 7th first-class game. He's played magnificently alongside Mullaney. Before then, yesterday, 63 from Lyndon James, another of the young brigade, and this morning, Tom Moore's 43, and then a really punchy 44 from Liam Patterson White. So they've all gone out there and imposed themselves on the Sussex attack. This next one is misfielded by the bowler, Delray Rawlings, and Everson will get another single to go on to 77. As you can probably hear in the effects microphone, it's gusty down here. That's been a feature of the 3 days play we've had, but on occasions I think we've been grateful for it, Adrian, because it's blown the rain clouds away.
Well, we haven't lost an over, have we, in the entire 3 days so far? Long may that remain the case, and plenty of blue sky around, and the forecast for tomorrow pretty good, so I think we'll have certainly taken this weather for the first round of matches.
There's Delray Rawlings bowling to Brett Hutton, who's just come to the crease and got off the mark with 2 boundaries, as if to say, you're not through as yet. Still Luke Fletcher to come in the number 11 role. He's dropped down the order over the last year or two. Hutton plays this out on the leg side. We've had a flurry of 6s today, which you don't always get in the county championship, especially the first round of matches, but Mullaney's at 5 of them. This next one's worked away for a single. Ben Duckett hit one yesterday. Couple from Liam Patterson White. As I said this morning, it was see ball, hit ball from him. 44 in 45 balls faced to really tilt the momentum. Sussex had taken the second new ball, and within a few overs, pretty much protecting the boundary rather than pursuing wickets. Joey Everson's cleared the ropes as well, and in the Sussex innings, Stephen Finn hit a 6. So I think we've had 10 maximums already in this particular match, Adrian. End of the over, 470. Is that 479? 479 for 8. So the lead is 104 with 2 wickets left.
And it's Jamie Atkins, the young 19-year-old fast bowler in the sunshine here at Hove, racing down the hill, comes in and bowls to Hutton. That's a poor delivery, and it races away. And wicket keeper Ollie Carter had absolutely no chance of getting that at all, and their buys is speeding down the hill. 4 more to the total. The lead goes up to 108, and lots of speculation around tea time as to whether there might be a Nottinghamshire declaration at some stage. You suspect with Stephen Mullaney now back in the pavilion that Sussex would fancy their chance of getting these couple more wickets. As in comes Atkins again, bowls, and again down the leg side. This time they're taken by Carter, and there's no run.
I would throw in there the feeling that perhaps there was only you suspecting they might declare. I think most of the Nottinghamshire contingent would expect them just to go on and the innings to run its natural course. As you say, they might well have been looking to accelerate towards the end of this session. I think we're all pretty much agreed they'd want to have a bowl at Sussex this evening and try and put some pressure on the openers.
Indeed. In comes Atkins. I don't know quite what happened there. That was crazy. I thought for a moment that he'd run straight through the crease, but the ball was delivered. I think it bounced right over.
It's like with one of those.
Hutton's head. It was like a tennis ball.
Yeah, I was going to say tennis ball or a rubber ball or something. It just boinged. Could well have been called for a wide or a no ball or whatever it is the umpires wish to debit.
The sun has gone in as Atkins bowls. Hutton covers up and plays to mid-on. Worth mentioning to our listeners to 5 Sports Extra who have just joined us that at one stage yesterday, Nottinghamshire, in pursuit of the Sussex total of 375, were 52 for 4. So to be in a position now of 483 for 8 gives some idea of the recovery that was led by the skipper. 192, as Dave was saying. And partnerships right through the middle order, which I'll give you in a minute, as in comes Atkins again and bowls, and Hutton, I think that's come off the thigh pad, ricochets in the direction of fine leg. Yes, there's the umpire's signal from umpire Rob Bailey at the far end of the ground. 483 for 8.
And I think we can pass on to followers of other counties who might not have been following the progress in this game that reports of Stephen Finn's early demise at the end of his career are very premature. He bowled very quickly, looked in good rhythm coming down that hill. He's really, really impressed in this game.
Atkins in bowls and Everson plays into the covers. That's the end of Jamie Atkins' over. And Nottinghamshire are 484 for 8. It means their lead is 109. And just to pick up on what Dave has said, Steve Finn's figures 28 overs. He hasn't bowled a maiden, but he's taken 3 for 84. And we were discussing earlier, one or two eyebrows are raised around Hove when Steve Finn came down. He's had a couple of niggly injuries in the last couple of seasons, but I tell you what, he looks as fit as a fiddle, doesn't he? And he really did bowl with really good pace.
Yeah, the one area of concern to me, perhaps not to him or anybody, was no maidens. I think there was an opportunity for the batsman to get off strike. Well, obviously in every over, 28 overs, no maidens. And probably just running out of puff a little bit towards the end of his latest spell. This is Delray Rawlins bowling from the CN to Brett Hutton. Again, it's just drifted down the leg side, and we have a look at the umpire. They've taken one, and it's a leg by, just brushed the pads then of Brett Hutton. So one more total, 485 for 8, a lead of 110 for Nottinghamshire. Next one to Joey Everson. He'll have a vested interest in staying out there, I'm sure, as he pushes this into the offside field by Crocombe, because he's 77 not out. Just his 7th first-class game, the 20-year-old, and already a highest score, but I'm sure he'll be thinking in terms of 3 figures. He's going to get a couple more runs here as he works this down to the non-existent third area. Nobody in there for Sussex, with Delray Rawlins bowling a slow left-arm spin, so it was just with an open face run down there. 2 more. Takes Everson to 79. Rawlins bowls again. Everson plays it on the leg side and will help himself to another single to move to 80, and the runs continue to tick on and on and on. We had 18 wickets, Adrian, in best part of 3 days now.
Yeah. But Notts have scored their runs at a really good rate today. They've been scoring the best part of 4 and over, which has really put them in a box seat in this match.
Sure, they'll be hoping that the wicket starts to misbehave over the remainder of the game as Hutton defends. One thing we should say as well, that when Sussex bat for a second time, they will only have 10 men at their disposal as Rawlins comes in and just cut away, but there's no run because there's an injury in the Sussex camp, Adrian.
There is Daniel Ibrahim, the young 17-year-old all-rounder who last season became the youngest player in the history of the county championship to score a half-century, was in this match. He made 15 in the first innings, but we understand damaged his shoulder in the field yesterday. And we've been told by the club that he's gone for a scan, and we'll wait to hear the results of that scan, but that he will play no further part in this match, which is a real shame. And a shame for Sussex because they've been hit hard by injuries pre-season. There's no Jack Carson, the off-spinner, in this game. He's got he's had a knee operation back in February and is out for the next few weeks. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who signed from Derbyshire in the summer, or tail end of last year, he's got a stress fracture in the back and he will be out for a number of weeks. In comes Jamie Atkins, bowls to Joey Everson, who plays that to mid-wicket. And there is no run. George Garton, who was away with England during the winter, he's had some issues around COVID, George, and some breathing difficulties, we understand, so he's not playing. So Sussex have been rather decimated. The good news is that Pujara is here, arrived, we understand, yesterday, and will play at Derbyshire in the fixture starting on Thursday. No confirmation yet of whether Mohammed Rizwan will be playing in that game, but Sussex are certainly hoping that's the case. As in comes Atkins bowls, and Everson, I think he got a thick edge on that, it went through to keeper Carter on the bounce. And there is no run, 488 for 8.
Again, the injury to Ibrahim, it brings into question once again the regulations, because had he been hit on the noggin and a bit of concussion, then a full substitute would have been allowed to come into the game and take his place, bat and bowl and whatever, but a shoulder injury, no, sorry, you can't have a substitute.
Atkins in and bowls, young fast bowler, 19 years of age, and turned by Everson to mid-wicket, fielded at mid-wicket by Tom Alsop on loan from Hampshire for the rest of the season.
Can have some fielders, of course, but they can't bat or bowl, can they? They can't play a full part in the role. So Nottinghamshire, second time around, when they are bowling, they'll be hunting 9 wickets rather than 10.
Atkins down the hill here at Hove, short, and even looking to pull that one away onto the leg side. Rehearses the shot, but it goes through to keeper Carson. And there is no run. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Brace-Girdle. You were mentioning Ben Compton earlier on today, Dave, who's making his debut for Kent, formerly of Notts, made a very good 100. He's out for 129. Kent 305 for 3 at Chelmsford as Atkins is in and bowls, and I think that's going to be a leg bye. The ball dribbles out on the leg side. Umpire Bailey signals that is a leg bye.
And I tell you what, Atkins will be pleased it's a leg bye, because at the moment his figures are 2 for 99. No bowlers like to go for 100, do they? I think they call it going for a gallon, don't they? I've never really been entirely sure why, but I think if you go for 100 runs, you've got to buy your teammates a gallon of beer or something. That used to be the old regulation in club cricket, I think.
In comes Atkins, bowls, and Hutton stands up, plays it back to Jamie Atkins. There is no run. It's the end of the over. Nottinghamshire 489 for 8, and that means the lead is 114 with Everson on 80, Brett Hutton on 9. Just to say a couple of results, or a result already. Somerset have lost at the Aegeus Bowl by an innings and 113, out for 135. Today 4 wickets there for Mohammed Abbas. Gloucestershire 207 for 5, leading Northamptonshire by 142. Ryan Higgins is still there. He's on 78. Good fight back by Warwickshire at Edgbaston, 223 for 5, but still trailing Surrey by 205. They're the scores in the first division, and it's Delray Rawlings.
Coming up the hill, and this one's slammed down the ground towards us by Joey Everson, and that will go for his second 6, takes him on to 86, eyes lit up. Rawlings trying to stem the flow of runs from this sea end, and served one up there. Everson quickly out of the blocks, danced towards it and hit it straight as a die down the ground. The ball's...
That's a big hit, you know, Dave.
That's disappeared behind us somewhere. Would have run down to where the building works are taking place behind the media centre here, the old public house that used to be down there. Those of you that have been to the ground in the past, that's no longer there. There's one of Adrian's new luxury apartments has been built there.
Yeah, I wish. They've all been sold, we've been told. They've been built on the site of the pub. The pub will return, but the apartments are all sold, Dave.
495 for 8. Magnificent shot from Everson to take him to 86, and he's gone again. And this time, one bounce through extra cover or over extra cover. Well, that's one way, Adrian, to go from 80 to 90, isn't it, in 2 blows?
Absolutely. And
499 for 8 as well.
Notts have been very aggressive here throughout the day. They've scored their runs very quickly, and they're really looking to put Sussex under the pump here, Dave. The lead now 124.
You can't score runs in April, can you? 499 for 8, as this time he drives it elegantly for a single to long off. Sussex made 375. We knew that was a substantial score. Very much had them in the game, and when Notts were 52 for 4, looked like they were going to be in the ascendancy, but now that ripple of applause is for Notts reaching 500 for 5 as Brett Hutton blocks this one. I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to do a bit of homework perhaps on the days off when the last time Notts reached 500 for 5. Next ball is Brett Hutton happy to defend it. He's got 9 2-4s right at the start of his innings for Brett Hutton, and he came in at the fall of Stephen Mullaney's dismissal, out in the first over after tea for 192. But I think he's more than happy to watch Joey Everson. We're all enjoying this innings of Joey Everson. I think the Nottinghamshire supporters a little more than the Sussex supporters, but they're an appreciative crowd down here. Single taken by Hutton from the final ball of that over. Ali Orr doing the fielding. And Hutton goes to 10. 5:01. We've got a game of darts up there, look on the scoreboard. 5:01 for 5. Of course it's not. It's 5:01 for 8. 5:01 for 8. You didn't correct me. That's when I said 500 for 5.
100,
It's an 8.
Yeah, 126 the lead. Actually, we were talking about the amount of hundreds they've been in the county championship first round. Another one has come at Edgbaston. Matthew Lamb out for 106. Warwickshire 227 for 5, trailing Surrey by 201. In the second division, Durham 165 for 2 in reply to Glamorgan's 234. A lot of rain in Cardiff yesterday, so that game is sort of lagging behind and looks to be heading for a draw. Worcestershire will be hoping for quick runs at Grace Road. They're 23 without loss in reply to Leicestershire's 213 all out in that game. Leicestershire were in a lot of trouble, but Lewis Hill with 93 has given Leicestershire some hope of salvaging a draw, perhaps. Lords at Middlesex 48 for 1 in their second innings, leading Derbyshire by 145. It's Jamie Atkins, the young fast bowler, roaring down the hill from the Cromwell Road in, bowls to Brett Hutton, who slaps that straight to cover point. It's fielded there by, I think that's Steve Finn, who's got Jamie Atkins' jumper on. It's been a feature of this innings that the bowler has given his jumper to a fielder. And so the fielder who fielded that ball has got Jamie Atkins' jumper on, but Jamie Atkins is bowling, so it's all very confusing. Either way, it was a dot ball. Atkins, again, a bit more cloud around Hove now as Atkins is in and bowls down the leg side. Lucky to get away with that. A good tumbling save behind the stumps by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. The field spread far and wide. Carter's on his own behind the stumps. There's a third man and a sweeper on the cover boundary. Then 3 men saving 1. A backward point cover mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket, and 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg as Atkins is on his way again for the third ball of his over, comes in and bowls, and that's wayward down the leg side, and it's got to be a long way wide to be a wide in county championship cricket. And Carter did well to reach it. But he's been a little wayward as Jamie Atkins. He's picked up a couple of wickets. The prize wicket of Mullaney, but after Mullaney had scored 192. Yesterday, the wicket of Ben Duckett. And at that stage, Notts were 52 for 4. Now 502 for 8. Atkins in again, bowls, and Hutton just stands up and caresses the ball through the covers. He picks up a single fielded by the sweeper on the cover boundary, who was Alistair Orr, the Sussex opening batsman, who was 21 on Wednesday. And he'll be thinking, his thoughts will be turning to when he's going to have to strap the pads on.
Yeah.
I rather suspect that's going to be at some stage this evening. There's 25 overs left after this one. And the Notts lead extending all the time, down to 128. There's Atkins on his way again, bowls, and Everson up on his toes, steers that into the covers, fielded it. I think that's Tom Clark, the Horsham lad, Centurion from yesterday, who fields the ball. He made exactly 100, his maiden first-class 100. Told us after the game that he's one of 4 brothers who've all played cricket at Horsham. And as the youngest of them, I think he used to bowl pretty fast to him in the garden, so he knows all about the school of hard knocks. Does Tom Clark? His parents are here as well. It was a wonderful day for him. Atkins in again, bowls, and Everson plays that ball on its merits. It was well pitched up. He plays it to mid-on, and there is no run. Joey Everson, number 9 for Nottinghamshire. And just to give you an idea of this recovery, from 52 for 4, then partnerships of 108, 96, 69 and 144. The Nottinghamshire middle and lower order was wagged with a vengeance here at Hove. Again, in and bowls. Oh, I think it could be another wide. So, well, it is another wide. It's a horrible delivery, wasn't it? He's a young fast bowler, Jamie Atkins, who's learning his trade. He's just 19 years of age. He picked up a 5 for last year against Yorkshire, but in keeping with a lot inside the line, helps it through square leg, picks up a single as Joey Everson. He goes to 92, and Nottinghamshire to 505 for 8, and that's a lead of 130. 25 overs to go in the day. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Bracegirdle.
Just looking at Stephen Mullaney's stats, actually batted in the end for more than 7 hours, 428 minutes, faced 279 balls, 15 fours and 5 big sixes. There was a spell this morning where We were wondering if hard hats were going to be issued to the spectators over there by the pavilion, because he kept plonking it over the ropes. So too did Liam Patterson White, and when that ball started ricocheting around, one or two went off the roofs and off the seating. Everson's gone after this one, and there's another blow. One bounce for 4, taking Joey Everson from 92 to 96. He got a century in one of the warm-up games against Loughborough University at Trent Bridge. What a absolute joy that was to get the feeling of getting 3 figures at Trent Bridge, but it was only in a warm-up game. It wasn't a first-class game. This would be a big moment if he can get there. I'm sure the family, if they're not down here, will be watching and listening. Everson 96 not out, just his 7th match. Ray Rawlins bowling to him. There's 5 out on the fence, so an opportunity to take singles whenever he wants. This one's down the leg side, taken by the keeper, who whips off a bail for good measure, but Joey Everson hadn't carelessly gone wandering out of his crease. Rawlins round the wicket bowls, and he'll push this back to a slow left arm spinner. All the Nottinghamshire players and coaching staff and everybody on the balcony over in the far corner. Next one's pushed back to Rawlins, so that's 5 deliveries in this over. Said goodbye to 5 Sports Extra now, who presumably have gone back to the IPL game they're covering. Everson takes a single, so he will keep strike, so he's going to be 97 not out at the end of the over. 510 for 8 is the score, so that's 135 the lead, Adrian.
Yeah, still 24 overs to go in the day. It's probably not a match-winning lead, but it's a lead that's going to put pressure on this Sussex batting order. I think we're going to see him, and certainly Joey Everson isn't hanging around, is he? He's since tea. I think you better commentate, Dave, because this could be the young man's 100. We shall see.
Here comes Atkins down the slope, bowls to him, played on the leg side. No run on this particular occasion. Wendy's been in touch, says, "Hi Dave and Adrian, thanks for sorting the streaming out. Sorry I caused you a lot of hassle. Great game. Regards, Wendy from Grimsby. You didn't cause any hassle at all, Wendy. Thanks for notifying us."
Well, absolutely.
Along with everybody else who did. Seven to Everson. Atkins bowls, push into the offside, no run. Mike Brown in Guernsey. As I sit in the sunshine in my garden with a glass of red, I never imagined when we were 50 odd for 4, be thinking it's not beyond the bounds of possibility we could win this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't give up on the Mike. He's old enough in the tooth like me to know that you never really know what is going to happen in a county championship game. That's one of the great joys. Next ball, short, and Everson's gone to pull it, gets nothing on it. It's like somebody said to me the first morning I had to do a bit of Radio Nottingham, and they made out that one of the presenters didn't like cricket, so try and convince them what why you should like a 4-day cricket match. And I sort of compared it to a good novel. There's not absolute action, deaths whodunit, mystery, drama on every single line as this next one's pushed into the offside and there's no run. In a novel, in a good book, there's twists, there's turns. You think you've got it, you know who did it, but no, he didn't, and so on and so on and so on. And 4-day cricket's a little bit like that.
No, I would completely agree.
You just don't know what's going to happen. 24 hours ago, Notts 52 for 4, as Mike said there. Project it to this situation today. Next one eased into the offside for a single. So Everson is going to be 98 not out. At the non-striker's end, 1 ball left in this over.
I think it's a great description, Dave. You know, that's exactly what it is. You do never know. And you know, you'd have been a brave man at 52 for 4 and Sussex's towels up to predict 511 for 8. There's no question about that.
You would, but you'd also throw in the thing, you don't know what's going to happen.
No, absolutely.
This one's past Brett Upton through to the keeper. End of the over, 511 for 8.
The sun has momentarily disappeared. As all day there's sort of, you know, patches of dark cloud around, but those that are around are being blown through fairly quickly on this wind. The last wicket went down on 469, so it just goes to show me these two have added 31 plus 11. They've added 42, so there's been partnerships all the way down this innings. So when Stephen Mullaney was out, it was 469.
Now, does that give Sussex hope of...
Well, but let's be honest, there's nothing wrong with this pitch, is it? It's a very, very good batting wicket. The bowlers have got to work extremely hard. Here comes Delray Rawlins to bowl to Everson. You better commentate on this, Dave, because this could be his 100.
Do you know somebody called Mr. Everson?
Everson, sorry. I've said it wrongly all day. I do apologise to the family. I think, would you get it in your mind?
Yeah. He's on 98. Rawlins bowls. Powerful looking shot out into the offside. Is it in the gap? No, it's not. Two fielders went for it, and just for a moment I thought it was going to find its way between the two of them to bisect them for what would have been a boundary, but it was cut off. Nicely done out there in front of the members' pavilion, and Joey Everson takes the single. He's on 99. Brett Upton on strike. It's gone through into the gloves of Carter. Almost. Very nearly got there, didn't he? It's a hard-hit shot, as a lot of them have been today. This one just by Brett Upton.
Well, Sussex, I was looking at the over rate. Sussex are way ahead on over rate now since the spinner's been on.
+5. Single taken here by Hutton. There you are, partner, Illa said. I'll just go down there and watch you. The lower order batsmen, they take great pride and joy, don't they?
They do.
In being there and keeping their end up. If somebody can, at the other end, work their way to a 3-figure score. So he's on 99. Rawlins bowls. The field comes in. Everson defends, and that is the end of the over, so I have to wait a little longer.
It is indeed 4:13. I just wonder here, we've got, I mean, there's 22 overs left in the day, but that being said, it's only 20 to 5, so we've got an hour and 20 left to play. I mean, Sussex will not want to bowl more than the overs that they have to bowl, but the over rate has speeded up. We had a bit of Lenham and a bit of well, this isn't Archie Lenham down here, I don't think. Who's this young man who's... Well, I think Archie Lenham might be at the far end. Someone else has come on.
No, this is Archie.
So is that who's just come on at the far end? The way. So it's got a couple of substitute fielders on because James Coles is on. By the way, it's going to be Jamie Atkins who's going to come into bowl to Brett Hutton, who's on 12, 5-13 for 8. Running in down the hill, comes in bowls, and Hutton plays with a straight bat to the young fielder who's just come on, whose name I do not know. I don't know if the lads are listening and they could just drop me a note and let me know who the replacement fielder is and who indeed has gone off. It looks as if it might be... Is it Stephen Finn who's gone off, or is that Finn up at mid-off? Atkins rolls, Hutton slashes this one down to third man. It avoids a couple of pigeons, but Archie Lenham fields. One more to the total, and it brings Joey Everson on strike. And this could be the moment.
Well, he's on 99. Faced 166 balls, 11 fours, 2 sixes up to this point. And Age-old pros would say just treat it like any other ball, but it's very different when you're on 99 for the first time. And now he's on 100, and Joey Everson goes to what will be the first of very many first-class hundreds for Nottinghamshire in magnificent style, cutting it away. Backward of square, takes his helmet off, and a flamboyant wave of the bat towards the Nottinghamshire dressing room, and then round the ground to the spectators. Gets a handshake and a hug from Brett Hutton, and that is, well, truly, truly wonderful. What an innings this has been. Absolutely delighted for him and indeed for the family. Well battered, Joey Everson.
Oh, absolutely, and wonderful commentary as well, Dave. That was a great moment for Joey Everson. What a way to go to your century as well, clubbing the ball away through the offside. And he's put his side in a really powerful position. Here comes Atkins bowls, and he drives firmly at that one to mid-off. And there is no run. And he celebrated in style, didn't he? He waved his bat, he pumped his fist. It meant a huge amount to the young man.
167 balls, 12 fours, 2 sixes.
Yeah, super not well batted young man.
At number 9 as well.
Well, you know, all the way down the order from Lyndon James down, lots have made runs. In, the ball comes off the thigh pad of Everson. It's another single, and the total goes up to 500, and that's going to go to 519 for 8. Yes, there we go. So the lead is now sneaking up, Dave, towards 150.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of overs left, and Stephen Mullaney will now be thinking, he'll be thinking about permutations in this game. Atkins down the hill bowled and drives firmly through the onside. He was thinking about a single, but Tom Haynes is there. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 519 for 8. Hutton on 13. Everson is on 103. So let's get the lead absolutely right now. It's 19 and 25, 40. I think the lead is 143. So, I mean, that means that, with 21 overs left today, I just think not to want to put pressure on this Sussex batting order. I think they won't want to give them the luxury of going to bed tonight, knowing they're going to bat in the morning. I just wonder whether Sussex have been out there a long time now, 139 overs, and may just feel that they give it a dozen overs tonight. Rawlins comes in and bowls to Everson, who's forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I wonder whether we just might see them having a bit of a thrash here for half a dozen overs, Dave.
Just take 2.
Rawlins in again, bowls. Everson is forward, just kills the spin and plays it down the onside. Not if the first 2 balls of that over are to be believed. It's a 50 partnership up between these two as well. Rawlins again. Everson drives firmly down the ground. He picks up his 104th run. Derbyshire, 520 for 8. Which means the lead is 145.
Yeah.
This is a substantial lead. Rawlins again. The sun has gone in a bit more heavy cloud around as Rawlins is in and bowls, and Hutton is going to get more runs here. Just a single though, as Atkins moves swiftly at fine leg to prevent anything more, as a leg by, anything more than a single. 521 for 8. Just the 3 wickets have gone down today. And Notts in a strong position. Rawlins in. Everson eases that down the ground, picks up another single. Notts began the day on 214 for 5. They're now 522 for 8. So they've added 308 runs today. They've really stepped on the accelerator. Rawlins in bowls, and Hutton looks to thrash that one away through the leg side, but Orr makes a good tumbling stop at mid-wicket. And there is no run. End of the over. 522 for 8. Hutton 13, Everson 105.
Thanks to Mike, who says fantastic century, magical moment, well described as well. He says really caught the moment. What an innings this has been from Joey Everson. Thanks, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. See if we can get that commentary off, and we can keep that for Joey Everson. I don't know if there's anyone back at... I'm sure it's on the Notts feed as well, but we'll make sure we get that piece of commentary. So 300s in this match. Pretty unusual in the opening round of matches in the county championship.
Just got my notes next door, but I said when he came to the crease all that time ago before lunch, he had 3 innings in pre-season and wasn't dismissed. He was 103 not out, I think, and then had some, decent not out scores against Derbyshire and Warwickshire. Now he's 105 not out here. Is the man who can't be dismissed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's just been a wonderful knock.
He's scored about 300 runs without being dismissed so far. I know it's pre-season games, they don't count, but it's time in the middle, isn't it? There is Crocombe continuing bowling to Everson.
Oh, he cracked.
It was almost inevitable that he was going to dolly that one up in the air, wasn't it? I'm afraid the football matches are just coming to an end, so I've got to go next door and just tell the Radio Nottingham listeners about Joey Everson's century. I'll be back as soon as I can.
No problem. I think Joey Everson looks like he's going to really give this a go now. It's just the way that he played that shot. Here comes Henry Crocombe, bowls, and Everson swings this one away, and he's gone through to the keeper card. I missed the flight of that. It's just got a little gloomy here at Hove. There's plenty of blue sky above the ground, but away to the west, there's some rather threatening cloud. And the umpire is just looking a little cold, is Rob Bailey at the far end of the ground. I can see Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, is just sort of going through some batting warm-ups. And that's the thing, it probably gets inside the batsman's head a bit that they could be batting at any time. Crocombe on his way bowls, and Everson wristily plays that one down to fine leg, picks up another single. He goes to 105, knots to 423 for 8. The lead stretches towards the 150 mark. Still another 19 overs to go tonight. As Crocombe is on his way down the hill bowls, and Hutton, an expansive drive to mid-off, fielded out there by, I'm not sure if that's Steve Finn or Jamie Atkins out there. It is... He's got number 5 on his shirt, which doesn't help. That's Henry Crocombe's shirt. I think that's Jamie Atkins who fielded the ball. He's about this tall man like Steve Finn. In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and this time Hutton gets a single to backward point, fielded by Rawlins, who needed to move to his right to complete the fielding. Hutton goes to 14, 524 for 8. These two coming together when knots were 469 to 8, so 31 plus 24 is 55, the partnership for this 9th wicket. And the partnership since knots were 52 for 4, 108, 96, 69 and 144. And now another half century. The knots middle order has wagged with good effect. More than wagged. Crocombe in bowls, and Everson looking to pull that one away into the grandstand. Doesn't make it. The ball goes through to keeper Ollie Carter, and there is no run. It's got a bit gloomy here. I'll be a bit surprised to see the lights come on. I can see Luke Fletcher up there on the balcony now. He's got bat in hand, so he's obviously, there's nothing going to happen imminently, but the lead 149. And as I say, I just get the feeling that Notts are going to fancy a crack at Sussex tonight, Dave.
I don't know what's gone on at the City Ground, but there's 12 minutes of stoppage time, added time at the end of the game. So I'm not required for a while.
Okay. And Brighton supporters, I'm sure, will be very pleased because...
Are they still winning?
They're winning 2-0 at the Arsenal. It looks like Arsenal might have just scored a goal, but they're pretty late. So looks like the Albion may get some very important points because they've had a dreadful run of late.
Burton Albion?
Let's see how... We've got a break in play, so we can talk a little bit of some of the scores around, and I'll let you know that one in a minute, Dave.
No, I didn't. You said Albion. I just said Burton Albion.
Oh, I see. Sorry. I know Burton Albion are in your sort of manner-ish.
No. Delray Rawlins bowls and a reverse slog sweep from Brett Hutton.
Looked like it, didn't it?
Not seen him play too many of those. feeling it'll be for Joey Everson.
Oh, sleep well tonight, Dave.
Might get a wicket late on, an important wicket that might be just as crucial as some of the runs he scored today as well, if he could. Because it is going to be all about now how much Sussex can resist Nottinghamshire over the time left in this game.
Absolutely, no question of that.
There's Rawlins bowls and Hutton flips it away on the leg side and he's going to get 4.
Yeah, Alistair didn't see whether it gone. It really has got quite gloomy, and he was looking, Alistair, and he had no idea where the ball had gone. He's looking directly into that very dark cloud that's drifting in from the west. And you get the feeling here that it's just a case of how many more runs Stephen Mullaney wants to add tonight, or when he's going to declare. I still think a declaration is on the cards here, you know. Fletcher is still padded up on the balcony.
There's Rawlins bowling, and Brett Hutton was trying to give that some long lever, but
no, he was.
Didn't get there.
153 the lead now. Yeah, now see, now you've got Tom Haynes, he's skippering from deep extra cover. And Sussex have got 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, they've got 7 fielders on the boundary here.
This is Brett Hutton batting. He's 18 not out. And we've got, you're quite right, 7 fielders on the fence. Bowler and keeper's 9, and the other 2 are well, sort of at backward point and short third, almost next to each other. Doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me, but there we go. And Brett has gone for a reverse sweep, and he's gone straight up in the air, and he's fallen. He's got a wicket. So
that's why they were there, perhaps.
Now then, eyes on Joey Everson here,
who is
staying there.
Yeah, Luke Fletcher's coming down the stairs.
So well done, Brett Hutton. He offered good support for Everson, got him over the line, scored some useful runs. And perishes in the pursuit of a few more. 500 and... well, it's gone off that board. 528 for 9. Excuse me.
Old Dave has been suffering this week, but he's manfully keeping going. And you got your award, Dave, when you saw Joey Everson get that wonderful 100. Luke Fletcher's come out and he's given Joey Everson a big pat on the back and said, "Well done." What we're going to see here from Luke is he going to? He's come up with some instructions. I don't know. What do I know? I reckon the instruction might be: skipper says we're going to have 12 overs at them tonight, something like that. So, you know, if we can get a quick 20 or 30 here, I don't think we're going to see Luke Fletcher hanging around. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
And look, the field is right back on the boundary. I mean, there's singles everywhere.
Doesn't make any sense. I'm not sure.
Rawlins in.
Well, he's off the mark.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's you or me, but it's...
He won't mind that at all, Luke Fletcher, actually. Everybody on the boundary lets him get a single.
Yeah.
The number of occasions where a number 11 comes out and... No.
Yeah, I should have made a note of that, actually. And that wicket went down at 5:28 for 9. So I'll do that partnership in a minute. Hutton was out. In comes Rawlins, bowls, and Everson just plays it onto the leg side. He's going to pick up a single. And total goes to 530 for 9, which means the lead is 155. Brett Hutton made... We're trying to do too many things here at once. I'll give you the stats of his innings in just a couple of moments' time. When we get through, he was out for 18. Was Brett Hutton off the bowling of Delray Rawlings, who's now got figures of 2 for 113, and he was caught by Archie Lenham at backward point off the reverse sweep. And the partnership was 31 plus 28, 59 was the partnership between those two for the 9th wicket. So the last 5 wickets, 108, 96, 69, 144 and 59.
Not sure how many times Delray Rawlings will have gone for more than 100 in an innings.
Yeah. Been tough for the Sussex bowlers.
Everson takes a single here. Take him to 108. And the score on to 530 for 9. About 531 for 9. To Luke Fletcher. On the fence. 5 on the fence and 4 saving 1. And he's hit this towards mid-on, gets a single.
Oh, that's horrible, isn't it? Well, they were lucky not to get away with an overthrow there. It was thrown in by Tom Haynes. He missed the stumps, but Luke Fletcher, in taking that single, had gone a long way past the stumps at the far end of the ground. And the throw came in, and he'd gone too far. He's a big fella to stop and turn and come back the other way.
Balls. Another single for Everson. It's 3 balls, 3 singles.
I would say, whether it's a declaration or whether it's just the natural course of events and a wicket goes down, that Sussex are definitely going to be batting tonight, Dave.
Yeah.
You know, it provided the light holds and, you know, they don't get any rain.
Yeah.
You know, Sussex are going to have an awkward, you know,
There you go.
dozen overs or so.
Fletcher's going to have a hoo-ah at this one. Crocombe bowls to Luke Fletcher. He's had a hoo-ah and he's pulled it away on the leg side and hit it straight to the fielder, or he would have had a boundary, but he's got one. 4 balls, 4 singles. Useful runs for the 10th wicket partnership. 534 for 9.
Yeah, lead 159.
Did Notts get in 2017. 477 all out, so they've gone well past that. It's a bouncer, goes through to the keeper. On that occasion, their captain scored 100, and a young man on that occasion, Billy Root, got a maiden first-class 100.
He did.
On this occasion, the captain scored 100, and another young man has scored a maiden first-class 100.
Yeah.
Mullaney 192, Everson 109 not out. Next ball is defended. End of the over.
The Notts players up on the balcony look as if they're... Yeah, they've declared. That is the declaration. I was just going to say there was some movement up on the balcony, and I thought there might be a declaration, and so it's proved. But before we talk about that, we're going to wait for the ovation for Joey Everson. Luke Fletcher's gone running off. They won't want their quick bowler to get too tired out, but what an innings we've seen from this young man, Dave. Only fitting... how nice. The Sussex lads coming and shaking hands with him. That's really, really good to see. But you described Joey Everson going off, because that's been a wonderful, wonderful innings.
Yeah, just it's a shame it's at the far end of the ground, because we can't quite see it, see if there's any emotion, see what sort of reception he gets. But yeah, we can now hear it, and that's lovely. The Sussex players applauding him off. The Nottingham players will come down the steps and shake his hand and congratulate him, tell him how well he's done, and then quickly tell him, go and get changed, you're bowling in a minute. 109 not out. It's a red inker as well for Joey Everson. And that's the end of the innings. And the football match is just about finished, so I have now got to go and do an update.
Okay, well, Dave and I are just going to have a little breather here, because Sussex are going to have to face a very awkward 14 overs or so tonight, I think. We'll get confirmation of that in a moment's time, but we're going to have a little bit of a breather, and Dave and I will be back for you, because Sussex are going to face a searching hour or so here tonight with this lead, this huge, well, considering where Notts were at 52 for 4, it's a lead of, by my rather bad maths, 159. But we'll confirm all the stats in a minute, and Dave and I will be back with you for the final overs, where we know how many. 59. They declared on 534 for 9. Hundreds for Stephen Mullaney, who made 192, and Joey Everson, who made 109 not out. The young 20-year-old, a really super innings, it really was. And Sussex with it all to do, and they'll be desperate to survive tonight, but it's going to be a really stern examination. And Stephen Mullaney would have been very, very keen to get Sussex back into this game. At 52 for 4, it's the way that Championship cricket ebbs and flows. And at 52 for 4, yesterday afternoon, Sussex looked in real control of this match. But Stephen Mullaney, with a captain's innings of 192, has really taken it away from Sussex. And really, from here, we're either looking at a draw or a Nottinghamshire win. Sussex will be hoping it's the draw, of course, and on a pitch that's a beautiful batting track. I mean, credit to Ben Gibson and his grounds, and what a wonderful batting surface this has been. There's no reason why Sussex can't survive this, but it's going to be an examination, and they're going to probably have to bat for much of tomorrow as well, as in comes Luke Fletcher racing in down the hill to bowl to Alistair Orr, and Orr is forward and plays that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. The Nottsfield, as you can tell, are really up for this. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Just looking for the other field. Oh yes, there we are. So 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover. There's a shortish, straightish mid-wicket, as well as an orthodox mid-wicket. Big burly figure of Luke Fletcher. I wonder if he's hurt his leg, Luke Fletcher. He's just doing a few stretches there. I think he might have hurt his calf, you know. He's just bending down, the big, tall, fast bowler. He's been sitting around most of the day. But he's running in hard now. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward. And I hope Luke Fletcher's okay. He just did a couple of stretches there, and he didn't look entirely comfortable as he ran in to deliver that delivery either. It's just sort of his left calf. But he looks okay as he wanders back up the hill. 15 overs for Sussex to survive tonight. Nottinghamshire scored 320 runs today. He has got a problem, you know, Luke Fletcher. He's just doing some stretching. He seemed to sort of catch his left calf. And he just looks a little bit uncomfortable, the big man. And Notts will need him if they're to press home this advantage. He's running in again, the slip called and go down. No, he's run straight. He's got a real problem, Luke Fletcher, I'm afraid. He's hurt his left leg. He did it in that opening over. He's run straight through the crease, and the skipper Stephen Mullaney is just having a word with the big man, and he might be saying, well, but it is the first game of the season, you don't want to give yourself an injury that, you know, perhaps if you have to go off and have some treatment tonight, and the game's coming thick and fast at this stage of the season. I'm sure Luke Fletcher will know that he won't want to damage himself and put himself out of action for a couple of weeks, and he comes running in and bowls to Orr, and Orr is forward, plays to that straightish mid-on. And there is no run. Applause from Stephen Mullaney. I'm sure your report was well received, Dave, by the folk up in Nottinghamshire.
Oh, quite extraordinary amounts of stoppage time in a couple of the games. 12 minutes at the City ground after an injury to the Birmingham City goalkeeper. And in a second is Fletcher.
And he comes and bowls, and Orr plays that through the slip cord. He's going to get 4 runs. Well, Ali Orr, the ball squirts between the slip fielders, and Orr is on his way, and Sussex are on the way. 4 without losses. They look to clear these arrears of 159.
I think we had something similar at Scunthorpe where Mansfield were playing. There were pitch invasions. Obviously, they're going out of the Football League, aren't they, Scunthorpe? The fans weren't happy, protesting. Repeated stoppages, tennis balls thrown on. And typically a shot that hit the side netting brought one of the goals down. So huge amounts of stoppage time in 2 of the matches in the Radio Nottingham area.
Fletcher in bowls, or lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Tom Moores. There is No runs, so all action around the country today.
Charlie says super middle order batting. Malt Supreme, of course, superb from Joey. Great momentum from Liam and Tom. Don't forget Lyndon's contribution yesterday in more difficult conditions. He dropped anchor. Terrific stuff from Nottinghamshire.
Back to his mark. Turns looks to be moving okay now as he runs in hard down the hill, bowls to Orr, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Moores. There is no run. So end of the over, the opening over of this Sussex reply. Is Luke Fletcher just going to walk straight off?
No, he's just getting his sweater.
Is he just getting his sweater? 4 without loss. The arrears are 155. I'm just looking at slightly distracted by Nottingham Forest. I see they're third in the Championship, only 6 points off the second place.
And they've got to play Bournemouth yet.
Oh wow, Wes! Wow, that's that could be a clash and a half. So there we are.
Yeah, they're on a bit of a run.
Yeah, they are on a bit of a run. Are Nottingham Forest, and they play Bournemouth, second last game of the season.
Yeah.
So there we are. The folk in.
They got all the way down there, and it was called.
Oh yes, that's right. I remember hearing a very unhappy Nottingham Forest fan the next day. He was on 5 Live saying they should have caught it. I think it was the day of those high winds, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was. There was some advertising hoardings or whatever blown off one of the stands. They called it off just before kick-off. Here's Brett Hutton running up the hill to bowl to the captain, Tom Haynes, and he defends. 4 runs on the board then for Sussex. 155 behind. We've got the best part of 14 overs left in the day. Sussex's openers put 100 on in the first innings. Just tape for getting through to the close.
Yeah, I agree.
Hutton bowling, and Haynes plays it back to him.
Big test, isn't it? You know, for Tom Haynes, he's the skipper of the side. He's been out in the field for a long time. He's not to get himself in a position where they almost certainly can't lose this match. But he knows he's really got to concentrate for these remaining 13 overs after this, because Sussex will not want to lose a couple of wickets here tonight.
Yeah, they always say, don't they, not the captain over, and sends ripples through the rest of the batting lineup. He bowls and does Hutton, and pushed into the offside, fielded by Everson, who, well, he'll feel $1 million. Will absolutely feel $1 million.
Yeah.
Tell you what, it's going to make things a little interesting next week at Trent Bridge. If they say Stuart Broad is definitely going to be available for the Glamorgan game. Maybe the 2 Patos will be available as well, but Joey realistically be rested after 1 game, an unbeaten century. We'll have to see. This is, I think, a decision to leave it by Haynes, but he left the bat there, and so it ran off the bottom of the bat down into the slip cordon. The birds. Hitchcock would be in his element here, because we've got lots of seagulls flying about in front of our window at the moment.
Heavy cloud seems to have drifted away now, and there's a bit of sunshine, so let's hope we get through these remaining 13 overs, Dave.
Hutton to bowl to Haynes, solidly behind it. There certainly doesn't look to be any demons in the pitch, does
No,
it?
I think it's a really good pitch. I think that you'd have to say effectively Sussex are 4 for 1, because they haven't got Daniel Ibrahim who's going to bat. And he would have batted. Where did he bat in the first innings? He batted at number 6.
Yes, and
The young 17
ignominious run out, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
There's Hutton to bowl to Haynes off the thickish outside edge along the ground to the left of third slip. Bit of a chase down to the rope, and it's gone all the way. There's plenty on that, so Haynes or gets away with a boundary, and Sussex are 8 without loss after 2 overs.
And important for Sussex, of course, that they don't, they keep the scoreboard ticking over, because clearly if they can get to this 159, and every run they get above that is going to take more time out of the game. So it's important for Sussex not to just to get runs on the ball. But the most important thing is they don't lose wickets tonight. That's what really matters.
I mean, they're looking at lunch tomorrow, aren't they, before they've wiped out that deficit?
At least. Yeah, at least. And then obviously it's about taking time out of the game with every run that they score.
Yeah.
But it's backs to the wall here for Sussex.
Sorry, Adrian, but just picking up on what you said, Luke Fletcher has become some sort of ailment, and he's out of the attack straight away and off the field. And Lyndon James is going to bowl. I speak to Luke a lot. I know he has trouble coming down that hill, and I just wondered if he just lost his stride pattern, couldn't get his stride pattern right, but he is off the field, so Lyndon James to replace him.
He's in and bowls outside of the off stump, taken by keeper Moores. Yeah, he bowled the first delivery and he walked back and he was doing some stretching exercises and feeling his left calf, and then he ran through the crease. So that's
they'll just check him out, and if he's good, send him back. If he's not, we'll strap him up.
Yeah, and you'd have thought with just sort of 12 overs left tonight, long day tomorrow, maybe they'll just keep him out of the attack, get him sorted out overnight, and see how he is tomorrow. In comes James, Lyndon James running down the hill, bowls outside of the off stump, let go by Alior, and there is no run. So
Notts v Glamorgan at Trembridge on Thursday. Kev Tilston says, is Marnus Labuschagne available for Glamorgan? Broad to him might be very interesting. Yeah, I believe so. I think Glamorgan are saying that Marnus should be in, and if he's not here already, and should be available. So yeah, Broad to Labuschagne. Labuschagne.
That'll be a battle. You enjoy that. There's James again, down the hill bowls. And always just thought for a moment he got right in front of his stumps there, hadn't he, Alior, but he jagged down on it late and played the ball out into the offside, and there is no run.
In fact, he's moved now, but my previous dentist was from Zimbabwe, and he always said Labuschagne is a South African and Zimbabwean surname, a common one. We know Marnus is Australian, but he said it's very common there, and it's pronounced Labuschagne.
James in bowls, or again lets that one go, drifts across the left-hander, through into the gloves of Tom Moore. Again, there is no run.
I shall bow to the wisdom of my Welsh commentary colleagues, Eddie Bevan and Nick Webb, and I'm sure it's Marnus Labuschagne. Yeah, if he's available for Glamorgan, and Stuart Broad plays for Nottinghamshire. It's all speculation. We'll have to see as the fallout from this one turns into team selection for the next one. We'll see who's available and who's not.
As James is in and Orr is forward and plays that to mid-on. There is no run. I just wonder whether Joey Everson might think it's his day, He's scored 100 and he'll be full of confidence. He's 20 years of age, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, what a prospect. What a prospect. He'll remember this ground fondly for the rest of his life, won't he? The day he scored 100 at Hove. Comes James over the wicket, bowls, or lets that one go outside the offside, taken by a stooping Tom Moores. Made an over to start off for Lyndon James. It wasn't an over that threatened greatly, just trying to get his radar right. Luke Fletcher off the field. We think with maybe a calf injury, we'll probably get the lowdown on that tomorrow morning. Sussex are 8 without loss. We've got another 12 overs left in the day.
I mean, you posed the hypothetical thing this morning. We don't give an official man of the match or a gold award for the county championship, but who might be the front runners? It's exceedingly difficult right now, I would think, to narrow it down to probably just 3, because there's any number of players that have made really good contributions. Off the top of my head, from Notts, you'd say obviously Mullaney, Everson and Patterson White. From Sussex, obviously a century from Tom Clark.
Yeah.
Stephen Finn's bowled well.
Well, certainly
Skipper's had a good game.
Yeah, Tom Clark would have been one of those who, with Rizwan and Pujara coming in, might have been looking over his shoulder, but can't drop someone who's made a ton.
Hotton up the slope to Haynes, bowls, and driven into the offside, and there's Everson again, does the fielding. No run, 8 without loss. Lyndon James started with a maiden. They were few and far between for large spells of the Nottinghamshire innings. Want to try and build the pressure here. Stop this pair of talented left-handed openers getting away, getting the feel of bat on ball, and Brett Hutton does exactly that with a good stop with his feet, I think. Drilled back down the ground. Brett Hutton makes a sliding stop. He hasn't done any damage to the strip. It could have been one of those where inadvertently a stud might have gone in on a length and aided the Nottinghamshire cause. I don't think it has. The umpires are checking the ball. That his studs damaged the ball. Rob Bailey, of course, the umpires have changed ends. Rob Bailey's at this end now, and he's had a look, and he's taking it over to umpire Saggers to show him any damage. Won't want the ball to, in fact, it has taken a piece out, and they are going to replace the ball. So, box of balls left on the boundary edge, and umpire Saggers has gone to select a replacement. 8 without loss, Sussex. With batsmen on 4, knots declaring, and 534 for 9. That stage, Joey Everson unbeaten on 109, Luke Fletcher 3 not out. So we've got a replacement. You'd imagine it to be virtually brand new. Only 20 balls in, 3.2 overs. So we're ready again. Brett Hutton to bowl. To Haynes. Might have mid-off as the picks up again. Down the microphone, the effects microphone a little bit. With ball in hand. Comes in, bowls to Haynes. Tom Moore standing up. LBW shout here. They're asking Rob Bailey. Not given. Sutton just having a word there with the umpire. Eight without loss remains for Sussex. Eight without loss. Won't spoil any Viewing time for anybody who's taped the Grand National. But that has now just finished, I understand. Didn't have a wager this year. Never got a clue anyway at the best of times, but the back of the box on the monitor and see that the race has just finished anyway. 8 without loss. So back-to-back maidens. We've had 4 overs in this innings and just 2 scoring shots. Be Lyndon James again. Began with a maiden. "11 overs left in the day." Here on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Season 2 of the county championship between Sussex and Notts. Lyndon James bowls to Orr, who plays the first one gently up to Mullaney at mid-on, and there's no run. James again. Down the slope, a little bit of bounce here, outside the off peg, left alone by Orr, goes through to Tom Moores. 3 slips in there. Joe Clark at first slip, Ben Duckett at second, Asiba Mead at third slip. Quiet game for those 3. Duckett got 31, but a deal of runs between Clark and Hamid, 6 and 5. Lyndon James past Saggers, or leaves this one alone. Lyndon James in again. Bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler. Adrian's just again gone and kindly done the drinks. How about I go and do an update for Radio Nottingham? The Grand National's finished, Adrian, but I'm aware that people might tape it and all the rest of it, so I've not revealed anything that's happened.
Who's the winner?
Well, I was going to say I don't know.
Yeah, we'll keep quiet on that.
We'll keep quiet, but it has finished. If you want to check. We've got to go and update BBC Radio Nottingham. Just while you popped out, they've had a ball change as well. Brett Hutton made a stop and looked as if he stopped it with his spikes, and they changed the ball. This one's gone through to the wicket keeper. Just got to go and do a quick update for Radio Nottingham.
Dave, thank you very much. Crumbs, yeah. So if you had a couple of quid on the winner, you've probably done rather well, but we won't reveal who it was. Here we've got another 10 overs after this delivery from Lyndon James. 3 slips in the cordon, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg as James is running in and bowls, and Orr clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Maiden over from Lyndon James. Sussex 8 without loss for those just joining us here. Nottinghamshire declaring on 534 for 9. The innings of today coming from Stephen Mullaney, who made 192. Not too far behind him, Joey Everson, a young 20-year-old, 109 not out, his maiden first-class century. It was a wonderful innings, and propelling Nottinghamshire to a lead of 159. They've left Sussex an awkward 15 overs to survive tonight. Haynes and Orr have survived the opening 5. I think Sussex have got about a good part of the day tomorrow to save the game, as in comes Hutton running in up the hill away from us, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes. Haynes forward, plays him to the offside, fielded by Everson. And there is no run. It's really got very cold down here on the south coast now. When the sun was out, I mean, it's been cold all day, but when the sun was out, at least there was a bit of a respite. But now the sun has gone in and it's quite cloudy. It's really very chilly out there. In comes Hutton over the wicket, bowls. Haynes works this down to fine leg, picks up a single. Keeper Tom Moores is standing up to the stumps. My feeling is it may not be too long before we see the introduction of spin, because Liam Patterson White, lest we forget, took 5 for 84 in the first innings, and with Nottinghamshire a bowler down, certainly for the time being, Luke Fletcher went off with what looked to me like some sort of an injury to his left calf muscle. He sort of pulled up during his opening over, which he did complete, but looked to be in a bit of discomfort. And he's gone off. And so we sort of await to see how bad that injury is. We hope for Luke's point of view that he's okay, as indeed is the case with Daniel Ibrahim, who we gather has injured his shoulder. In comes Hutton and bowls, and all is beaten outside the off stump. Wasn't far away from that. Taken by Tom Moores. Goes back in, just adjusts his pad, and there's a bit of natter going on out there between the players. It's been a game played in very good spirit, I have to say. And comes Hutton, bowls, and looks to play it down on the leg side on this occasion, but there's no run. Asking 1 or 2 questions here. Nottinghamshire fielders giving plenty of encouragement to Brett Hutton as he's on his way from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls, and lets that one go, taken by Tom Moores. She's really putting the pressure on him, all standing up to the stumps, 3 slips in a gully, all waiting, well, probably 3 slips to be fair. There's a point, and now the short extra cover. Joey Everson has gone in fairly close. There's a closest mid-wicket as well, so it's all trying to get inside the batsman's mind. Straw waits. Hutton is on his way. He's in and bowls, and covers up. Plays into the offside. There is no run. End of a maiden. Oh no, not a maiden over. Just the 1 run coming off it. Of course, there was from Tom Haynes. And Sussex are 9 without loss in their second innings. They still need another 150 to make Nottinghamshire bat again. We've got another 9 overs to go tonight. And the first of those 9 overs is going to be bowled by Lyndon James, who's going to come running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The light is not the best, it has to be said. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get the lights on just for the last few remaining overs. But we have got a delay in play because I think we're going to have a short leg going in. Someone's strapping on some pads. I think that's Ben Slater who's putting on some pads. I think we're going to see some spin in the next over, you know, from this end of the ground, because Ben Slater has put some pads on under his trousers, And another helmet's come on that suggests we're going to get a short leg at some stage, and I suspect that's probably be for the spinner, so I won't be a bit surprised if we don't see a bit of Patterson White before the end of the day. But for the time being, it's going to be Lyndon James with 2 overs, 2 maidens to his name, and he's running in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Down the hill comes in and bowls, and Haynes, well, he rather launched himself at that, did Tom Haynes. That was he needed to get that out of his system. It was slightly over pitched outside the off stump, but he had a bit of a yahoo at that, did Tom. He's got a thickish edge, the ball sails away down to third man for 4. It's
a very itty-bitty start to an innings, isn't it?
Arms in the air, yeah.
That'll suit Sussex. They just want to get through to the close, but not so lost Luke Fletcher, and we had the delay for the ball change, and not really been any fluency or momentum.
Bowls, Haynes forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
13 without loss. 9 to Haynes, 4 to Orr.
Yeah, I saw Ben Slater just went off and got some pads under his trousers. I think we may be going to get some spin in the next over, Dave. I just wonder whether we may going to be seeing an early introduction of Patterson White.
And why not?
Well, why not? I mean, he picked up a 5 in the first innings, and Steve Mullaney's been very innovative in his skippering so far. James is in bowls. Tom Haynes again. That's perhaps not getting his foot to the pitch of the ball.
No.
He played it into the covers, but he's just a shot that made you think, he's just wandering away to square leg is Tom. He's just having a look around the field. Just really important that Sussex don't lose a wicket here tonight. Effectively 1 down, as we keep saying, with no Daniel Ibrahim. And the last thing they'll want to do is to see lose a wicket in these final 8 overs. James around the wicket, 3 slips go down, and Haynes is just looks like he might have lost a bit of concentration there, Tom, and he's feeling his arm as well. He's got a little injury. He doesn't look very happy, does he? Now Storr is coming down and having a word. He's taken off his glove. Whether he was struck on the hand, Tom Haynes. He's taken off his glove and he's played 2 shots in that over, which suggests that he's not desperately comfortable. It's his left hand. James in again, bowls, and this time Tom Haynes just lets that one drift high outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Just times for Sussex. I mean, Sussex will feel if they could come out of this game 8 points for a draw this season, and Sussex will feel if they can come out of this with 13 points against the side who are rightly, in my opinion, not just because Dave is sitting here, the favourites for promotion.
Well, they were the bookies' favourites.
It would be
that was on the first morning. They were the bookies' favourites. That may change, will change probably as the season goes along. But.
James in again, bowls. Haynes again lets that one go, and there is no runs. End of the over, an eventful over. 4 runs to Tom Haynes. He is on 9, Orr is on 4. Sussex are 13 without loss. They need to get to 159 if they're going to make Nottinghamshire bat again. Lyndon James, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 4. Live cricket here, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. We've got another 8 overs to go tonight.
Chris Morley says, well done Sussex players. They all gave young Joey a handshake, and that after his maiden 100, and he'll remember that forever. It's what the game's all about. Well done Sussex. Yep, good words, Chris.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Chris. And I did notice that, and it's good to see. Maybe that's with a lot of young players playing in this game. Sussex have got 3 teenagers and average age of the side over 22, and I just think they're good cricket manners, and I was really glad to see that.
Not going to get spin just yet. Brett Hutton to continue. Going up the hill. For Radio Nottingham, but they were in the midst of football interviews and nobody would answer my call or whatever, so just waiting now until they say, where are you? Where are you? I've been expecting you for 10 minutes. There's Hutton. Slater is in there with the pads on its short leg, but it was for Brett Hutton rather than for the bowling of Patterson White. Single taken by Orr. That moves him on to 5, Sussex to 14. And if he has got some sort of finger or hand issue, or even if it's just a little bit sore, having been clattered into by the ball, Tom Haynes might just have hoped for an over or so down at the non-striker's end just to get the feeling back, but no, he's straight back into the firing line. Sun just trying to force its way through towards the back end of the day as Hutton bowls, and it's a good take from Tom Moores. He's standing up there, and it's almost as if myself or Adrian had bowled it. He took it that cleanly. Nice sharp glove work outside the off stump. Brett Hutton pushing it through. Low 80s, but nevertheless, good take.
Yeah, always the sign of a good wicket keeper, isn't it? I always think that that's the real test when you're standing up to the seamers.
Hutton in again. 2 Moores. Just push back to the bowler. It's 43, probably lost in the middle of that scorecard for Nottinghamshire, but thought he played nicely as well. Tom Moores, a decent partnership late last night, and then progressing in the first hour this morning with Stephen Mullaney.
Well, yeah, because when Lyndon James is out, Notts were 160 for 5. Lest we forget that. So the final 4 wickets added the best part of 400 runs.
Gosh, bowls it off. Patterson White fields.
Well, it's a blameless pitch, isn't it? It's a super pitch to bat on. Credit to Ben Gibson for getting such a good batting wicket so early on in the season, and it's not giving them. There's a little bit there for the bowlers, but it's for the bowlers to work hard to get the wickets. And Sussex batters they did in the first innings. There's no reason why they can't see this game through to a draw. But this is a test now.
Yeah. Hutton bowls and nicely defended. And right on the money, Brett Hutton. None for 6 his figures at the moment. 1 ball left in his 4th over. Went for a boundary early on, but given precious little away since then. Did he get a wicket in the first innings? I'm not entirely sure he did.
Did Brett Hutton get a wicket? Yes, he did.
Got that many bits of paper.
He got Ollie Carter LBW.
Oh, yeah. No, he had Carter caught by Patterson White, didn't he, at mid-wicket? It was the one short of a length.
Oh, sorry, yes, caught. Yes, sorry, I've got LBW. I've got caught LPW. Sorry, it's not LBW. Yeah.
End of the over, 14 without loss, as Moores again makes an unflappable take outside the off stump. Looked very easy. Yeah. 14 without loss, if that's a word, unflappable.
Yeah, well, it certainly is. So, what have we got? 7 overs to go tonight. The sun is out brightly now. We haven't lost an over in the match, which has been a blessing. I thought we were going to see some Liam Patterson White, but we're not. The helmet was bought out. I thought we were going to get we are going to get a short leg.
Yeah, he was in at the last over for Houghton. I think he's just there just to try and deter the batsman from proffering forward with bat and pad. Yeah,
just to make life a little difficult. It's going to be Lyndon James. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket fall. Tom Haynes looks okay. We thought he might have hurt his hand, but he certainly seems okay in that last over. And, it's going to be Alistair Orr who he's going to face.
Patterson White is now getting ready, look. 7 overs remain, so after this one, obviously, only 6 will remain, so he could bowl 3 this evening.
Yes, he could. In comes Lyndon James down the hill. Bowls to almost cut Alistair Orr in half. Well, that missed everything, and I'm not entirely sure how. It missed the inside edge, it missed the stumps. Tom Moores took the ball down the leg side. That did a bit, It really did do a bit.
Yeah. Must be a little bit of grass seed or something down. There's been these 3 pigeons out there for the best part of an hour now. In fact, they're
pecking away.
Yeah. In fact, is that little one a pigeon as well? In fact, there's either 4 pigeons or 3 and an intruder, an imposter.
James comes in, bowls to Orr, who's unflappable. He's got a good temperament for an opening batsman, Alistair Orr, because I'm sure the The Notts fielders are probably politely reminding him.
I shall have to go and do a report next door, mate.
That's okay. Yeah, Patterson White is warming up now, so I think we're going to see him next over from this end, the end where he picked up his 5 for 14 without loss, Sussex. I think they need 159 if they're going to make. That's right again, and has a big heave at that. Tom Moores again comes up to the stumps and looks towards Ali Orr, and I'm sure there's a little bit of gentle reminder or encouragement there, if that's the word in inverted commas, to Ali Orr. Notts will know if they can pick up a wicket tonight. Need another 8 tomorrow. That'll take some getting on what is a very fine batting surface. Similarly, Ali Orr, this is a real test of the young man. He was only 21 earlier on this week. In comes James, bowls, and Orr clips this one nicely to mid-wicket, fielded by Stephen Mullaney. And there is no run. 14 without loss. Live cricket here on the BBC. For those of you who may just be tuning in, maybe you've been to football or elsewhere during the day and you're just wondering what's happened. You've missed a super day's cricket, and certainly if you're a Nottinghamshire supporter, it's been a good day. In comes James and bowls. Oh, that was in the air, and that wasn't far away from the fielder at short leg, who's Ben Slater, who, had he been just a little straighter, he may have... it went very, very quickly. Or turning the ball on the leg side. James bowls, and Ali Orr gets it off the bottom of the bat. It squirts out into the offside. There is no one. It's the end of a good testing over from Lyndon James. Well played by Ali Orr, who is concentrating for all he's worth out there. End of the over. James, 4 overs, 3 maidens. No wicket for 4. Hutton, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. It gives you an idea of how accurately the Nottinghamshire bowlers have been with this new ball. But there's now going to be a change, and it's going to be some left arm spin, and the man who got all the wickets, Liam Patterson White, 5 for 84 in the first innings, and Stephen Mullaney wasting no time in getting his wicket taker from the first innings into the attack. And I suspect we're going to have a fair collection of fielders around the bat for the last, what have we got, 6 overs. So you'd say we're going to get 3 from Patterson White. I think we're going to see fielders clustered around the bat. Thanks very much for your texts and emails and tweets today. Apologies, there were 1 or 2 issues earlier on with the live stream that I know the Sussex are working really hard sorting it out. There were some problems with the software, I think, and other issues, but they worked extremely hard. So thank you, fellas, for getting that sorted out, and thank you for listening. But just to sum up on the day, Notts 534 for 9, 192 for Stephen Mullaney, 109 for 20-year-old Joey Everson, a very quick fire 44 from Liam Patterson White, 6. And just to let the studio know, ready for an update. If we want to come to us, that's absolutely fine. So we will be going to BBC Radio Surrey, BBC Radio Sussex, I should say, for an update sometime in the next 5 or 6 minutes. So a slip and a short leg, not quite the huddle of fielders I thought might be around the bat, but it's going to be Liam Patterson White who's on his way. Over the wicket, he's in and bowls down the egg side. That was a bit of a loosener taken by Tom Moores. Some White In again, bowls. Haynes is forward, straight back down the track. He picked up the first wicket of the match when he got one to turn to Tom Haynes. The skipper was out for 59. He's currently 9 not out. Patterson White in again, bowls, and Tom Haynes clips that nicely to mid-wicket. They take a single, the throw comes in. Tom Haynes was safely home, well backed up by the 12th man. I'm not sure who that is. He's got number 31 on his back. Dave will let us know who that is. And it brings Ali Orr. Patterson White in again, bowls, and Orr covers up. Plays with soft hands. He's faced 30 balls for his 5 runs as Ali Orr. A totally irrelevant stat, but it maybe shows how stoutly he's defending. Patterson White again. In and bowls, Orr plays out into the offside. The 12th man comes running into field. And again there is no run. Patterson White again. On his way in, bowls, and Orr again covers up. End of the over, just 1 run coming off the over. Sussex are 15 without loss. Ali Orr on 5, Tom Haynes on 10. The 2 batsmen have a little natter in the middle of the pitch, and we've got just 5 overs to go. The first of which is going to be bowled by Lyndon James from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. So 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. I don't know if they're able to cut the feed in the clean feed just until, if we could cut the clean feed just until the interview's due, that'll be appreciated. Thank you. As in comes James around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes drives down the ground. Lovely looking shot by Tom Haynes, and that could well be a boundary. Stephen Mullaney's in hot pursuit, but I don't think he'll get there, and that's a lovely shot by the skipper. No lose confidence, the world of good, drilled the ball down the ground. He goes to 14. And Sussex to 19 without loss. So needing another 140 before they'll be in positive territory. Lovely shot by the Sussex skipper. James turns. Runs in again. Around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes pulls it away, and he's caught, and a wicket's gone down, and that's a sloppy shot by Tom Haynes, pulled away by Haynes, short delivery, straight into the hands of Liam Patterson White, and having hit a super boundary, Tom Haynes has gone for 14, and Sussex are 19 for 1, and just what they didn't need, and the skipper will be absolutely fuming with himself. Picked out the man on the leg side, Liam Patterson White with the catch, and he can't keep this boy out of the action, Dave.
Well, I've just finished a report on BBC Radio Nottingham saying just 5 overs left for Nottinghamshire to turn an excellent day into a perfect day if they can park these openers. And then I walk in here just as the wicket is going down. Didn't see it, but nonetheless, it's hugely important for Nottinghamshire. Here's Adrian.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. Will you join us just as Sussex have lost their first wicket? They are 19 for 1 and a massive blow for Sussex because Tom Haynes is out, caught at mid-wicket for 14. He'll be disappointed with his shot. It was a short delivery from Lyndon James and he pulled it, but straight to the fielder, Liam Patterson White, who's fielding at mid-wicket, who took the catch, and Sussex are 19 for 1. You can really call that 19 for 2, Andrew, because Daniel Ibrahim injured a shoulder yesterday whilst fielding. We understand he'll take no further part in the match. So Sussex here with it all to do. The night watchman coming out is Jamie Atkins, who's got to survive 4 overs and 4 balls. But the story of the day really is about the Nottinghamshire recovery. They added 320 runs today in just 79 overs, led by their skipper Stephen Mullaney. He made 192 and a wonderful maiden century for 20-year-old Joey Everson. He was 109 not out. Nottinghamshire declaring on 534 for 9. It means Sussex were in arrears by 159. That's what they'll have to get to clear the runs off. They've already lost a wicket. They're 19 for 1, and Andrew, Sussex will need to bat for much of tomorrow if they're to avoid defeat. Steve Finn, the outstanding bowler for Sussex, he took 3 wickets. He bowled beautifully, but Sussex with their backs to the wall. In comes Taylor Bowles, and Jamie Atkins is the new man. He plays that to mid-off, and now the fielders really are clustered around the back, Dave.
They are indeed. Night watchmen out there, just what Notts would have wanted. Prize the openers apart this evening. Get a night watchman in, and well, whether they can get him this evening or early tomorrow would give the bowling unit another lift. Opportunity though beckons for Atkins. Lyndon James bowls to him and is solidly behind it and defends. 19 for 1, 4 overs remain in the day after this one. Charlie says, get in there, Lyndon. Sussex's best batter gone already.
He'd be annoyed how he got out. I don't know if you saw the dismissal. Yeah, you were making your way around the box. It was a short delivery from he just been hit down the ground for a lovely shot by Tom Haynes, and it was short, and a yard either side. It was 4 runs, but he picked the fielder out.
Really a field here on the leg side. There's 2 close in catching and another fielder just behind. Into the offside. And there's no run. Lyndon James 1 for 8, 1 ball left in his 5th over. Mike says, couple more before the close, please. Or is that being greedy?
Yeah. They've got everyone in there, haven't they? And it's vital for Sussex that Ali Orr stays in there at the moment, or stays here until the close.
There's James bowling to Atkins, keeps it out, and in fact he does more than that. Pushes it back towards the bowler who can't take it, and they take a single. Is that the last ball of the over? It is, and that's exactly what the night watchman should do, in truth.
It is.
Face as much of the strike as he can.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So, do we understand that Brighton will be full of rejoicing returning football fans this evening?
Well, it probably will be, because they've had a wretched run. I mean, they'd scored 1 goal in their last 7 games, but they scored 2 today, so a win that probably means that Brighton are safe in the Premier League for next season. Although I think everybody at the bottom of the table won today, so anyway, it's Brighton supporters will be happy. Our friend Julian's gone. There were a few around the ground today who were discussing the game at lunchtime, but a lot of people have drifted away. But here comes Patterson White, 4 overs remaining in the day. Comes into bowl to Jamie Atkins. Atkins is forward, a big left foot down the wicket. His job is just to stay there, protect Ali Orr, and hopefully see Sussex through to the close. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Atkins. Plays with straight bat. And there is no run. Patterson White, who does rattle through his overs. I think we're going to see him a fair bit tomorrow as well, Dave.
Yes, you'd imagine so.
Round the wicket in bowls, quicker delivery. Atkins is there, showing the maker's name to the bowler. Another dot ball. Slip, silly mid-off, short leg. He's in again, bowls, forward comes Atkins, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by the 12th man. Remind me who the 12th man is, Dave, number 31 on his back.
That's the leg spinner.
Thank you. Just a brief wait as And he's just saying to Ali Orr, you've backed up too far there, and he just, very sporting from Liam Paddington, said, look, you're out your ground. Don't back up too far. Patterson White in again, bowls. Atkins is forward, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run, showing good defence here, says Jamie Atkins. One more ball to go in the over.
We don't want any man-cadding, do we?
No, we don't.
Going to be outlawed, I think, from October?
Yeah, Patterson White. But, inside edge, and you could tell by the howl in the effects microphone. But Jamie Atkins has survived the over. Sussex 20 for 1. Orr on 5, Atkins on 1. Tom Haynes back in the pavilion for 14. Nothing more he can do to affect the outcome of the game. 3 overs remaining in the day. The light not great, but we haven't got the lights on yet. We may get them on. It may be a bit late in the day, to be honest. And all day tomorrow, Sussex are going to need to bat, and you'd think they'd need to bat till at least tea time if they're going to make this game safe.
Yep.
This game could go very deep.
Always depends, of course, at the rate they score their runs.
Yeah, and that's important as well, because there's no point going into a shell and losing wickets, because
back till tea time and you're only 30 in front.
Correct, absolutely right.
There's Lyndon James down the hill, bowls to Orr. Not seen much of the strike for a wee while, but plays this out onto the offside. So what have we got? This over and then a couple more. Lyndon James has slotted in nicely after Luke Fletcher went off the field. Inker with the bat for Big Fletch. 3 not out he was at the end when Stephen Mullaney called them in. I think something Adrian was suggesting might happen there or thereabouts. Probably a good time for the declaration. This next one's pushed back to Lyndon James. And gave them 15 overs to have a crack at the Sussex openers, and they've got one prize.
Yeah, it was good captaincy, isn't it? You find yourself in a position where you're not going to lose the game, and you think, well, we might as well see where we can go if we can win the match.
Yeah,
good weather forecast tomorrow.
159 in front. Might be tempted to say 2 more overs, boys. Let's see if we can get it up to 180. If you get out, you get out. But anyhow. Comes James into bowl to Orr. The left-hander keeps it out, and that's no, it's not the end of the over. In fact, it's nowhere near. 3 balls gone. Just there's a great deal of movement around. Arthur says 144 run partnership between Mullaney and Everson for the 8th wicket surpasses by 1 the existing record for Notts v Sussex by Darren Bicknell and Paul Rifle at Trent Bridge.
Great stat.
Thank you very much for that, Arthur. Retweet that, because the players tend to pick up on things like that. That's very good of you, Arthur. Tend to look at stuff like that at the end of the day or the end of the innings or between matches, what have you. Always gone for a very expansive looking pull. Didn't get anything on it. I thought he'd winged a seagull, actually, because it's a whitish. Is it a seagull or a pigeon? It may be a pigeon, a whitish pigeon that just might have felt the draft from the bat and just took off and fluttered its wings like a moth before coming back to land again. Brett Hutton's gone behind square now, just in case he tries that again.
Comes Lyndon James, bowls, and got a bit high on the bat, but his ball's going to run away down to fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs to Ali Orr, but he was just a little uncomfortable there. Did well to keep it down, in truth. He picks up a boundary, he goes to 9, the total's 24 for 1.
It's 135, the difference still between the two sides. Got very dark now. Right. In fact, they are just coming on, aren't they, Adrian? Are they just creeping on?
Yeah,
Up there, it looks
almost looks like it, doesn't
it? Next ball is worked away by Orr, won't get a single there, and Brett Hutton shies at the non-striker's end. That's the end of the over. 24 for 1. Don't know if it is or not.
No, I'm not sure. I agree with you. I think it's just the way the light. There's just a slight glimmer to them, but the umpires are looking at the light, aren't they? You can tell that Rob Bailey's not overly happy, but
I think if Steve Finn was bowling, then they'd be on. So he's not. There are 2 overs left. It's going to be Liam Patterson White, but if it's gloomy, it's gloomy.
No, I agree. So, 2 overs remaining. It has got very, very dark. Stephen Mullaney's just keeping everyone is clustered around the back. There's a slip and a short leg. There's a silly mid-off, a silly mid-on. So 4 fielders keeping Jamie Atkins company as in comes Patterson White bowls. Atkins is forward. He's batting very responsibly. He knows what he needs to do here. He's got to survive. If he could pinch a single somewhere along the line towards the end of the over and protect Ali Orr, so much better. The numbers are really shining quite brightly on the scoreboard now. Patterson White in bowls outside the off stump, taken by Moores.
It's not often you get a number 11 as a night watchman. Generally, number 11s are considered to be so much of a rabbit that it's purely conceding a wicket, sending a number 11 out there. But clearly he knows which end to hold and taking his job very seriously at the moment.
No, he is. Bowls. Ooh, Atkins comes forward, and every ball is going to be greeted with an ooh or an ah. Sussex really do defend these last few balls of the day. It's been Nottinghamshire's day, absolutely no question about that. Starting the day on 214 for 5, they had 320 runs in 79 overs. Declared and picked up a wicket already. Patterson White in bowls to Atkins, who plays that to mid-wicket. 2 more balls remaining in the over. I wouldn't be surprised if the umpire says, well, it may be just about light enough for the medium pace of Lyndon James. In comes Patterson. White bowls to Atkins, who plays an aggressive shot out to point. There is no run.
Don't know what that was intended to be. It was a quicker arm action, quicker delivery.
I think Steve Mullaney is just. They're going to allow the single here actually, which is interesting. So they were going to, now they're not. So I just wondered if they might fancy a crack at Ali Orr in the final over. In comes Patterson White bowls. Atkins defends down the track. He's done his job. 1 over to go, which we think will be bowled by Lyndon James. And so that means we've had 3 full days, Dave, and we haven't had 1 interruption.
No, terrific.
So that's been wonderful.
Absolutely terrific. A lot of that's out of our hands, of course. With, the weather gods being kind, but
as regards tomorrow, in fact, the umpire's having a little natter now. I wonder whether they're just saying it's a little too dark for Lyndon James. In fact, Brett Hutton's going to bowl the last over, I think, down the hill. As regards tomorrow, 96 overs in the day. Sussex can't win the game from here. It's still an extremely good track, but the pressure will be on Sussex. Certainly, Nottinghamshire will come. They'll not give this up until a good long way into tomorrow, and Sussex still need another 135, which is going to take well into tomorrow afternoon before they're on level pegging.
At that point, it depends how many wickets are left. Really.
Absolutely right.
What their realistic hopes might be. So interesting that Brett Hutton has been given an opportunity just to get it right straight away from the Cromwell Road end and
run straight through the crease.
I was going to say that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is the problem. He has run straight through the crease. He's lost his stride pattern, and he's not the first. He won't be the last. May well have been all that was the problem with Luke Fletcher. Just couldn't quite get it right, and perhaps just jarred something, and off he went. But not done forgotten it myself, but they say running down the hill here bowling, it's not an easy task to master. Next one pulled away by all for four. Well, he wasn't playing for the close there. He saw it was short of a length, quickly onto it. 4 runs away on the leg side. The 8 for 1, Sussex.
Yeah, well, he certainly took it on there, didn't he, Dave?
Arthur sent me a little bit more statistical information. This is the 4th highest score that Notts have ever made on this ground. With the bat, Hutton bowls and all into the offside. Made 674 here in 1893. No, neither Adrian nor I were here to see that. 642 in 1901, 558 in 2008, and 534 today. Bowlers missed out on maximum bowling points for both sides, but Nottinghamshire's batsmen getting maximum batting points. Next ball thrown by Orr at the last second. He bailed out there, knew it was wide of the off peg, left it, and
yeah, good leave, you have to say.
Yeah.
But it caused Brett Hutton to look skyward.
3 balls left. Final over of the day, 6:15.
And most wicket keepers are sort of quite chirpy. Tom Moore's quite a chirpy keeper. It looks like he's having that's a word or two there to Ali Orr.
It's noisier. I think he just gets on with it. Ball pushed back to Hutton. 2 deliveries remain. So we've got through just about another one. We should have a little bit of backup tomorrow, shouldn't we?
Yes, we are.
We're going to be joined by the
Chloe Burrows, the
Chloe Brewer, the
South East
and South East player.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's picked a good day to come.
Yeah. 2 to go. Hutton round the wicket to Orr, stands with bat held aloft, brings it down. Defends. He'll be ticking them off. 1 ball left.
He will.
If he does get bat on ball, whether they might be looking for a single to get him on strike for the start of tomorrow, or if not, will begin by bowling at the night watchman, but we'll have to see. It's just all about survival here, really, as Hutton comes in to bowl. And he has worked it away behind square, and they do take a single, so Ali Orr will be on strike tomorrow, but Ben Slater was square of the wicket at short leg. Had he been a backward short leg, he might have been in the game. But Joey Everson, who's had a great day doing the fielding, and that's nice. Joe Clark's run down and shook his hand. So too Ben Duckett. Sussex close on 28 for 1. And in terms of Red Ball County Championship cricket, we've had another very enjoyable day. Sussex, you could certainly make the claim for them to have won a huge number of the opening 6 sessions over days 1 and 2, but today you'd say Nottinghamshire held sway with their best performance of the match. Runs for pretty much all the middle order. Stephen Mullaney 192, Lyndon James 100.